Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon and crypto link in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So a massive shout out of thanks and appreciation to Eric Trosh, Endless, Flat Earth Sage, Goldie McKiernan, Phoenix Rising 86, Retro Bill, More Books, Cannabear, Fiber Oats, Michael Kahn, Rob H, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Will Brax, Mel B Styles, Troy Shuka, Harry Blade, Mobile Max 777, Neo the One, Rob W, Open Minded, Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Maria Neelands, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, The Real Gabster, Liam Nedrick Jr., Abraham Mohammed, Adrian Quintana, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, and David Wayne Foster. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Yeah.
I trimmed out the bit that I said I was going to trim out.
Oh, the pre-show yesterday?
Well, it's 12 minutes of the pre-show.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a whole, what they call a kit and caboodle of its own, the Haverside, because they got to do that in order to make us live on the arc of the protractor.
I can't remember yesterday who it was that gave the summary. If we're living on a sphere, why would you need to apply a Haverside conversion to a sphere? It wasn't summarized like that. It was summarized differently, but better. I just want to
Yeah.
whoever it was that summarized it to do it again.
It's funny, isn't it? What happens is we've said all these things before, but after a while they take more context, more information.
They become more concise.
Vicious. Yeah, exactly.
The consistency gets better. And
it's like
go on.
It's like the two horizontal lines and the depression angle, the dip. That was like one of the first things we showed. But then John formulated it so perfectly. It's like, okay, fine.
Yeah, exactly. As time goes by, you'll point out that, well, I've been saying that for 12 months, and yes, you have, but it's just one more refinement. Then you'll say it in a more refined way tomorrow, and so on and so forth. But it's kind of
remember when Chocolate said, "Why do you need to draw a tangent line if you're measuring from a globe?"
That wasn't specifically what I was talking about, but yeah.
No, I know. But remember, that was one of the things that Chocolate has a way with words. So summarizing, he summarizes well.
Yeah, as does Eli. Eli's good at getting the actual argument points.
Yeah. Eli is almost like an emissary, like Adam. He wants to find ways to communicate properly with people.
Right. Well, it's difficult to draw the comparison between Eli and Chocolate because they are very similar, but they're also both black. So the assumption is, well, are you just comparing them and contrasting them because they're both black? It's like, no, because they're very similar in another go out and debate people.
Wait a minute, who brought race into this?
Me.
Okay, so they're very black and white in their comments.
It's in other words, it's different to Paul and John, where they are completely different personality-wise. They debate differently. They hold different levels of beliefs in various different areas, right? But their accents are similar. That's about it. That's where you draw the line. That's about all that's similar between them.
Where was I was going to say something about that first image from yesterday. Totally forgot to let me post it up so you can see it. Totally forgot it. Go to Master D and look at that slide.
Sure. One from yesterday. Yeah, got it up.
Yeah, no, I totally forgot this at the bottom where it says R equals 4,000 miles. And H is never greater and generally is very considerably less than 5 miles. Now, if Adam and his math can look at this equation that they're doing above, they're pretty much saying that your distance from that height, whatever the height they have this thing at, all you can see is 5 miles. And he's using this in the old argument days as, that's the offing, the visible horizon, that's where the curve of the earth starts, right there, around that little circle of vision, that cone-like vision that someone has. And then later he makes a case that you can do it on a 20-mile flat plane as well and get that circle of vision on a flat plane, because that's just the way your eyes work. But it reminded me of the Black Swan and the P900. So here they're using this as a proof. But nowadays we'll just say 5 miles. Here, try it with this camera. Oh my gosh, I see the boat again. Right now, I wanted to make that distinction, but maybe it's better I did it until we see what this math is really saying.
Until what? I missed because Neil joined. Rude.
Yeah.
What's the last
Until
sentence?
Adam looks at the math and confirms it.
Adam looks at the maths and confirms it.
Yeah.
Right.
Because it's OT. I don't get all this stuff. H and then 2R plus, I don't know. Like the height of the person. Oh, that's another thing. So I say height instead of height. And people are typing in, kill me.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. You're killing me with height.
That's so funny.
Hello, Neil.
Well, it's funny because in Armenian, if you want to say I'm Armenian, you say I'm high.
Hold on.
So
you
high means Armenian.
You Armenian?
Yeah, I'm Armenian. So
get out.
So if I want to, yeah, that's right. So if I say I'm Armenian, I say I'm high, meaning HY, let's say, high. So
no Armenians here. Get out.
So Armenians say height. I say height instead of, I can't even say it right now.
Height.
Let me tell you something. That was driving me a little crazy. Too, Ken. So I'm glad they said that.
Well, that's great. You can axe me anytime.
That's why I never said anything. Hey, listen. So I rented a car specifically, a brand new rental car, because I don't want to deal with any headaches when I'm going to Dollywood. A little 5-day vacation. That freaking car broke down last night. Brand new car breaks down in the middle of the highway.
A brand new car
like
almost killed me. So I remember having an accident with a deer running out in front of me right at the end of a very good date, which spoiled it quite a lot. But anyway, this deer ran out in front of my little Seat, and I had to get it repaired. And they gave me a brand spanking new Punto. And I drove from where I was working at the time back towards where I lived with the boss in front of me, or behind me, I forget which, in a great big Land Rover. And I was just following him. Tyre blew out. Car veered off to the left, hit another car and flipped over with me in it. Rolled over and ended up on the side of the carriageway. Now, bearing in mind that I'd sort of just thought, oh, I'll just relax. There's nothing I can do about this. The car's out of control in the split second that you've got to think about these things. So I just sort of flopped around the car as it flipped around and spun out of control. Anyway, get out of the car by the passenger window because the doors wouldn't open, and just sort of got out of the car feeling okay without a scratch on me, in fact. And the traffic around me all ran over because they thought I was dead, and they all said it as well. I thought, but I saw it. I thought you were dead, having watched it happen. I was like, no, I'm absolutely fine. Then I turned around and looked at the car, which was just a crumpled bean can. I was like, oh my God, I should be dead. But amazing that how how much force a new car could take. This is going back probably 20 years. Anyway, the point is that was a brand new car. Like, it had rolled off the production line, gone onto a low loader, gone to the company for the rental or insurance or whoever it was that gave me the courtesy car, and then went into my hand with brand new keys and nothing on the odometer, like literally a mile or two on the odometer. And I'd driven it around for a couple of days, no issue. Tyre blows out. Next thing you know, you're rolling over on a motorway at 70 miles an hour.
See, that's the thing. That happened to me too. We share the same story. People got out when I flipped the other rent-a-car that I flipped. Mine flipped twice, and I wound up sliding like on the hood all the way across into the embankment. And I put the windows down to get out because I thought, watching movies, the car's going to explode. So I'm in a panic, but the window's not going down because I'm upside down. So the window was coming up. And I crawled out.
Sorry, what made you think the car was going to explode?
Movies. You watch the movies.
Okay.
The car flips over and it blows up.
Yeah, at least you admit it.
But yesterday, how the heck does the serpentine belt I thought I had a blowout because I felt something like a blowout. So I pull over, nothing. Tires are perfect. I continue driving, and all of a sudden the temperature gauge starts flying up. Another battery light comes on.
The manufacturing defect in the belt. That's all it is. It's just, in some ways, you kind of want not a used car, but something that's had all the creases ironed out of it. So when I was a rep, I had several brand new cars, and without exception, there was always little things that you had to get ironed out. And these were Audis. They were expensive. I mean, they were leased, but they were still expensive cars, and they always had problems. I can't think of any of the new cars I had. Did any of those cars ever not have a fault from new?
You make a good point. It's true. It should have something on it so it can handle it. Like, I think I would have made it fine with my car, but I didn't want to take a chance. But yeah, my brother had wound up calling somebody, and he got like a mechanic that, in motion mechanic that came. $162, put a new belt on, and that's it. I was on my way.
Remind me if we ever get together that I'll take the bus and let you guys drive together.
That's what it is. You ever see Vacation? That's me. I'm the Griswold guy.
I told you to buy a Japanese car, and you didn't. You bought an American-built, branded Jap car.
Yeah, they duped me.
Buy a Tundra. Next car. Just spend the extra. Buy a Toyota. Watch Scotty Kilmer. That's what you need to watch. Just subscribe to Scotty, who's like, he's getting on a bit now, but he's been making car videos for TV and now YouTube for probably the last 20 or 30 years. And he's been banging the same drum that entire time. Just buy a Japanese car, something that's built in Japan. And you can't go far wrong.
So Nathan, okay, this is what leads me to my next question. What Japan is doing, because why? What's the problem here?
Didn't hear your question, you broke up.
So why can't America do what Japan is doing with cars? Why are we
do you know when you tell us about
breakdown?
Do you know when you tell us about various work colleagues? You told us a story yesterday about how you were telling somebody just be more careful on this tool, and a guy had broken his arm or broken his hand, and then the guy who was telling him to be more careful did the exact same thing. There's your answer. Now imagine that scenario with a guy fitting a serpentine belt.
So you're saying it was a purpose for the breakdown?
I'm saying that,
Is that what you're telling me?
Something was manufactured incorrectly, in which case the process of, what is it, they call it quality assurance, QA, when they check the part, wasn't sufficient. Well, maybe the unions got involved or whatever it is that happens over in the States that stopped that process from being, correct in terms of checking each belt to make sure it didn't have a defect. or it didn't have a defect and it was fitted incorrectly. In that case, it's incompetence on the part of the person. Or the entire supply is crap and the manufacturing is crap, and whoever's in charge of buying is also doing a crap job. Somebody somewhere is doing a crap job. That's the bottom line, isn't it?
How do you like that cup of coffee, Nathan?
Looks great. This is a Dollywood coffee.
No, I'm at my brother's house. He just purchased a home in Alabama, beautiful home. And he's the one that told me about Flat Earth. I told him he was out of his mind and literally berated him for the next 2 weeks until I realized it was flat. So he's got an Nespresso maker.
Very nice.
The guy came out. He had his whole family with him. He had 4 little girls and 1 boy, none older than the age of 7, and his wife. And they both were working on my car. So I feel like it happened for a reason, The guy needed the money, I guess. So I paid him $162 plus on the card, plus I threw him $60 cash. So nice. I think that's what the thing is. He needed it, so oh well.
When do you think as you're so interested in it, well, my excuse for bringing it up is that you're so interested in it. When do you think this wave of ether nonsense is going to end this time?
I'll tell you the truth, I don't think it is. I don't think it is until QE continues to do what he does, and they're just going to keep coming out of the woodworks. I don't think it's going to stop.
It's a void they're trying to fill. Because yesterday's show kind of brought it out, or whatever that guy's name was. It was argumentative rather than, let's put it this way. He said there's 99 different things that ether is credited to do, or something to that effect. Now he's chosen the one he wants to abide by. What do you do with the other 98? What about those people? Are we supposed to not listen to them? So from it being the Holy Spirit, God, to other things and everything in between. So they have to fill the void in them for the creator. They don't want to say the creator, so they got to be one with the universe. So they need the ether, be one with the universe. So it depends what part of the spectrum you're on. Ether could be many things, or it could just be one thing.
10th man, you're right on it when you said they don't want the God of the Bible, so they want the God of energy, or something to that effect. That's what it is.
I saw this years ago where they said, like the book The Secret came out. It was you're one with this force, this energy. And so it's this non-sentient, non-judgmental God that is a force in space or our existence. And the rock is part of it, the tree's part of it, we're part of it. It tends to go that direction when they spiritualize it.
Bloody hippies.
What's that?
Bloody hippies.
Yeah, so if it's just supposed to be a medium that light traverses through, that's just one way of looking at ether. But then it goes into this other thing. And so it's like, okay, well, where are you on that scale? Which one of those is true to you? Okay, was it manifest? No. And then you remember he came on attacking Christians for believing in God, who says he's a spirit. Well, God is a spirit.
Right.
And so when Jesus rose from the dead, they were all afraid because they supposed they saw a ghost, a spirit. He says, no, don't be afraid. Handle me and see, for a spirit does not have flesh and bone as you see me have. So he rose physically from the dead with a new body, but they were afraid they saw a spirit. So because God is a spirit, invisible, they're trying to make ether equivalent. And so that's why he was setting us up yesterday. well, you believe in the invisible God. Why can't I believe in the non-manifested ether?
Well, if you look at it, Tent, he started with Arwen with the devil. So I knew what he was doing, and you picked up on it too.
Well,
You know?
Arwen's view of spirituality is Arwen's. Mine is more biblical, so
Right.
I don't. So that's fine. I mean, everyone gets to share where their personal feelings or beliefs are. But this guy was trying to set all of us up with the way he was doing that.
Right, because he's saying you can't show me the devil, so it's the same as I knew what he was trying to do. But let me go back on the question Nathan had. I think it could come to a swift end if QE or you, Nathan, get a hold of Ken Wheeler, get him on the show. He went on Ballbusters. That's who they listen to.
Neil, this has been around for thousands of years. It's not coming to an end.
I understand that, but this guy Ken Wheeler has them so hypnotized. I don't care what you say.
Who cares? Look, can I tell you a story?
I love your stories.
Well, this is one of the best stories ever. There's what's that?
No, we just said anything.
Oh, all right. No, well, there's a cult called Christian Science. It's neither Christian nor science, but they go by the name of Christian Science. And they have an established newspaper, Christian Science Monitor. They're big. And I was in Massachusetts, and there was a bunch of these Christian Science reading rooms. And I knew about the founder, Mary Baker Eddy, and what they proposed to be their belief system. So you just can't miss them. There are Christian Science reading rooms everywhere. So I decided to step into one and use the knowledge I have about them and see what I could, glean from a conversation, get to know some people. So I walk into a Christian Science reading room in Massachusetts, in Boston, and there's this very nice older lady, I'd say probably in their late 70s, maybe early 80s. And it was just the two of us in the store, in that room. And so I started asking questions. What is, I see all these Christian Science reading rooms. What are these things? I mean, what's going on here? And so she started to explain, the founding of Christian Science, Mary Baker Eddy, and then there were all these books there and everything else. And I said, oh, okay. So let me get this straight. Everything that's physical, material, is an illusion. And to get to the higher spiritual state, you have to deny physicality in life. You have to deny sin, cancer, pain of any kind. And then you ascend to this higher knowledge. And that's what we're here for. She goes, wow, I can't believe you got it that quick. Now, obviously, I knew what they taught, so I got it real quick. And so I said, great. And I said, where can I learn more about this? And she pointed to the back shelf where there were the works of Mary Baker Eddy. And so there were all these books. And there's a series of books, and there's, hardback, leather bound. So I decided to go for the more expensive version. So I grabbed these books, and I'm coming towards her at the counter. And then I say, all right, well, listen, it was nice talking to you. I'll see you. And I start walking towards the exit. And she goes, excuse me, you need to pay for those books. And I said, what books? You told me nothing material exists. Wow. The penny dropped. She was shocked. I said, I don't have any books. This doesn't exist. I grabbed something. You told me I have to deny grabbing. So I'm putting it to the test. I'm putting your religion to the test. So you shouldn't be worried about me walking out with something that's not real, right? She started to cry. I felt bad. I said, no, I'm not really going to walk out with this. I just wanted to show you how silly it was. So I got to share the gospel of Jesus Christ with her for about 10, 15 minutes and left the books there and went on my way. It's ridiculous. It's this non-material crap.
Very good. I love a good story about how you ruin a librarian's day.
No, you saved the librarian. Don't listen to Nathan.
No,
Very good job.
I'm not worried about it. I prayed with her and let the Lord do what he's got to do. I mean, all we can do is proclaim what we know to be true and do it in the most civilized way.
Yeah, it's going to keep coming up, though. You'll see. They'll bring it up today again. And
Well,
then
let
there'll
'em.
be another white knight coming in.
Well, let them. That's the whole point of the, bring it, share it, and then okay, well, it's either your belief, your opinion, or you can listen. The reason FED is such a good show is because it has to do with the natural physical world and what you can prove. And we're not talking about not necessarily, we're not talking about religion or faith or Bible or anything else. That's what's attractive about the show. And people can come here with anything. And then we'll say, okay, can you show it to us? No. Okay, nice belief.
Hey, isn't it funny how he accused Adam of being his accent to the point where he couldn't understand? Are you kidding me? I understand every word Adam said.
Neil, can you rephrase that, please? I didn't understand what you said.
But it's a joke. I mean, Die Slow's a joke. Nathan renamed him correctly. Not Die Slow, just Slow. Because he is. And then he tried to add on me and say it's way over my head. Yeah, okay. You're the fool believing in something that's manifest, counter space, and it's over my head? It seems like it went over your head, buddy.
There might be something there, but you can't say there's something there and then fail to show there's something there. It's like all we're asking you is prove that there's something there.
And then they constantly go back to the double slit or light. What does that have to do with what you're trying to prove?
Isn't light the most interesting subject matter?
Yeah, God said, let there be light. It also says God is light. I don't think it's something we'll ever fully comprehend.
Yeah, we're all Jobs. Where were you when I made this?
That's what I love about that especially that part of the book where he says, gird up your loins. All right? Now it's time to have a little discussion about who's who and what.
Can you imagine if that was just limited to light, that chapter? Wouldn't that have been great?
Oh, yeah, that would have been really good. But he breaks it down.
So you think light's this, you think light's that. Well, where were you when I created it? Again,
Good night, guys.
Hey, good morning.
Hey,
But let me role play with Nathan, if I may, real quick, and then give it up for whoever wants to talk. What if I concede to this guy next time he comes on? Okay, I concede for argument's sake. There's ether. Now what? What's the purpose?
You're asking me?
Yeah. Let's say for argument's sake,
I don't know how to
we
answer that
concede.
question. How am I supposed to answer that question?
Well, I'm trying to figure out if I concede to the next etherite that comes on and say, fine, I concede ether is what you say it is. Now what? What then? What's the point? So there's a medium that light travels through, which may or may not be, but what then? What's the purpose of this argument?
I don't know. I'll say again, I don't know how to answer that. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's
I can't
fair
play
enough.
along.
Because if someone says, what's the purpose of FED? I'll tell them what it is. But when I say, what's the purpose of ether? If I concede to all your points without any proof, what are they going to say?
Someone help me out. I don't want to play this game.
No, it's okay. I took it off your table here. I'm just saying I want to know what is the purpose if I did in a role play way concede to believing in something I can't see or is manifested. All right, what then? There's a flat earth debate show. You're going to come here and tell me there's a medium that light has to travel through. Okay, fine, I concede. Now what? Where do we go next? They're not talking about flat earth anymore. They're talking about mediums.
I used to be a medium, but now I'm a large.
Very good. So obviously you can stretch a little
for you
bit.
guys anyway. I'll just read something out for you, and then I've got to just jib on a job.
Yeah. Go.
Our mind's eye perspective creates the terrestrial celestial sphere. It's merely a vision, an illusion. That's the conclusion. It's clear. As for what lies beyond this, we are not yet to know. Ether, I hear you say. Ether, not yet manifest, waiting to grow. Ether, we do not know. Ether, the pure God air, never proven to be fair. Ether, is this a place? Ether, the emptiness of space, a distant light location where man has never been. Sounds heliocentric, if you know what I mean.
Very good.
Outstanding.
It does, though, doesn't it? When you look at some of the, I've not done much research on it, but a lot, space keeps coming up. Even vacuum, it's this place you can't get to. It's an emptiness. It sounds like space and the heliocentric space to me.
Yes.
And that's what sprung in my mind, and
that's
that's
the
why
thing.
I just wrote a few words now.
Well, we've described it in the past as being part of the information we get when we get here, or otherwise known as the Feast of Nonsense. So you get here and you get fed counter-arguments to be argued about in false dichotomy with the globe earth rhetoric and claims. So in this case, you've got dark matter and gravity being contrasted with ether and counter space. So you've got this nice little argument to have that never leads to just debunking gravity or just debunking space. It's, well, you as a flat earther believe that space is ether. So let's argue all day about which of this false dichotomy is correct, and I'll have more backing for my space as a sky vacuum with pictures from it, so therefore my space is real. It's like, in this ether argument at the moment, we're being called atomists. It's like, when are we laying down these claims in that regard to claim anything? Now, while we might detail various different aspects of scientifically validated information that have gone on to progress humanity, that isn't somehow a compare and contrast situation with ether. Like, we've got to defend some position that we're not making. We're not making any claims about what the sky is, quite the contrary. We say we don't know. We say how wonder it is to not know, and then we get told with pseudoscience that it's ether. Like, what? Lovely poem, though. Really appreciate your poetry.
Yeah, he is ace.
Thanks,
He's
guys.
a poet.
It also shows me that, along with commenters and various people, including yourself and Paul and a couple of others, who have verbally come out of the woodwork, so to speak, in defiance of ether and people claiming it. So, you know, the gloves are off now. That's the bottom line, isn't it?
Nathan, we defy it because they can't validate it. That's how we are here. If it could be validated, we're right with you, right? I mean, just validate it, prove it.
Well, on the one side of the positivity of getting a new computer out of a community that is very, very supportive of me and you and the people in this community generally, Flat Earth, if you want to call it that. And if I'm going to embrace that, which I've said as a U-turn in the last week or two, well, then that comes with a bit of a baggage attached, doesn't it? Okay? So if I'm going to be accepting of the quote-unquote community that is called Flat Earth, and there is a cancer in it, then I'm going to feel obliged to cut out that cancer. You know, and if you're like, oh, shouldn't you just be kumbaya in this community? Unfortunately, it's not about whether or not everyone's getting along around a campfire when the subject is education and truth. the only relevance is whether or not you've got that. And if you have, then we're all for it. If you're disseminating nonsense with pseudoscience, then that stands against every fibre of my being. So hopefully you'll all realise that as a community, because aren't we here to find out what reality actually is, as opposed to find the next guru in line and his recycled, heliocentric, repurposed ether? Because it's convenient, or because it's prevalent, or because it's popular? I just don't see that as being in any way beneficial. Out of the frying pan and into the fire.
Well, that's why the show is tops. No one can compare it to what happens here because of the standard. And some say our standards are too high. Well, thank you.
I mean, there is certain individuals that have come out of the woodwork, but also gone, I don't want to get back involved with this. I've had involvement with it, and now I don't want that anymore. And you're like, yeah, I totally relate. I had that attitude for a very long time. However, in this bar, people do still stroll in and start throwing their weight around with ether behind them. And you're like, okay, I mean, this is an open bar, and we do deal with it periodically, cyclically, it seems. And that's all we're doing currently. But that doesn't mean that, I could have to relinquish my telling you off for bringing it up all the time, Neil, when it's something that's so prevalent. I mean, literally for the last 4 or 5 shows, people have wanted to argue with us about ether being real. And they're ultimately trying to convert to us. They're preaching to us, while simultaneously making it seem like it's actually a false dichotomy we should be defending when we're not making any claims about what the sky is.
Well said. We have what do we call Adam? The emissary?
Yeah.
I love that. But you know what they're also doing, I noticed, they're trying to say, well, you just only believe in science and everything can't be science. We never took that stand, did we?
No. It is a standard, and the standard that is applied when people claim science. So, for example, currently Bob Nodell is claiming that ether is scientifically valid. He uses scientific terminology. His wife's in my comments telling me about the natural laws of physics. And physics is science. And this isn't something that they have with fog or fiber optic gyroscopes. This isn't science. Now, is that to say that I decry useful, practically applied technology? No. And I've asked, not Bob, but his wife, who seems to be the one responding to this, what's the practical application for a drifting gyroscope? Now, it's a question I've asked on the show, but this is what this is going to boil down to. I'll try and keep it as polite as I possibly can. But ultimately speaking, it's a frustration on my own show now, when disseminants, or if that's the right word, of this ether understanding and all the nonsense that comes with it are here telling us what's what about the world we live in. Now, if I'm not going to take it from the powers that should not be, the highest of high, when it comes to the authoritarian government control matrix that we live in, blah, 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 then I'm not going to take it from some 2-bit flat earth idiot. No, I'm not going to be told what my world is by you. I mean, I'll accept it if you can validate it. Why wouldn't I? I'd be a fool not to. But if you can't, and you just want to challenge me based on my atomistic belief, which I don't hold, then fine. But that's not being used if you want to strawman me into saying that I am some sort of atomist as a comparison to contrast your belief in something you can't validate. Why you would be here preaching it to me, I don't know, other than I presume when it's coming up every so often, you realise that we're a detractor from your faith and belief in ether. Therefore, we must be stomped out as an enemy of your belief, aka your truth, which it isn't. Your speculation about magnetism, and then its juxtaposition with ether that doesn't get validated or shown at any stage, is never going to be a strong proof-see for anybody here. And we'll just point that out. And we'll deal with you telling us that we've got to somehow validate something that's comparing and contrasting to your declarations about what the sky is. Fine, we'll point out that straw man and why it's a straw man. also how it's a red herring away from your actual proof of your nonsense that you're not proving, we'll do it till the cows come home. All you've really got to do, rather than moaning about how I behave, moaning about how I'm dealing with your husband, if it's Cammy and Bob Nodell, is validate what we're asking. We're asking specific questions that need to be answered if you want to claim this is something we need to pay attention to. Or your audience who are coming to us telling us that we need to stop debunking it, or whatever the motivation may be. Validate the questions we're asking. What's the practical application for a gyroscope that's drifting at 15 degrees an hour or any other variable rate with altitude? If it's drifting, what's it useful for? If you can answer that, then, maybe we'll start looking at this technology because of its practical application. Now, contrary to my understanding, is that drifting gyro would actually be useless for avionics because it wouldn't give you a useful reference should you lose control of the plane or visual acquisition of the horizon. You can level your plane because it doesn't drift. It remains rigid in space. That's what it's applied to in avionics. Now, as a pilot, if Bob is a pilot, then he should know that. And if he does, and can then tell me how a drifting gyroscope is practically useful, then maybe we'll pay it a bit more credence and give it another look and reassess it and come to the conclusions that gyroscopes aren't naturally occurring phenomena. And the movement of the stars isn't going to be ascribed to some form of magnetism to then later be ascribed to ether. When no cause and effect validation's taken place, merely a speculation of cause. You suppose magnetism causes star rotation. Well, if you suppose that which you have observed to be a phenomena, you can validate it as a variable you vary to see if it causes it. Now that ultimately descends into the farce that I descended it into 3 days ago, when what that would actually entail is you stopping the stars. Because the phenomena of star rotation, if that's what you're going to claim as your natural phenomena, needs to be varied as a variable, the dependent variable, the thing that's occurring. So you need to make that occur when you vary your presumed, supposed ether cause of it. You need to vary ether to cause star rotation, or the lack thereof, i.e. stop them from moving to show that that was the cause. Now, if you can't do that, you don't have any empirical claim. You merely have your supposition, passed off as fact. Very frustrating and disappointing. We expect the higher standard of flat earthers. Maybe we're naive about what we should expect from our fellow community members.
I was kind of shocked yesterday after QE's show, the level this is sinking to.
What happened on QE's show? I missed it.
I was going to say, what did I miss?
Well, after QE ended the show, somebody, I'm not going to say his name, but he's a flat earther, and he started saying that 10th didn't know what he was talking about. The stuff he's been saying about celestial navigation is wrong, and the equatorial plane proves a sphere. I was like, this dude is actually at the point that if he can't have his ether, then it's a globe.
Yeah, he's chanting.
Yeah.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcomed back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and Twitter. Now, we are joined by Neil, 10th Man Rising, Refracted Curvature, Arwin, who joined right in the middle of my intro, and all of these cool people in Discord, so welcome one and all.
Good
Didn't love
morning.
your intro. I thought I joined right before you started.
Yeah, when I press the button, there's the flashing up typically. I'm not moaning that much. I've got it under control.
All right. Anyway, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Good to be here. Everyone happy?
Yeah, weather's kind of nice. Again?
I think we're going to have a new leaf turned over, and we've decided to embrace ether, sit around the campfire, sing about Kumbaya, and talk about spirituality. We're all in agreement about this in the pre-show, weren't we?
Except the ether or the earth isn't flat.
Yeah, but what kind of ether? I mean, the electric ether, the spirit ether, the radio
It does not
ether?
matter.
You
It
got,
does
Yes,
not
it
matter.
does matter.
you got 99 choices.
And proof M1.
No, not that many. It's like 6 or something.
99
there's a lot of different
postulations.
ethers.
That's what it is.
Sorry?
It's either
99
flat or the globe.
postulations. In the pre-show, we were discussing the fact that there is a certain number of flat earthers that have disseminated to the point where if they can't have their ether faith adhered to or not detracted from by us, then the earth is actually a sphere as far as their understanding goes. They'll relinquish proofs of a flat earth in favour of personal attacks on the people who are attacking their ether claims. Am I right in that
Wow.
summary? It was only
Really?
summarised by John just before we started the live show. So is that a correct summary, John?
Yeah. I was told that by somebody who was triggered because of QE's show that the equatorial plane is only possible on a sphere.
The equatorial plane is only possible on a sphere. No, that's complete nonsense, but obviously indicative of the type of behaviour you'll descend to if you've got an ether belief being taken apart by us when it's proactively claimed to us on this show. Because I'll say this once more, we are reactive to this.
I was pretty shocked, that anybody would state that, and seemed to be. I come to the conclusion at the end of talking to him that he was either a moron or a liar. But then again, it's possible he's just a religious zealot.
I think it's zealotry.
So-
No, I do actually think people do want to retain their ether belief so much that it has now disseminated into pure zealotry. I can't think of a better word.
Well, when that one guy said it was the basis for his reason and truth,
There you go. The unprovable, unmanifest, non-validated ether, all-encompassing the entire world, is the basis of his entire existence and worldview. Right, okay.
So,
Yeah, but ether is the one thing, it's like the counter space, right? The thing that's been left out. And since there is always something that isn't manifested, it has to be there.
Nathan, what do they like to use as a example for ether when they talk about waves and water? What are they trying to do there?
They're trying to turn light into a wave because of the way that wavelengths have been derived, and they've been derived by looking at diffraction patterns, Well, diffraction patterns of light, if you want to break it down into how they're formed, you can show them being formed if you fire light through a slit, i.e. cause it to have interference or diffraction. At the point that you can observe that diffraction, if you have a device that you can produce a single impact of light at a time, you can show that as the light goes through the slit, it will hit on a photographic plate or a sensor behind the slit in a single place, a single impact. Now, if you then fire another light particle, I'm going to call it for ease, packet of data, light, if you will, through the slit, it'll hit in a different place. Now, that's then 2 impacts. Now, if you repeat that process over and over and over again, you get the bars, the rows of light dots or bars that they show you, i.e. an interference pattern, diffraction. Well, that diffraction pattern is where is the next light particle going to hit when I fire it through the slit? Will it hit on the far left bar, on the far right bar, in the middle? And the likelihood of where it will impact is a probability. A probability distribution in mathematical terms is also known as a wave function. Now, describing the likelihood of impact as a wave function, or as I just described it, probability distribution, is where you get this reification of light needing a wave. It doesn't. Wavelength is the description of the varying types of light and the diffraction patterns they produce, and the description of those patterns as the probability they show. And that probability that they show is mathematically a wave function, as opposed to a bloody wave in the ocean that light needs to travel along. Hopefully that's clear.
Yeah, so the reason I asked you for that is because of John's statement, them saying that they need this for their reality to be, how did he put it, John? Like all of life exists about this?
No, it's the basis of their truth and reason. It's their postulation.
Okay, so the basis of their truth and reason is substantiating ether to be what they want it to be, but we can't show you pseudoscience versus real science without it, right?
Well, it's based on a misapprehension of the description of diffraction of light in various different types. Now, the various different types of light have varying different probability distributions, and those various different probability distributions get described to us in layman's terms, although it may sound complicated. This is very much layman's terms of light and its behavior, as a probability distribution called wavelength. Now, because the word wavelength has wave in it, there's an automatic assumption by people who have a misapprehension of this probability distribution extrapolation to think that it actually requires a physical wave and a medium to be that wave, and therefore that medium for the misapprehension of wave function is ether.
Yeah, but my contrast is we're on the other side of this argument until they prove it, and yet we're able to show how pseudoscience is not science, and we're winning the argument each and every day, disproving that this fictitious ball that we live on. So when this person says what John said he said, it's not necessarily true that you need to believe in ether in order to have truth.
Look here, Tim.
Can I say something?
You bunch of materialists, okay? You atomistic Christians. We're just tired of you guys. We are not materialists. We believe in an ether material that's not material.
Well, I want to set you straight here. Christians believe in the spiritual world that's not material, and believe that we are made to dwell in the material world. Therefore, we have a body suited for a material world. So we have both.
We're getting challenged by the... Hold on a second, Darwin. Sorry. We're getting challenged from the super chat. Jardo says, they have never sent light, open brackets, photons, down the double slit, full stop. Complete rubbish. Okay. Slit diffraction is the basis of the descriptions of the wavelengths, though, Jardo. There's actually a demonstration of this pinned in every single Flat Earth Debate live show in the comment section. So, light as a particle, you can go and see it happening with your own eyes. There's a video with Morgan Freeman having this demonstrated with an argon pump laser firing a particle of light through a slit. There you
A
go.
quanta.
It's linked below. So also
Quanta, not particle.
call it
Can I
whatever
ask
you
a
like.
fast question?
Does it matter?
No, me.
Light.
I've been waiting for.
Light comes out of the argon pump laser, goes. Oh, I have to be careful what I say now, aren't I? Light comes out of the argon pump laser and is then received at the photographic plate. In this case, it's not actually a photographic plate like you'd know with the silver emulsion or whatever the hell. It's actually a photographic sensor like you get in a modern digital camera. Let's just get that clear. But light comes from the thing that produces the light, in this case a laser, and is detected on a plate at the other end. And in between those two things is a slit. And that slit is the thing that causes the light to diffract in the first place. The light diffraction is only occurring because the light is going to the slit and then diffracting as it goes through it. Now, you can, if you wish, bandy words about some of my words that I've used carelessly in that description. And I'm smiling while I say it because it, like most things, when you know how ignorant you are about them, for me, it's quite uplifting as opposed to depressing. Now, this can go either way depending on who you are, right? But the actual journey of the light is very, very much in question. Does it even have a journey? Anyway, that's a discussion for a different time. The reality is there's light being produced at one end, detected at the other, slit in between, and you can move the slit, open the slit, close the slit, and stop the diffraction even happening. You can just have light flooding through a hole without any issue, you know. So from that point of view, Jardo, I really do appreciate the super chat, though. Thank you very much.
Right. So I just, this is really interesting. It was also coming up, by the way, in my show today. So I'm already into it. But what I always really noticed about light and light physics, right? Anything related to light, it's always, everything about it is described in freaking wave elements. Everything, like the light spectrum, light oscillation, all these things that light can do, and can do a whole bunch of things. All of these things are all descriptions that are related to wave attributions. And that is like the really freaky thing about light, is that they basically made the entire lingo of everything concerning it about waves. So no wonder everybody thinks it's a wave, because the lingo itself that is used suggests this constantly. Would you not agree?
No, I totally agree. And I understand why. You know, there's a lot of... It's hard to know whether or not those misapprehensions have been picked up on by mathematicians and ran with, and therefore leaving the current generation of understanding as it is, or if people have recognised issues and then intentionally massaged in mathematical reifications of things like waves, because we do have a commonplace wave-particle duality. What the hell is that? No, there's no misunderstanding here. There is no wave requirement or medium requirement for light. Where are you getting this idea? But that's very much a prevalent idea, isn't it? You know, whether I like it or not. But yes, Owen, the language has been, I don't want to say constructed in that way because I can't be certain of that fact. Jardo.
Assembled.
I don't know.
But you
it might not
can
be.
just by the etymology, right?
Could be organic.
So the frequency. What's a frequency?
Could
What's
be organic.
a wavelength?
Could be completely
Everything
organic,
about
though,
it.
couldn't it? Could have been derived that way through misapprehension organically, as opposed to maliciously. We don't know. But you're right that all of the words and the language, the same goes for sound. You know, I can appreciate more why sound is described as a wave, but it's only been in recent years, after me holding many misapprehensions about how sound behaves in the medium of air, that have been taken away from me. So like, my apprehensions of sound waves have been shattered to all hell recently when learning about acoustics. And you're like, bloody hell, I really didn't understand this stuff. I just thought they were just waves. You just have waves of sound coming to you from your tweeters. No, that isn't how it works. Not at all.
Right.
But that's how it's easily described.
Resonance. It's so much resonance.
Let's not dumb that bit down. Let's not focus on that bit either. I'm just saying that when it comes to light waves, there's many different misapprehensions and contrasts with things like sound and mathematical reifications from wave functions that leave you with the linguistic, possibly nefarious, possibly through ignorance, convolution of this wave idea. So I'm completely agreeing with you, Arwin.
Right. Yeah, but there is a reason why they did this, though. Could you think of a particle way to describe these same functions? No, you can't. You don't know from a particle perspective how to even describe these things. So I think they used the wave mechanism lingo because that's the only thing that they had available to help categorize what they were studying. That's what I think happened.
In other words, they needed to reify it to have a justifiable reason to even consider there being a medium for the light to travel.
They were figuring it out, and a wave description was the only thing they could fall back on to describe what was going on with the light in many different ways. Color, frequency, oscillation, lasers, everything.
Come on.
Because what are you going to name it with from a particle perspective, right? There's nothing.
Jadu's got some fine talk, which I love. Says, the packets of energy are electrons. The impedance... Sorry, scrolling as I'm trying to read this. The impedance effect is assumed as light. Don't make me come on Discord. No, come and educate us on this stuff. I will more than happily admit my ignorance, Jardo. And you'll be welcome.
If there's, go on, John.
Did he say light is impedance?
Yes, I'll just read it again. The packets of energy are electrons, comma. The impedance effect is assumed as light. ... Don't make me come on Discord.
Yeah, he better come on Discord because he is wrong as two boys. Yeah, tell him come on Discord.
Oh, easy now.
Hey, Nathan, if Etherite shows up, I'd like to have the opportunity to ask that question I asked in the pre-show, if you remember that.
But John gets first blood.
That's fine.
They
I don't want to impede.
Good morning, guys.
First blood.
Well, I'm not real quick to eat. Y'all can go ahead first if you want to.
No, go ahead. I don't want to impede you.
I don't even know if he's here. He's got to join the live queue and have me move him in. And at the moment, there's just Extremistus in there, which I don't think is him.
My brother's trying to get in too, so.
If you do want to join, see this live stream queue. If you make it all the way to Discord, I'm not even going to attempt to tell you how to get there. I still struggle to get back to my own room sometimes, so I don't know my way around Discord. But if you found yourself to this part of Discord, which looks kind of like this, with all of these lists of other people's shows and various things in Flat Earth Science versus Pseudoscience, which is the name of this Discord server, then you have to join the live stream queue if there's over 13 people in there, just 'cause I struggle to keep track. Now, I can add more than that to it. It just means I've got to scroll around to actually see who's rumpusing whatever conversation they dislike. Anyway, yeah, there's a few people in there. Whether or not Jardo joins, there's no obligation, and the fact that he paid to have his objection is fantastic. Thank you so much. I just found out how much electricity costs today. A lot. So that's a bit of a problem that I didn't realise I had. But anyway, I really appreciate the super chat. Thank you.
Yeah, my brother's trying to get in too. He didn't super chat though. But the room is full.
No, it's not. I didn't I just go through that 5 seconds ago? Anyway.
Yeah, I know. We're trying to do it. It's not working.
So this has turned into an Ether special, hasn't it? It's no housekeeping. We're 20 minutes in.
Anyone still think we live on a ball or what?
I know, but people are making a lot of waves about the subject.
Well, the reason we're talking about it is
too lightly.
Chocolate. The reason we're talking about it is if they can't have their ether, the Earth isn't flat anymore.
That's correct.
Oh no! Oh, God, I could tell you off now when you've got such a great point.
What?
Don't stereotype fallacy them. No, you can contextualize it with the examples if there are
yeah.
one.
One guy did that. All right, sorry. One guy did that.
Yeah, that means that next month 100 are going to say that.
Also, I've got to eat a bit of
What?
humble pie.
Wait,
Might as
wait.
well do this while I've just told John off, given that I was corrected. So, Cammy Nodal is rightfully pissed off at me because I supposed or hinted at or questioned the idea that people have been ripped off with the fog gyro, which is absolutely not the case. So I'm going to make that clear now in case there's any further repercussions, because I haven't. So I will. I was wrong to even suggest or hint that anybody was ripped off by globebusters with the fog gyro. It is the personal property of an individual, and they were allowed to use that piece of property. Nobody was ripped off. So when I said if you contributed towards that gyro, then you should be moaning about getting a refund because it's faulty.
Right.
Bit hasty.
I mean, Bob was getting ripped
Just
off.
let me get my apologies out. My apologies. So to even infer it is out of line on my part, and I will concede that now, because Cammy was gracious enough to come and point that out to me and correct me. So the fact that she had, at least the inclination to come in here, and as much as I've moaned about that fact and turned it back into an attack on Bob in regards to Ether, credit to you, Cammy. Thank you for correcting me, and I will eat humble pie and say I was wrong to do so. I shouldn't infer that people are being ripped off. I was under the assumption, wrongly so, that it was like a group-funded thing done through an organisation that took public funds or whatever, or members' funds. But I was wrong. It's not the case. So I take that back. My sincerest apologies for the offence that it may have caused by me asking if that is the case. You should feel robbed. You shouldn't. There isn't anybody. It was somebody's personal property. So there we go. Just want to get that out of the way.
What
I am
about-
sorry.
And no, hold on. Bob stimulated an entire market for broken gyroscopes, okay? So now there's people out there that will finally be able to buy that broken junk now.
There's just
Because
for
they
clarity,
think it's normal.
as you've said that, as far as the argument's concerned, it makes no difference. However, me taking an argument about whether or not gyros have a practical application with a 15 degrees an hour drift or any variant of that with altitude into the argumentation, that doesn't change the fact that I literally implied something that wasn't true. And that doesn't change any of the argument. I'm just apologising for one specific thing, not because I suddenly believe ether drift or because I think there might be a practical application for a drifting gyro. No, I don't.
Right, you just overstepped slightly and you wanted to correct that. No, that's
I think it's a good move, Nathan, because you'll be on a short list for the Nobel Peace Prize.
Okay, Brian's obviously got a presentation up that is keen to, and so polite. Brian is about the most polite person I know. Can you start shouting and swearing it out?
until you rumpus him, though.
You took my joke away.
It's just a demonstration. It was a very quick demonstration. I was going to wait till it came to the sun question, although it's not evidence of the distance to the sun or anything like that. But it's just a demonstration of how we view the sun. So very quickly, I won't take too much time off. So the sun is moving along a track, let's just say, on any given day, it's moving along a consistent altitude above the surface of Earth, right? So it moves along like this, right? Now, what height it's at, I don't know, but it moves along like this, right? But what we see is this. From as the observer down here, from our perspective view, we view that. That's what we view. So the sun does this, right, which orthographically creates the angle, right, with the observer, but it doesn't give the perspective view, which is the sun doing that. So the sun is moving along, let's just say, a parallel horizontal above us, and that creates this effect due to perspective for us. If I put on animation on these, a second now, animation, you see what I'm talking about. So they're not in tandem, they're not working in tandem. But the point is that it's showing that one is moving across the roof or across a track above us, and the other one is what we observe. This is what we observe. We observe this.
Right. One further point to add to this that you can validate it. If you put a mark, I'm going to do it for my audience, at the horizontal point now that the sun is touching. You see? Yeah, there you go.
Up here?
So, yeah.
Yeah.
So that on a map, let's say that this is a guy on a boat at your point of the protractor. So that's a guy on a boat, and this point here, where my mouse is going to be the GP of a star of the sun at some stage. So in other words, at the point that you have the sun go below the horizon from this vantage point where the protractor is, there could be another person stood here. And at the point that the sun goes down, is the sun hitting that person and frying them alive, or is it directly above their head, Brian?
It's directly above their head.
Precisely. So where my mouse is now, above that position, this would be where the sun is directly above the GP of this person, below it, and they're looking up directly at the sun. I mean, this is obviously in ideal circumstances, but based on the diagram. And for this person, they see it at 0, sunset. Now, does that mean that it's hit the edge of the Earth, or is the sphere Earth turning and tilting? No, it means that it's now above this position. But from your vantage point, it's doing what Brian's current animation shows, getting lower towards the horizon. Excellent. That was really concise, Brian. Excellent.
Yo, that's great, man. I love that. Brian, you are ace.
There's no height I can give with this, but just that shows how, if I could get both of those working in tandem, I can't seem to get the two of them working in tandem. It would show how the one moving across here and this one moving, would move simultaneously. So this one being what the sun is actually doing, and this one being what we observe it doing. Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Brilliant. That was really good. That was an unexpected surprise. Not that it should be shocking that you do a good presentation, Brian, but that was a really, really good one.
I love the visuals.
Hey, Brian, in the next drawing you do like that, you should bring the ground up to the eye level of the observer.
Ground up, as in do it the opposite way around.
Well, it would be an angle coming up from your feet and an angle coming down from the sky, and then they'd meet at a point somewhere, right?
Yeah, but the problem with that is the angle down from the sky is always much greater than the angle up from the feet. The angle up from the feet is only a small angle, whereas the angle down from the sky is a big angle. So I'd have to get the two of them right. But you're correct in what you're saying. I understand what you mean, as in they're meeting at a horizon point.
Just sorry to interrupt, Jar. To make another £5 super chat just to confirm, as I can completely empathise with. He says, "I don't know how to use Discord?" ? It's only been 6 years. I still can't work it out. So you're lucky, John. It's still got fight and talk at the end. I totally understand. If I try and go into Discord on my iPad, I'll go into a different room and then I can't find my way back to my own show. I'm terrible. Anyway, there's no point in doing housekeeping half an hour in. I've got a general rule of thumb that if we get to half an hour into the show, there's no point starting housekeeping. It is just going to be an Ether special.
What was John's point again to Brian? John, can you say it again?
Well, it's hard to put what we see into a geometric side-on view. You know what I mean? Like, you can show a principle in it, but it's impossible to completely show how you see orthographic.
So you're highlighting the fact that there's no perspective.
Well, it's just, Brian did a good job, but it's impossible to really, show how we see orthographically. It's just...
Right. But Brian showed perspective view in the demonstration of the way we see. And then he showed the sun above on the track. But the way we see, it's like the arc of a protractor with the angles, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting, because I posted, and I'll do it again, Hopefully someone will latch on and help me out. Projected geometry is a big part of this, where there's sensible horizon and rational horizons, and all the horizons meet at infinity. And infinity to them is the celestial sphere, but it's also been cited, as far as you can see, the vanishing point, which would be the convergence at the horizon. So they are talking about perspective there when it comes to navigation and all these horizons. Parallel lines eventually meet at infinity is the title. Now, that doesn't make sense at all, but that's perspective that makes it seem that way. And they don't want to admit to it, but then they do.
Yeah, they use it for different reasons. Brian's using it to try and demonstrate how what is a sun moving across a flat plane presents itself as a sun moving towards the ground in an orthographic representation. But they use it to hijack perspective as opposed to show in an orthographic view how you've got a perspective effect rendering to you and how that differs to the actual path that the sun could be considered taking based on where it'll be above at a given time. Well, Brian's not attempting to hijack perspective. They are when they use Muppet vision, as we fondly call it, which is orthographic view. In case you're wondering what orthographic view is, it's on screen now. So this view incorporates the side of your own head. So you can see your viewing position as well as the position of the target, which typically isn't the case. You don't get to see the side of your own head. If this view is real, you'd see the Earth curve isn't blocking the oil rigs.
Right. But
well, I wasn't trying to say he was hijacking it. I was just saying it how I wanted to reiterate how hard it is to explain what we see in an orthographic view.
And I was trying to explain that it's the heads and tails of the same coin. They're admitting to perspective while in orthographic view not showing it.
Imagine doing calculations from a perspective that nobody has.
And that being the only place that Earth curve resides. Did
Yeah,
you want to
imagine
present
that.
you again, Brian?
Yeah, I have. What I've done is I've changed the height of the sun. Right, I brought it way up. Right, so if I put on the animation, let's just say animations again, this will be. I'm just trying to show. So, right. Now they're not in tandem, but this will be, right, basically what would happen, because this would be the sun at for us, the one coming down here now. This one is not long enough, but this one would be the sun coming down here and meeting down here at a point of 6,214 statute miles.
You don't actually need the second sun, because what you've got is the point that they cross the two lines. You've got a yellow line and a blue line, or whatever color they are. I'm colorblind, but I don't know if you can turn off the second animation that moves across the diagonal downwards, because it's just the point that the line crosses. So where the line along the top crosses this blue line is the view that you would get.
Yeah, I'm going to try to hook it up so I can get the one at the top will be working at an exact length along the top to match this. So I'm trying to work it. See, this would be when the sun is when it gets to here, it's at 6,214 statute miles, it'd be 5,400 nautical miles. But there's a couple of problems. One of them is we don't ever actually see the sun setting. This is something that a lot of people don't know, and they didn't, let's say, highlight in schools. We see what's called the sun mirage on the low and close to the horizon. We don't actually see a sun going down behind a physical anything. The thing that's supposed to go down behind is not physical in the first place. They kept that secret. Secondly, the sun that we're seeing at the horizon is not physical either. I'm not saying the sun is physical. I'm not saying it isn't. The point I'm making is what we see is only a mirage. It's called the sun mirage, and it's on the horizon. And that's why it goes all melty and all the rest of it. It does. It can disappear in several different ways due to it being a mirage. So we don't ever actually see the sun actually setting. We don't see that. You can't see that. You see the sun mirage. There's something else that they didn't inform people about.
Cool. Thanks, Brian.
Yeah, no worries. I'll turn this off now. Share my screen.
Is Adam with us, or is he busy doing things?
See, those things are great because I'm a visual learner, Brian. So those are very helpful to me.
You know, with Adam, I'm kind of surprised we chose him as emissary to the ethereal embassy.
Ethereum.
Because, yeah, the Ethereum embassy, they're denying he exists.
What?
Yeah, they keep telling us atoms don't exist.
Atoms.
Boom.
Oh, we've not got his attention. So is the onslaught over then? No more Discord chanting about ether today?
No, I want an Etherean to come on. I want to ask a question. Is there anybody in Discord?
I can simulate an Ethereum.
You can simulate a wallflower.
I can do that too.
A stand-up guy.
I don't know if we like ether win.
Somebody who believes in ether. Somebody who believes in ether, please come on. I have a pertinent question.
Wow, do we begging for them to come now? I was asking if it was over. You know, we can wait another 6 months and then deal with it again.
You just said a few minutes ago the whole show's about ether, and we're skipping housekeeping questions, and now you're limiting the ether show.
Yeah, I'm allowed to flip-flop on my own show, aren't I?
Okay, well, doesn't matter what kind of shoes you're wearing. Flip-flops fine.
10th, enjoy your victory lap, damn it.
How about the guy from yesterday who was a bit triggered? Where is he?
I would assume that the onslaught's over because usually, in the cyclical nature that is the arguments being put to us about ether, the case that they'll put their arguments, we'll put our refutations, and at the point that it's kind of obvious that they haven't really got anywhere to go, a bit like the Globers, they kind of leave us alone because there's only more damage to be done by continuing to argue with us. I.e., if they just leave us alone for 6 months until, you know, a few people that hadn't realised it's a cyclical thing come along and start chanting it again 6 months from now.
My invitation is not to argue. My invitation is to concede to ether. So please come.
And like I say, I think the tirade is over. Housekeeping will resume as normal tomorrow. And we'll have less chanty funting.
I'm a little bit curious about this use of this word materialist, and as it's directed to us. I don't know if that's exactly what's happening, but is it? Am I correct to say that there are those that think because we don't believe in ether, that would make us a materialist?
That's correct.
And materialist meaning someone who just believes in the material and nothing else.
I don't know. How did you have that thought, Chocolate?
That's exactly where I'm going. So that's why I'm very curious about this as it's being used as some sort of an insult, because that's literally insulting. If you think because I don't believe in ether, does that mean that makes my thoughts physical?
But the ether is a background material.
I don't care what it is, regardless of what it is.
Did you not just do what John just said? Chocolate, just respond to what John just said. Repeat what you just said, John.
But the ether is a background material.
Oh, yeah. That's cute.
Actually, they describe it as a field. Everything is fields.
I mean, that's great.
Fields forever.
So I don't know. That's what I wanted sort of clarity on, because I'm hearing that apparently that word is being thrown at us, and I don't remember anybody on this panel saying anything about things like thoughts and being physical, and there is no immaterial in the existence that we share. So
Chocolate, I
as
said,
long as we're not going that route, then I'm okay. Thanks.
Chocolate, I said earlier, from a Christian point of view, biblical point of view, I believe in the spiritual and the physical. I believe there is a spiritual world and there's a physical world where material exists. Now, do they agree that there's both, or do they agree there's only one and you got to choose which one?
It sounds like they're just projecting. Oh, you're a materialist if you don't believe in this. Could that be because ether is a materialist concept?
We're
Ding, ding, ding.
materialists because we don't accept the man-made gadget that's claimed to be science.
And I'd like to say something, Nathan.
Feel free.
I wasn't on the show when you stated what you stated concerning Bob and the gyro and ripping people off. That's the statement, right? If I was on the show, I would have told you, no, that belonged to a member of FE Corps, right? But that doesn't mean the people didn't get ripped off.
Oh, I totally agree. That was my sentiment when replying to Cami.
Yeah, people still got ripped off because they still got told a load of rubbish that is not correct and not true. And that was used to prop up the ether. That's the only reason I could logically come to for why Bob would decide to bring that out on that documentary there in 2018 or whatever. So it's not that, yeah, maybe financially people didn't get ripped off due to the gyro, having to buy a gyro, but they got ripped off intellectually.
Sure, that's how
But it
I
still got
phrased it,
ripped off.
or similar. I put, thanks for the clarification in regards to, no, it wasn't some GoFundMe that people had contributed to or something similar. Thanks for the clarification. Nobody was conned, ... out of money.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There was still a con went on. Yeah, exactly. Still a plenty con went on.
Is money material?
I would like to.
Sorry.
I would like to ask a question about the Michael and Morley observation as a possible answer for the reason that the light rays are out of phase.
I've got to address something from the chat first, if you don't mind. So Jardo says, Nathan, I contribute to you, even when funds are scarce. Never ad hom, but anyone happy to exchange in chat topics. To be silenced by a mod is disgusting. I agree. If you're being timed out when you're being polite and you're just expressing your objective opinion, shall we call it, in regards to ether, I don't think you should be getting timed out. I didn't notice that was the case. So...
Well, I'm reading, excuse me to interrupt, I'm reading Level saying, I had timed out Jado for personal insults. Now he's super chatted to whine about it.
Okay, I didn't see any of that taking place. But yeah, okay, moving on. Thank you very much for the super chat there, and I really do appreciate your contribution. If my mods, who I do definitely trust, are timing you out for personal insults, I don't know what to say. Thank you for the super chat.
Keep contributing, but keep it clean.
Well, no, you can overstep the line a little bit if you're paying for it. Let's be honest.
Right.
I timed out Jado for personal insults. Now he's super chatted to whine about it. He was not being polite, and it had nothing to do with ether.
Fair enough.
Okay, great. Let's move on, right?
And thank you for the super chat. I like it. I like a courteous discussion in regards to ether, and I've tried both tacts now, and I've got to be honest, the gentle hand approach seems to be better, or it seems to, it yielded a better result. Let's put it that way. More people contacted me after being more willing to listen to the nonsense and have it slowly picked apart, let's just say, rather than getting frustrated very quickly with nonsense the moment I hear it. But there we go.
Well, hold on. Do you notice?
Hang on,
do you
hang on.
notice?
Hang on, please. I'm ready to concede, and I can't get them on the show right now. How come they won't come now? And that's being polite.
Well, here's the thing. If you probably all picked up on Dyslow's little trick when he says, "Oh, I can't make it any easier than what I'm making it. I can't make it any more simple." So what is he saying there? That
He's
we're
saying,
not
please.
understanding? That's what ballers used to do. You don't understand.
Neil, can you rephrase that, please?
Nathan Witter wants to speak.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, Witsit, my bad, didn't see you in there.
Does my mic work?
Yeah, you're all good.
Okay. So I'm trying to figure a few things out. I heard a little victory lap going on. Can anyone help me out? How does a single photon go through two slits at the same time? I can't figure it out.
What does that have to do with ether?
Doesn't.
Okay, what does it have to do with ether? The actual argument that seems to be avoided is atomism is a model. So you got photons and electrons. This is a philosophical model. It's not actually scientifically proven. So the main critique of ether is that it's not science. I've openly admitted that, right, in my presentation, and you guys chopped it up and ridiculed me for it. But atomism is not science. So
Did we claim it was?
everyone wants to focus
When
on
did
what
we
is
claim
the
it was?
ether. I'm making a point.
But we didn't claim it
claiming
was.
a philosophy as an alternative. So
Okay, we didn't claim it was.
So photons and electrons is not science. So you're talking about philosophy that can't be scientifically verified.
If you want to describe and reify the mathematical description of photons, atoms, electrons, any of those mathematical descriptions into a physical orbiting electron, for the sake of argument, then I'd have an issue with it, because that's a reification of a mathematical description. In the same way, I have an issue with people reifying wave function into a medium requiring wave.
You guys are talking about photons and electrons as if they're real, and you are reifying the mathematical construct that they are, though.
I wouldn't agree.
Austin, you're
Hold on,
mixing
let me
up
just
something.
hold on.
It's
I wouldn't agree.
protons,
So,
not photons.
okay, I wouldn't agree. So earlier, I tried to describe badly the argon pump laser firing a particle of light, I'll use my words deliberately, through a slit to a sensor on the other side, and then hesitated, laughed at my own ignorance, and said, I'm doing a bad job because of the journey that I'm implying in my description of the light. Now, I can't verify that. I don't know that it's true. It seems to be wrong. Contradicts a lot of the understandings when you use our basic language to describe what light does. And that's what it is, basic. But I understand the limitations of the mathematical descriptions. It doesn't alter what actually occurs, i.e., light is produced by one thing at one place and is seen by another thing at another place. That's a fact. Now, I can show that in the case of this example that you're critiquing. We're nowhere near ether yet, by the way. And I'm not making any claims in this regard. I mean, I don't know why you're attacking this. I'm not making any claims with it. And I'm not reifying the mathematical descriptions of things like electrons either. But you want to critique me on that, fine. I'm not doing that, in my opinion. I'll stop there.
Everyone's hearing you guys talk about photons and electrons, and you say, what is the ether? What's a photon that simultaneously goes through two slits, collides with itself, is sentient, knows it's being observed, and transcends time? The double slit is not an experiment. It has a man-made device, and it's not a naturally occurring phenomenon until you beg the question and reify your interpretation of the double slit. I don't have a problem with logic and philosophy, and if you guys want to be atomists, that's okay, but call it for what it is, and everyone is taking their victory lap. I'm confused. No one's addressed the actual argument. We have only two potentially viable frameworks that have been offered for interpretation: atomism and the ether. Now, you guys obviously don't like the ether, but I want to know how atomism is more scientifically verifiable. You also don't always see light.
It isn't. I didn't claim it was. nor am I using it to claim all-encompassing fields of everything. So you're attacking this like I'm using it to make some claim about something, and I'm not.
You are, though. You're claiming light is a physical chunk.
So it's third time's the
discrete
charm. He's
chunk.
obviously deaf, ladies and gentlemen. I gave you an example, literally 2 minutes ago, Witsit, of how I accept and acknowledge my own ignorance in regards to that's humankind's, basic understanding of light. I accept that. I do not, as you've just accused me of the second time, despite me giving an example of where I do not do that, reify the mathematical descriptions. I don't do that. I understand that our language is limited, and sometimes I fall victim of giving an implication of things like a journey when it comes to light. Something I can't verify and accept that I am ignorant of. So I don't reify particles or electrons or orbits of electrons or any of the notions that are used to, in a crude way, describe something. That's all they are, descriptions. However, I'll say it once more, it's the actual argument as far as I can see that you haven't acknowledged. There is something occurring. Light, and the diffraction thereof, is definitely a phenomena we can study and have.
No, you're presupposing that light's traveling from point A to point B.
I'm not. I've just
as a
said the
physical
opposite.
part.
That's fourth time he's done it. No,
How do you have
I'm not.
diffraction?
No, I'm not. What I can demonstrate is light is produced at one. Are you telling me, Witsit, by your last statement, that you do not accept that a lighthouse turns on and produces light and you see it? Because that's essentially what you're disagreeing with at this stage. Frustrating, but we'll have
Do
to
not
take this down.
accept. That's where it originates. That's where it manifests visibly, just like radio is not visible. All spectrums of light is not visible. You're presupposing it travels from point A to point B. You're not attaching yourself for the implications of your claim
We get
of
it
the
right.
photon.
You're saying that the light is not visible. So the light from the lighthouse turned on way over where isn't visible. Okay. This sounds like we're talking to somebody stupid. Light from the lighthouse is visible, Witsit. That's why I got you to just literally tell me that the light from the lighthouse isn't bloody visible. This is
I didn't say that at the straw man.
stupid.
No.
A stupid line of argumentation, Witsit. You're literally now telling me that it's not visible. That this spectrum, what? The light from the lighthouse, the spectrum from it isn't visible? That's absurd.
Didn't say that. I said not all
You did.
light is visible.
So the light from the lighthouse isn't visible then, Witsit, or did it get turned on over there and get seen over here?
It got turned on over there, quote unquote, and seen over here. And
Right, so we have a phenomena. So when I'm describing light and its journey, as crudely as that may be perceived by you and my acknowledgement of that crude description, we definitely have it over there, seen over here. Yeah, okay, I acknowledge that. Now, if you put a slit in between, you can get it to diffract. That's a phenomena that we can observe in nature. Now,
yeah,
given that we
wave
can
interference
observe
pattern.
and getting rumpused, he's declared that this
Wave
isn't
interference
science
pattern?
and not an experiment. I'm taking that apart right now. It's okay. Just chill. Okay. Do you deny?
The argon pump laser fires entangled quanta. That's how they can be split.
Hold on a second. Before we get to entangled quanta, we're not on to the delayed choice yet, Paul. You're getting way ahead of the game. I appreciate that that's where we may end up. Okay, let's start with the basics. Light's coming from the lighthouse and coming over here. If you put a slit in between, you can get that light to have interference, aka diffraction. That's a natural phenomenon. If there's a tree between you and that lighthouse and there's a small enough slit in between the leaves, you can see the light diffract. That's natural. It occurs naturally. Do you not accept that as a natural phenomena? You said this wasn't science.
I don't accept that a single photon could go in two locations simultaneously. That debunks the photon. So what's the point?
That's not part of the double slit experiment. You've obviously got a misapprehension about what's going on in the double slit. That's not what's occurring.
You shoot a light at a double slit. They claim that a single photon enters two slits simultaneously, collides with
No,
itself.
that's wrong.
Yeah.
You don't understand the double slit, Witsit.
Oh, so how is it a photon going through two slits?
Really?
Yeah, he doesn't understand the double slit. Sorry, how is your
O'Neill
IQ
understands
again?
this
Stop.
better than me.
Stop
This is
talking.
going to get hilarious.
Stop.
Oh, no one understands
Stop.
it better than you. Have it.
Everybody stop.
Which one you talking about?
That means you, Neil. Sorry, how high is your IQ? You think that the claim of the double
high
slit
enough.
Go ahead.
High enough.
Okay. So your understanding of the double slit, misapprehension of the double slit, is that you fire a photon of light and it simultaneously goes through both.
I'm asking you. I don't believe in photons.
No, it doesn't.
I'm not retarded.
No, that's incorrect. You don't know which path the light goes through.
Hey, how do you get the wave interference pattern with a single photon?
You don't.
We don't.
No.
Okay, well, the quote-unquote particle that hits the sheet, it creates a wave interference pattern.
What one? So what's the wave function of a single impact on a sensor? What's it? You give me the probability of where the next one will hit based on one impact.
That's all this is a
Sorry,
probability
you asked me where the wave
function.
was. I said you can't get one. You brush
Waves aren't
past you brush past that humiliating defeat pretty quickly. Do you want to acknowledge that? No, you can't get a wave function from a single photon hitting a photographic plate or sensor. You can't do that, Whitsit. So given that you didn't really acknowledge and brush past pretty quickly the fact that there is no wave with a single impact detection, can you tell me where the wave, that light that impacted the plate, had a wave to go through, given that there's no wave to be derived with a single impact, as I said to you? Maybe you didn't hear me say it twice. You brushed past it pretty quickly.
You're under the impression that a single impact happens?
You can't derive waves from a single impact. So
that doesn't
what
happen.
Wave, Whitsit, did that single quantized chunk go through, given that there's no wave function to derive with a single impact? Go.
How's a single impact? You actually think there's just one at a time? Is that what you think happens?
Yes, there's a demonstration in the info box below this video. An argon pump laser firing a quantized chunk of light at a photographic sensor. Yeah, it's been below every single video for the last 1,000 shows, actually, Whitsit. So, yes, absolutely, there's a demonstration available to everybody who watches every show ever. Surprisingly, your embarrassing defeat that you're about to rumpus is indeed the fact that you cannot derive a wave from a single impact. The thing you brush past pretty quickly. Where's the wave? Do you want to just tell me where the wave is? Because your ether depends on it. For the single
waves
quantized.
Are not things.
Do you want to just tell me where the wave is? Your ether belief depends on waves and light needing them. So with this single quantized chunk impact, tell me where that wave is, please.
There isn't a single photon that is a...
There's a demonstration below every single video for the last 1,000 shows. You can see a single quantized chunk, a photon, hitting a photographic plate, aka sensor. It's demonstrated, linked below. 1,000 shows have had it. So, no, yeah, that is actually the case. You can show a single quantized chunk. Quanta, that's what quantum mechanics is based on. But that quantized chunk being demonstrated to hit a photographic plate and showing a single impact doesn't have enough information to derive a wave from. That's about the 5th time I've said it. So given that your ether belief depends on wave as he interrupts and Fundy mutes this question again, where's your wave that the light must travel through when a single quantized chunk hits the photographic plate? Which is 6th time I've asked.
Okay. So you don't actually shoot a single photon just because you keep saying...
1,000 shows have had this link below, and it's the basis of quantum. It's quantized chunks of light, single chunk, single piece of light hitting a photographic plate. Yes, you can. It's been linked below 1,000 shows. Don't start your next response with "that's not possible." Yes, it absolutely is.
Admittedly, you just get the probability to be so low you think...
Where'd you get the probability if there's only one impact?
Oh my God.
Where'd you get the probability if there's only one impact? Probability
Are you freaking out?
Sorry, probability is more than one piece of information needs to derive probability. Where will it hit next? Well, if it's only hit once, where'd you get the probability, Whitsit?
Listen carefully. You don't actually isolate a single chunk at a time.
Yes, you do. It's in a video demonstrated in 1,000 shows, linked below. Got Morgan Freeman being demonstrated how an argon pump laser can fire a single quantized chunk, the basis of all quantum mechanics, at a photographic plate to show one single photon impact? Yes, it can. 7th time. Given that you can absolutely, without question, show a single quantized chunk hitting a photographic plate, I'd like you, who can't even acknowledge this can even be done, to explain where you get a wave from, given that a wave function is the probability of where the next impact will take place. Now, with one impact...
not let me explain it.
It's because you keep starting by telling me that that's not possible. You can't have one single impact. You can't have quanta. The whole basis of quantum mechanics is wrong according to your first statement. I'm going to stop you.
Quantum mechanics is beyond retarded. So you just...
Oh, is it really?
Okay, there you go.
Oh, right. What's a semiconductor?
You won't even let me...
What's a semiconductor?
Tell me what a semiconductor is, Oakley, since you know so much.
Why is it that I ask you a question about something you've just declared to be nonsense, and you immediately flip it back onto me, Witsit? We're not anywhere near talking about his belief in a medium for the light to traverse as a wave. And I explained on this show how wave function, the probability distribution of the impacts of quanta, were used to give you wavelength, the description of all of the lights, based on their diffraction patterns. Now, those diffraction patterns can be built up with one impact at a time. You can do that. It's linked below and has been for 1,000 shows. Meanwhile, Witsit isn't telling my audience where his wave is involved when you fire basically just a bit of light. A photographic plate. All that's happening is a photographic plate is seeing a bit of light come out of a machine. That's all that's happening. And he's saying, that can't happen. Yeah, it can. You can have a single impact on a photographic plate. Definitely can. And you can continually fire quantized chunks of light through a slit and build up the diffraction pattern one impact at a time. But when you've only got the first impact, there is no wave function to derive a wave for you to reify it into a medium.
Okay. How does a photographic plate detect the photon, Oakley?
So you're asking me how photographs work? You're telling me that you don't appreciate that a photographic plate can have an iris open and let light onto it?
You don't even know how it works.
So you're telling me I don't know how it works? I know that photos exist and that light is captured by an emulsion or a sensor for us to later look at. And in this case, we have a single dot. That would be a quantized chunk of light hitting what is essentially just a photographic plate. That's all it is. But you're going to question the very validity of whether or not photographs can take place?
Wait, you think it's taking a picture?
Yeah, that is precisely what it's doing. It's a photographic sensor, you bonehead. My God, you're as ignorant as they get when it comes to this. You literally don't know what they're doing. Yes, Witsit, they're taking a photo. Did the word photographic plate not give the fucking game away? Photographic plate, you shit for brains moron. My God, you are an embarrassment to me, you stupid little boy.
Okay, so they don't actually...
Okay, that means sit down and shut up, you stupid little idiot.
Yeah, everyone can tell you're...
Yeah, shut up. Your time here talking to us like you've got something to say is over, Dumbo. Shut up, sit down, and know just how ignorant you are. You're asking whether or not photos can happen, you moron. My God, we're surrounded by complete retards in Flat Earth. Some days, as much as I have to say I've got a great community, because you guys are ace. I hate to say it. You are, you're amazing. You support me so much. But with that comes the grind of annoying nonsense from complete idiots who literally want to deny that you can take a bloody photograph and question the validity of photography when we're talking about a photographic plate. I mean, it beggars belief. What have I got myself into? No wonder people don't want to be flat earthers.
Nathan, nobody understands a double slit as good as Witsit.
Oh, Neil's going to tout victory as Oakley funding you.
Did you not understand? Sit down, you stupid, ignorant little boy. What part of that didn't you understand, boy? Sit down and understand how irritatingly ignorant you are, Whitsit. Shut your stupid mouth.
Stop self-projecting, dude.
When somebody asks me if a photographic plate is a photograph, that is the point that I lose my temper with them because of their absolute glaring ignorance and stupidity, Whitsit. Now sit down and shut up.
You're literally Fundy muting me.
Sorry, you think you've got something to say, do you, Whitsit? You've just questioned the host on the validity of photography.
No, when you read...
Yes! Now sit down and shut up. That's what you've done, you stupid boy.
Neil, what's up now, big boy?
Big boy. This is a child. That's what Whitsit is, ladies and gentlemen. He goes around claiming he's got a big IQ. He's a child. That's what he actually is. An ignorant child.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yes, that's right, Whitsit. You are an ignorant, big-headed, arrogant child.
Stop self-projecting.
No, I'm not.
Dude.
I'm 42 years old and understand that a photographic plate is a photograph, Whitsit. I am not a big-headed, ignorant child. That's you. I'm not projecting. That's a fact.
Straw man fallacy. No one's claiming photographs don't exist.
Sorry, you asked me whether or not the validity of a photographic plate was actually a photograph. That's what happened. It's recorded and broadcast live. You complete clown.
Okay, you're reifying the action.
Don't tell me what I'm doing. You, the big-headed, arrogant child, still thinks you're in a position to question and take part in the discussion. That's called belligerence. Do you know what belligerence is, Whitsit? Look it up, you stupid child.
Are you going to stop and...
Look up what belligerence is after I've told you to sit down and shut up.
You're being really pathetic here, Whitsit. Seriously, stop.
Says the guy that
says the guy who's going to shout through Arwen. Belligerent, big-headed, arrogant, moronic child. Sit down, shut up. You don't have anything further to offer to this conversation beyond more embarrassment for your fellow ether believers.
And there'll be no apology
do the
this time,
research.
which it...
Just
You guys are all
actually
scared.
look into it. Look into
What's
it and
scared?
stop trying to bluff your way out. You're not fooling anybody but yourself.
So scared.
Owen,
You don't
wipe the
seem to
drool off your
understand the
mouth. You think that
rudimentaries of what
magnetic
we're talking
fields are
about
made
here.
of particles, buddy. Stop talking. Okay.
Why are you now thinking that you need to take charge of my show and tell my host,
Yeah, he's gonna teach
my
now.
guests and panel to shut up? No, it's it. Yeah, this last hurrah from a pathetically embarrassing idiot is not your opportunity to regain control. Your embarrassing failure here is all it is. Yeah, you're not going to tell Arwen to shut up. You know, your belligerence is pathetic.
Are you going to let me talk like an adult?
No. What did you think sit down and shut up meant? He's not only belligerent and ignorant and a childish moron, he also can't listen. He has to ask somebody who's literally told him to sit down and shut up 4 times whether or not he's got permission to speak. You are an imbecile, Whitsit. Given that you have told us that photographs aren't real, because you're thick as shit, that doesn't invite further discussion from you. It invites you being told off and put in your place. Okay?
That's a straw man
Maybe
fallacy,
we
buddy.
misunderstood him.
Well, it's hard to understand me when I can't say more than 4 words, huh, now?
Whitsit, I
That was
just
more
don't
than
get
4
it.
words.
Hold on 1 second, John. Let me just talk to Whitsit. You're one of my favorite guys on Flat Earth. I don't understand why you're getting duped by this Ken Whelan nonsense. I've listened to it all. There's no validation. That's it.
Oh, Neil feels sorry for you.
It's not Ken Wheeler. Okay, this goes back to Nikola Tesla and Oliver Heaviside as the fatherheads of electrical field theory. Everyone in FED wants to talk
That's
about Ken
electrical
Wheeler.
field,
Sorry,
Whitsit.
theory.
Oh, Like the double slit theory of the physical photon.
Like double slit theory. You've just made that up.
Yeah.
Sorry, what double slit theory?
Physical photon.
Sorry, this sounds like you're making stuff up there, Witsit.
No, you're making up photons.
Sorry, did I say
There is no double slit theory, dude.
Or you just
No, we're not
making
making it up. It's been an established
Just get
model.
it clear. Yeah, that is the belligerent, ignorant child, known as Witsit, making shit up. There is no double slit theory, child.
Still won't let me talk.
Sorry, child. There's no double slit theory. That's just some stupid nonsense you spewed a few moments ago.
Okay.
Yeah, so, meanwhile, you've also claimed that there's a theory that supports the ether, haven't you?
Okay.
Yeah, so we'd like to hear the scientific validity for this theory.
Neither atomism nor...
Sorry, theory, you say? Theory follows experiment.
Okay.
Where's the experiment?
It's not a theory, it's a convention.
Yeah, conventions that we concede. We've already covered that 6 times with him, but he's just desperately containing his straw man that he needs to hold up. No, we don't reify these mathematics. We disclaim why we don't reify them and accept our ignorance when it comes to using them in our descriptions, Witsit. Do you need this straw man to continue to burn?
Okay, so conceptual models used to quantify little physical spheres, and then you take the quantification that was presupposed and reified and invoke it as if to prove the physical sphere isn't science. Does that sound familiar, Oakley?
I have no idea what you're babbling about. I asked you where you get away from when you're describing quantized chunks of light hitting a photographic plate, and you question the validity of whether or not it was a photograph.
The photographic plate uses something called emulsion. Okay, you're reifying the photon and begging the question with the photographic plate. No one is disputing photos. They're disputing your reification of the interpretation of what's going on.
How much emulsion does the photographic sensor have in the video link just in my description for the last 1,000 shows? How much emulsion is there on that photographic sensor?
Wait, how does the photographic sensor work?
With
Oakley?
emulsion, according to your last statement.
Well, you're the one making...
Apparently, I'm reifying an emulsion. I hand him his own ass within his next breath, and he's got a new question, right? Dumbo, idiot, child, belligerent prick.
Richard, you don't see what's happening here?
Yeah, it's being embarrassed, this child of idiocy. Yeah, this nonsense waffler is having his own ass handed to him, and he's being called a belligerent, idiotic child as it is.
Atomism is a theoretical and not scientifically theory.
Yeah, we acknowledge that.
Theoretical, dude.
Theory of science.
It's a model.
It's back
What
to
the
using
hell
theory.
does atomism have to do with light being a wave?
Okay.
That's about
Well,
material.
You're catching up now, Arwen, but Oakley's not going to let me respond to you, though. So atomism is the idea that everything is broken down into indivisible particles. So even when we can't see a literal physical particle, we must assume that so we can quantify it. You have photons and electrons. The actual photographic plate assumes there's an interaction between a photon and electron to give you the discrete chunk. Now, quantum itself admits that you could get electron dot patterns without any type of photon existing. Now, no one on this panel knows anything about that. So that doesn't mean that there's a physical photon hitting it. You're presupposing and reifying the physical photon, that it travels from point A to point B, and then you're like, oh, I'm so confused. It must know we're observing it and transcend time.
But you can measure the energy. So the energy hits the plate and you can measure it. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
You think there's a physical impact that's...
Yeah, you can measure the energy. That's right, you complete clown.
Okay, exactly.
Okay. So in spite of my last statement being totally wrong, it's okay.
You're getting it now. So you reify...
Yeah, it's a discrete amount of energy, measurable. That's right. Your last statement was so off the beaten track and incorrect, it's untrue.
Okay.
Sorry, am I reifying that measurable energy? Or is it measurable energy, Witsit, you bonehead?
You're reifying your interpretation.
I'm reifying the measurable energy.
The interpretation.
I'm sorry, there was just measurable energy, though. I'm not reifying anything. Something hits a photographic plate or sensor, and you can see it. Akin to the end result of taking a photograph, you can see it. There's a little dot of light that hit the plate, and you can measure its energy. Sorry, what part of that am I reifying again?
The interaction between the electron and the photon.
Sorry, did I describe any interaction? Other
That's
than,
how it works, Oakley.
so that's what you're telling me it works like, or am I reifying something?
So you don't understand how.
It's just an ad hom. You pathetic little boy. Oh dear. How sad.
Okay, so
How the
in the
mighty have
etheric framework,
fallen.
the light is.
Can I say
You're not going to let me
something?
talk. It's already there. So it's a physical interaction of a disturbance in the medium, and you're perceiving the illumination. Now, in the atomistic interpretation, it's physically traveling from point A to point B, and that physical interaction on the plate is a photon.
Sorry, according to his just most recent description, the atomistic description is a journey from point A to point B. So, I've got to do it for an 8th time. I described the limitations of the mathematical descriptions when describing a quote-unquote journey. I've done that for you on this show 7, now 8 times. No, we don't. No, we understand the limitations of that description, Witsit. I've disclaimed that to you 8 times.
No, you don't understand
correct.
it because.
Oh, I don't. I don't understand what I don't understand and disclaim not to understand. I don't understand that. You fucking idiot.
You're still presupposing it's traveling.
I'm presupposing something when I say I have a limitation in my language in this description when I say it's a journey, because it can't really be proven to be a journey. yeah, I reify it, and obviously that's how I describe it when I make those disclaimers, isn't it, Witsit? You need this straw
You're
man
assuming
still,
the
yeah?
light's You're assuming the light's traveling from point A to point P.
Am I? When I disclaim that I don't know that to be true and can't prove it, I'm assuming it, am I?
The light could already be there.
Oh, it could be. When you say I'm assuming it has a journey and go to the efforts of disclaiming that it doesn't and I can't prove that, I am assuming a journey when I disclaim that I can't prove it in any way has a journey. You utter wanker.
Joe, you said you did know it had a journey, though.
No, I didn't. I made absolutely
did.
clear now 9 times.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, 9 times I've made it clear that no, I don't have that understanding. We're really limited in our understanding of light in that regard.
House Oakley.
Stop trying to smuggle words in Nathan's mouth, okay? Stop doing that.
It's pathetic.
Oh, Arwen, take his balls out your mouth. No one's talking to you.
Oh, little boy.
Jesus.
Little boy. That's what you do when you're having a victory. Yeah? Nobody's dying for you to teabag, my friend. Yeah, you're the one getting shot in the face, metaphorically speaking, in a video game. You'll be the one getting teabagged. As I point out, there's no light wave with a single impact on a photographic plate. That single impact that can be built up to form a diffraction pattern to derive probability distribution has no wave to describe it in.
Probability distribution of what?
Well, when there's a single impact, there is no probability distribution, Witsit. There's no way to describe it as having a wave if there's a single impact.
Distribution of what, Oakley?
Well, distribution of nothing if you've only got one impact. There's no distribution to work out the probability with. Oh, what's the probability you'll be working out? Oh, that's the wave function. So there isn't one. It's not distributed yet, you stupid little boy. Hence no wave for your ether to need. Light's still been fired from the laser, and it's still been detected on the plate or sensor like a little dot, because that's what happens when you take a photograph of some light, definitely photographing it so we can look at it after the fact. Well, that single impact, that doesn't have any distribution because there's only one. And if there's no distribution, you can't derive a wave function.
I don't like Arwen, but Oakley, can we talk now? Or are you going to stop chanting?
Sorry, it's just chanted
I'd
through
like to
every
point
single
something
last
out.
word of my last concise description of the lack of ability to derive a wave function from a single impact. He just chanted through every single word of that, and then decided to accuse me of
You're
chanting through
assuming
him
that the light is traveling.
while he was questioning how much he liked Darwin. That's what we got from him when I opened his mic back up. I'm here discussing the inability to derive a wave. He's discussing through the top of me, so Discord can't hear how much he likes Arwen, and then accusing me of Fundy muting him. No, definitely not, Witsit. I'm describing your lack of ability to derive a wave function from the distribution of impacts when there's only one. There's no wave for your medium to require if there's only one. There's him Fundy muting me again. What's wrong, Witsit? This defeat.
Okay, Oakley,
This defeat. Maybe we can talk now. Can we talk now, Witsit? Or do you need to continually chant through me while I point out you can't have a wave? You do need to chant through. We can't talk now. Witsit's too triggered. The little boy can't stop flapping his gums through the top of me. It's painful, Witsit. There's no wave when there's one impact.
You're assuming a singular discrete chunk is traveling from point A to point B.
I didn't say anything about the journey, but there's definitely a single impact.
What happens when you remove the slit?
Who cares? There's no wave. Your medium needs a wave.
Is there only a single impact?
I'm going to move on to a different subject. Single impact. No distribution of impacts. Only one. No wave.
Can I
no one's
point out one
claiming
of
a
these
wave.
contradictions, Nathan? A major contradiction here. He's attacking you with that's completely wrong. The ether is an integral part of general relativity. What else is an integral part of general relativity? A claimed two-way speed of light. That's a two-way speed of light going from one place to another and back again. Right, so that's a speed. That's 671 million miles per hour. That's connected to his ether that he's trying to use as an argument against you.
Now listen carefully. Ether doesn't claim that light has a speed.
No, maybe address.
So when you
maybe address that fact.
Oh, he didn't listen.
That would be
no. I had to close down his line while he chanted through every last word that you said, Brian. He's not in a mood to listen. Oh, no, I mean, I obviously made sure that the audience got to hear you say that, but Witsit couldn't tolerate it. He chanted through every last word that you said. He didn't hear it.
Ether is not claiming
Now he's
light
going to ignore
has
the fact that he hasn't listened to you and start chanting again, having ignored what I said.
Okay, say it again. I heard what he said. I've heard his stupid claim about relativity 10 times. He's just wrong. You won't let me expose him, though.
It's not my stupid claim. It's a fact. Einstein supported the ether. He said the ether was necessary for light to propagate through space. And he also agreed with a particular speed of that light, moving from A to B and B back to A at a particular rate. That rate is 671 million miles per hour. That would be not a constant. That wouldn't be instantaneous. That would have an actual rate. And you're trying to attack Nathan and us on some rate. We're not claiming a rate. We didn't claim a particular rate. But you're trying to claim, you're saying light is going from one place to another. Right? That's what you're saying. That's part of your ether, pal.
Yep. I think
Okay,
it's
that's not part of the ether. You won't let me respond, though. The electrical field theory ether is diametrically opposed to what Einstein was talking about. He said space-time must have... There you go, interrupt me. He said space-time must have physical properties. In this sense, there must exist an ether because we have nothing for time intervals or the propagation of light. But do not think of it as a medium that motion can be applied to, because he was replacing the ether because it debunked that the Earth was moving when we looked at Michelson-Morley. So would you like to pretend you know what I just said?
Wow, you're entertaining.
Sorry, we were discussing this before you got here, Witsit.
Yeah. The theory part is the part I was most interested in, because that means it will be a scientific theory that is proven through scientific method. So you'll be able to prove through scientific method the existence of this medium and what it causes, which is claimed to be magnetism.
No. Okay.
Yes.
No.
So you won't be able to do that then. So you won't be doing that then.
No, you won't.
So you won't be doing that then.
No.
I'm not claiming to be doing that then. That's right, because the ether is immaterial, cannot be science.
Theory.
They all have to interrupt me. Every one of them.
Can I add something, Nathan?
Yeah, feel free. Hold on one second,
I'm trying
Brian.
to look into this, and there does appear to be 3 positions. So they do seem to have a unique, separate from Einstein's theory.
Duh. They're diametrically opposed.
No, there's many different, Paul, there's many different versions of the ether, right? Because it's a nothing. If it was a something, there'd only be whatever it is. There wouldn't be different versions. The same way as there's different versions of gravity. You know, because
Yeah, I'm
it's
just saying it's
nothing
their
also.
claim. Their claim, like from Eric Dollard, is that his theory is of anti-relativity. So it's against Einstein.
Thank you. They won't respond to that.
Not
though.
according to Einstein. Who's the person?
Oh, he said it again. Okay, so I explained to you what Einstein was saying.
The citations are there from Einstein stating this. QE have
I just quoted him.
presented them live.
Just quoted him. I just
quotes.
cited it.
Citations, quotes.
Sorry. Okay.
I just cited it.
Okay. We'll accept that you've got a different version of ether, because obviously there's multiple versions of it. Fine. Okay. Well, your ether still requires light as a wave to traverse a medium at a given rate.
Okay, well, light is neither a particle nor a wave according to ether, like the electrical field theory ether that was thrown away. It is just a disturbance in the medium, quote unquote, that's already there, and not a material medium. Okay, so that's semantics. But it's already there. It doesn't need a wave to move through it.
So it's
Waves
an
aren't
immaterial medium. Sorry, that's a
What
contradiction
about?
in terms, Witsit. You can't have an immaterial medium. Yeah, that's kind of a
Okay.
bit like, who's talking in G+? Just pop yourself on mute. Just pop yourselves on mute, please. Thank you. Sorry, that's a contradiction in terms. A bit like the fabric of space-time. I mean, obviously, a conceptual fourth-dimensional space-time medium that's also inconceivable, can't be perceived. That's what you're describing. An immaterial medium. If it's immaterial, it's not a medium.
Well, that's
How
why I
can
said
you
acts
appeal
as
to
a
the remote
medium.
pore space?
Right.
I can't
Acts
Arwen?
as a
Arwen?
medium.
You want to sit this one out, trust me.
Sort of like bending space-time acts like a force. Sort of similar to that.
No, see, I'm not saying that it's science. I'm saying we have two different frameworks to interpret it. Only one of them is logically viable. So you're claiming we can't talk about the ether because it's not science. Then you're making claims about photons and electrons. You can't make a claim about a
creating a
photon
false
without an
dichotomy.
electron.
You're creating a
What?
false dichotomy.
But
Okay,
he
what's
just
the third
admitted
option?
why he's doing it.
What's your third option?
He said that ether proves that the Earth isn't moving through space. And without the ether, what's that mean?
The
Okay, it
third
doesn't
option is
mean-
that all these different types of elements that we find are not
Oh,
actually
sorry.
connected.
Oh,
They're just an aberration.
sorry, just 1 second. Penny's just dropped what John's just said. The reason why John was pointing out that somebody in the chat skanking QE's show was saying, without the ether, Earth must be turning. And now we know why they believe that. You've been duped so badly that you believe if we don't have ether, the contrapositive of Earth turns true. In other words, they've swallowed the
Wow.
false dichotomy from the Feast of Nonsense. And now believe
So
it's
another-
true. If we don't have ether, then we've got Earth turn.
Another straw man fallacy. So the Earth's not spinning has nothing to do with the ether. The reason the ether was thrown out was because it showed that the Earth wasn't spinning. So it was no longer considered a.
So again, a contradiction in terms. It has nothing to do with the Earth turn, but it's also simultaneously the reason we don't have Earth turn. Directly connecting it to Earth turn, contrary to your direct statement that it isn't connected to it. So you are a
It's not the
double-speaking, contradictory
reason.
fundy who's now chanting through me. Can we just speak, Witsit? Can we just talk? Yeah? Gonna chant and fundy mute me? Dick. Yeah, you're just contradicting yourself with every second breath.
I'm not contradicting myself.
You said it had nothing
Yes,
to do
you
with Earth
are.
turn, then directly connected it to it not being Earth turn, disproving Earth turn. So by contrapositive, directly connecting it to something you said it's not at all connected to. Ugh.
Don't you,
can
see
pr-
this?
The Earth
Don't you
not
see this coming
spinning
out of your mouth?
has never. Hey, stop interrupting. The Earth spin has never been demonstrated. That's how we know the Earth's not spinning. The point is that in addition to that, the ether, if it was there, showed irrefutably that it wasn't spinning. So it was thrown away and replaced with relativity. These are two different
So
things.
it's
You're now strawmanning me
refutable.
saying that's the only evidence I have the Earth's not spinning, and if we don't have
What?
it, then that means the Earth is spinning. What?
He said it was refutable.
it is
If the
completely
ether's not there, then Earth's spin is refutable.
No, but he's saying that, it also showed.
You guys are
it is
retarded.
turning, but we already had that evidence. We still have it. We don't need
I just said
ether
that.
for
I just said that.
So yeah, thanks for
literally
this
just said that.
superfluous influence.
Sorry,
I literally
it's not
just said
ether
that.
that does that. It's the lack of a inertial and non-inertial reference frame that does that. I tried to
I just
explain.
said
That's
that.
correct.
My bad. Middle of a statement. So
I
the
just
lack
said
of this second attempt, which it's obviously very triggered. Try a third time. Yeah, the lack of a non-inertial reference frame to cause the star rotation by way of a not actual deflection at 15 degrees an hour observed as we turn beneath, directly connecting ether's star rotation to hold it up in full dichotomy against Earth turn star rotation. But the necessity for ether isn't what debunks the globe Earth's requirement for a non-inertial turning reference frame. The lack of a non-inertial turning reference frame debunks that, not ether.
I agree. I don't say that you need the ether to prove the Earth's not moving. These are remedial strawman fallacies. What I said was the reason relativity was proposed was because ether could no longer be considered a viable framework because it showed that the Earth wasn't spinning. It doesn't mean you have to have the ether to show the Earth's not spinning. I said before you guys pretended you had a victory lap there that you can prove the Earth's not spinning without anything to do with the ether. So, Paul, what's up
I
now?
didn't bring
We're
it
just
up.
chanting about
Hang
how
on
you were
now.
dominating
Why did you
me.
bring it up then?
Hang on, Arwen, please. How could ether show anything when it is not validatable in 3D reality?
Correct.
Okay, so I got a question. If something's not materially manifest, does that equate to
I don't want to hear any
non-existence?
nonsense. You're begging the question of your ether. That's what you're doing here. It's completely
I'm not
rubbish.
begging
The same way
the-
as Boras begged the question of gravity. That's what's going on here.
I just,
Yeah, and it's superfluous.
Because of ether, they had to bring in, because of the ether that's proving this, that, and the other thing, they had to bring in general relativity. Did they? Show us this
Okay,
ether.
I didn't-
Show us this 3D reality ether. You can't. It's a belief. It's a
no
concept.
one said it's
That's
3D
what it is.
reality. That's called a
So you have no
straw
business
man
arguing about
fallacy.
it. You have no business arguing about it when it comes to physics. Physics, the physical.
Well, the non-inertial
Make sure now it's the other guy's
frame.
time. Yep, don't let me respond. Because I'm going to destroy
Well,
him.
you addressed me.
So-
You addressed me, but you called me Paul, and I was
Whatever.
trying to address you, but you want to talk, so go ahead.
Okay, can I respond to that? No one's claiming that ether is science or 3D reality. I made it very
Sorry, Bob
You
Nodell's
are.
claiming
You
it's
just claimed a
science.
minute
That's
ago.
incorrect.
That's
That's wrong.
incorrect.
Sorry, do you want me to show Bob Nodell contradicting that statement?
Am I Bob or am I?
So you said, and I quote, nobody.
Yeah, as in I'm not.
So when you stereotyped the rest of everybody with you, what you, the big-headed, arrogant, young prick did was make what you think what, quote, everybody thinks. And when I point out that Bob doesn't agree with you when you decide that what you think is what everybody thinks, you arrogant little shit. No, not everybody thinks what you think, you stupid little boy.
Okay, I wasn't saying.
I'll give you an example of where someone doesn't think what you, not everybody, thinks, Whitsit. Bob
Your child.
specifically thinks it's science, unlike you, not everybody. So let's just get that clear before we move forward, in spite of your declaration that, quote, nobody declares it as science. Bob Nodell declares it is science. Furthermore, he declares that we don't understand that very science you, not everybody, say it isn't. Are we clear?
When I said nobody's claiming that,
You meant you, the arrogant, big-headed Dumbo who's about to make a baseless generalization and stereotyping fallacy. We know that you meant you when you, the arrogant little prick, decided that what you think is what everyone thinks. We established that, Whitsit, you arrogant little boy. Meanwhile, what you think isn't what Bob Nodell thinks. He's saying we don't understand the science of ether, Whitsit. Contrary to what you, not everybody, you arrogant little prick, think. Okay?
Okay, I was speaking.
How do my balls taste, by the way, Witsit? That's when I get to teabag you, you little arrogant prick who thinks everybody thinks what you think when you say it isn't science, and nobody says it's science. Oh, Bob Nodell does. How do my balls taste?
Okay,
Yeah, they taste salty, eh, Witsit? Yeah, you're wrong. There is people who think it's science because they're stupid. That would be Bob Nodell. He doesn't understand what science is, Witsit. In spite of you thinking that nobody would think that. Oh, how wrong. Bob thinks it, you stupid little boy.
Okay, so...
Okay, not okay. We've got a contradiction in your ether belief with Bob Nodell. You are as bold as to stereotype everybody when you say nobody, bar none, thinks it's science. Wrong, you stupid little boy. We've got liars and deceivers who disagree with you and your personal view of whether or not it's science. You say it isn't. Bob says it is. And says we don't understand that science. You say it isn't. We clear?
Okay. He says...
No, okay. We need to clear this up. You're making explicitly clear that no one says it's science. Bob says it is. That's a problem.
Okay, Bob said...
It's not okay. You keep starting with okay. It's not okay that you stereotype everybody when you say nobody says it's science, and I immediately point out that Bob says it is. That's not okay.
I was saying nobody.
How's it working out for you, Bob? Your little victory pummeling was initially very, very painful when I lost a shitload of subscribers. Now you've got embarrassing little children coming to tell us how scientific it isn't. Hey, Bob. I shouldn't be asking you how my balls taste there, Witsit, because nobody would be so stupid as to call this science. Hey, Witsit, right? Nobody calls it science, right, Witsit?
He says the science that's so...
Oh, he says the science, but nobody says that, Witsit. You just made that clear.
You're not going to let me talk because I'm going to...
Sorry, you talked. You said nobody says it's science, and now you're about to explain how some idiot called Bob Nodell does say it's science.
Okay, he didn't say...
No, okay, you stupid, arrogant little boy who's decided to stereotype everybody, aka nobody, with what you incorrectly declare that Bob disagrees with. That's not okay, Witsit.
It's a colloquial use of the word nobody in response to someone strawmanning my argument.
Sorry, nobody claims it's science. Bob Nodell does, Dumbo. Are you not hearing me on FM, little boy?
This is sad. So
sad that you would declare that nobody calls it science when Bob says it is and says we don't understand that science, that you say nobody says it is.
I was responding to the straw man of my...
Oh, really? It seems like that was your defense last time you came here. Suddenly your declaration of stereotyping fallacy, everybody, nobody, says it's science, is actually you responding to a straw man? No, it was a bold declaration that was wrong because Bob says it's science. He's wrong. He doesn't understand what science is. And you understand science because you say nobody would claim it. I mean, obviously, nobody claims this is science, right, Witsit? As you declared. You weren't responding to a straw man when you made a bold statement about how non-scientific this ether nonsense is. Unlike Bob's declaration that it most certainly is, and we don't understand that science, you say it isn't.
Bob actually said that they don't understand the science that...
Oh, the science that nobody says it is? We don't understand that science? Well, nobody's saying it's science, but he says we don't understand it, right, Witsit?
He said you don't understand the science that's...
The science that nobody says it is. That science, Witsit. The one you stereotype nobody, aka everybody that isn't you and your understanding of how it isn't science. He's saying we don't understand that science. Hey, Bob! Witsit's making it perfectly clear that nobody says it's science. So what the hell are you doing, Bob? Going around after I personally have had your attention and made it explicitly clear to you personally that this isn't science. Here we are 4 years later with this embarrassing child defending your nonsense and making it explicitly clear that nobody says it's science. So why would you be chat skanking people, telling people that we don't understand the quote, science of ether, Bob? Is it because you are a moron and don't understand science and need children to come and defend your ignorance of what ether isn't? That would be science? I think that's the case.
He didn't say the science of ether. He didn't say that. So, good try. He said the science that supports the ether, which
Oh, so the science that
Same
supports
thing.
ether then? So the science of ether?
no, there
No, because there isn't any. There isn't any science. Nobody would say such a thing, right, Witsit? Nobody would say that, as we've got that recorded.
are
I'd
you
like
going to
to
let
hear
me
the
speak, or are you going to
science
keep
that-
on?
Maybe you can suck my balls, Witsit. Same as Bob Nodell, who says this is science, and there's a science to support it. Well, if there's science to support it, that would be a cause and effect relationship established by way of systematic experimentation based on a hypothesis. That's what science is. So I want to see the systematic experimentation based on hypothesis that supports ether.
What he's actually saying is,
Oh, what he's actually saying, because I can't read.
he's actually
Yeah, you need a child to tell us what you're actually saying, don't you, Bob? This child's come to tell us what Bob Nodell's actually saying when he tells people that we, FED, don't understand the science that supports ether. Oh, well, there isn't any. Nobody would say that, Witsit, unless they were ignorant and trying to deceive people.
okay. So he's saying the science on the Earth that can. So
I'm sorry, you're paraphrasing what he actually said now. I don't think he said that, Witsit. It seems like you're paraphrasing what Bob says. Have you got his permission to talk on his behalf and paraphrase his words for our interpretation based on your interpretation? Is that what you have permission? Hey, check it out, people. It's now official. Witsit, the child arrogant prick, is now Bob Nodell's spokesperson.
Scientific
So do you think
method-
everyone can't tell you have to mute me to not let me talk?
He started paraphrasing what Bob said about what happens on Earth, which wasn't part of his quote.
He said the science that supports the ether means.
Oh, what? The one that nobody would claim? That's science. The science that Bob goes around that you make explicitly clear isn't science, Witsit. That's science. That nobody would say it is. That's science.
You guys support this, by the way. You guys.
Sorry, support what? Me absolutely ripping you a new asshole for a live audience? Smash the super chat if you enjoy me personally humiliating Bob Nodell and Witsit Gets It, the arrogant child who is now spokesperson for Bob Nodell when his wife isn't commenting for him. Yeah, if you enjoy this content where I destroy ether by pointing out that you can't derive a wave from a single impact, you just smash the super chat. Hit me up on PayPal. Maybe become a patron if you enjoy this.
So
Austin
Bob
is
didn't
saying
say that
that
ether
there
was
is
science. He said that the science that supports the postulation that is ether, if you read and know how to read, he said the science that supports it, not that ether is science. Now you straw man.
Did he say postulates? I didn't read
He's
the word
not, listen.
postulates in there. It seems like Bob Nodell's spokesperson is now literally speaking for Bob with words that he didn't say. He didn't say
I've
postulates.
talked to Bob about it.
Oh,
many
you are his
times.
spokesperson. Literally, I can't believe I got it right. He has actually sent a child here.
You guys support this clown show.
So you spoke to Bob. Yeah, you carry on.
Okay, so he's not saying that the ether itself is science, it's immaterial. So it can't be science. He's saying that the physical world has scientific evidence that supports that framework.
No,
Now,
that's
when-
not what he said. That's not what the quote said. It said FED don't understand the science that supports ether. He didn't say that.
There you go. Okay. And then when I was responding to the other guy, you desperately try to divert the conversation away to Bob because I was responding to a straw man and I said, no one's saying that. I was talking about
No
me.
one's saying what?
And then you jumped in
No
to
one's
say I
saying
was
what?
talking
Well,
about
let's get
everyone.
back on track then. No worries, my bad. No one's saying what, Witsit.
I was saying that no one's saying that you can't prove that the earth is not spinning without the ether. That's a straw man. And I said, no one's saying that ether is science. I'm talking about me.
Oh, no one's saying that ether is science. Oh, I think you'll find that Bob Nodell explicitly states that the science to support ether, that's where you're wrong, Witsit. You see, Bob Nodell says contrary to what you thought everybody would say, i.e. nobody would say that. Bob does say that. He says the science to support ether.
I was speaking colloquially in response to the straw man.
Smash the super chat if you like this content.
So the guy was strawmanning my position. And I said, what? No one's saying that, as in I'm not saying that. I'm not claiming that that ether is science. It's immaterial. Intrinsically, it cannot be science.
I
nor can
see.
it be
You're not saying that.
quantified.
Oh, right. Bob Nodell says it is, though. He says the science to support it.
If
I already
science
addressed that
supports
straw
something,
man,
it is
and you're
then
trying
a
to divert
scientific
away
theory.
from me destroying
Sorry,
all of you at the
sorry,
same
1 second,
time.
Austin.
So
Austin,
It seems
Science
like this
sorry,
ether
cannot
theory
be
is kind of
applied.
He's going to
unique.
verbal diarrhea his way through his
please.
statements that he's destroying us somehow. He's going to verbal diarrhea his way through you, Brian.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so when he
I just want
interrupts.
Yeah,
to
so
point
there's that
out-
verbal
I just
diarrhea
want to
again.
point- Austin,
I've got to talk to
Yeah.
him like he's a child. Sit down, child. Other adults are talking. Go ahead,
Wow.
Brian.
Thank you, Nathan. If science is supporting something, then that something is called a scientific theory. That's how it works. And science is established through the cause and effect method of scientific method. Natural phenomena. That's how it's established. So if actual science is supporting ether, then ether will have to be a scientific theory. That's what that statement means when you claim
So-
that science
That's not what it
is
means.
supporting it. Yes, it
So
is.
the
not what it
observed phenomenon would be where we start with this, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's the scientific method in essence.
You got to all interrupt me, straw man the whole time, and not let me respond
Yep.
coherently.
So I stopped
You said
bleating,
there
you
was scientific
pathetic,
evidence that supported
entitled
this.
child. We are now talking, Witsit. You're not the centre of the universe, you pathetic, entitled little child. Go ahead, John.
Well, he said that there was scientific evidence that supports the ether. So we'll go to the very beginning. He can go ahead and give us the observed phenomenon.
Now, no one's saying that the ether itself is being scienced here.
Bob Nodell says there's scientific evidence to support the ether, though. So when you say nobody, you're wrong. I had to correct you previously, and somehow it was responding to a straw man. No, just a proper good old-fashioned ether teabagging.
Yeah, we're not to the theory
So-
yet, Witsit. We got to do the hypothesis, but we need an observed phenomenon before we can do that. So,
So,
observed
John-
phenomenon, please.
Magnetism.
Okay. Dependent variable,
Really?
magnetism.
The manipulation of electrical current.
So just one at a time. Dependent
Sounds
variable.
electrical.
What's the
I
phenomenon?
just said magnetism. Oakley, catch up.
So we're going to establish with science the cause of magnetism then.
You're getting there. Introduction of electrical current. IV.
Sorry,
Well,
Oh,
electrical current or magnet? I just said one at a time with the dependent variable of phenomena. You stopped me in my tracks and then said magnetism. You want another try? Do you want to take back magnetism and replace it with what now?
he's just so lost. So the dependent variable is magnetism. The independent variable is the introduction of electrical current.
So if electrical current, then magnetism.
That's right. You can manipulate a magnetic field, right, with
That-
electric current.
I understand. That's really interesting. So,
Yeah.
supposition is if electrical field, then magnetism.
Yeah. So there's
Yes, so absolutely and precisely nothing to do with ether then in this hypothesis.
we're not sciencing the ether. Oh,
So when I say let's have the science for ether, you give me some seeming to be science about magnetism. And when I point out that's got absolutely nothing to do with ether, you tell me we're not sciencing ether? Oh, it sounds like a bit of a bait and switch. It sounds like when we asked for science for ether and you started giving us dependent variables and independent variables, it seemed like you were trying to give us science for ether. And yet, when I point out it isn't, and there was no mention of ether, you tell me that we're not sciencing ether? Oh, bait and switch then. Why were you giving us an independent and dependent variable if we're not sciencing ether? That sounds like a
Yup,
bait and
yup.
switch there.
eventually. So we're talking about how there's things that can be scienced on Earth.
Like ether, if it's a phenomena, we asked you for that phenomena.
There is science on the Earth.
Yeah, we asked him for that phenomena, and he gave us magnetism, didn't he, ladies and gentlemen? He didn't give you ether. I mean, it made it
Yep.
seem like there was going to be some science for ether. And if I hadn't have spotted that he didn't mention ether in the cause and effect relationship he set up, he would have led you, the audience, to believe that that was the science for ether, until it wasn't, and I pointed that out, then we weren't sciencing ether, even though we were establishing a natural phenomena for ether. Okay, Witsit. Bait and switch then. just conning people.
Material
just
cannot
like
be science. It's a
ballers.
philosophical frame. Make sure you keep interrupting me and funny muting me.
So is that an appeal
You
to
sound like a
format?
baller, what's it?
You guys, Neil, they won't let me talk. What are you talking about?
Oh, the violins! They start playing.
And
He didn't get to say what his observed phenomenon and an independent variable was. We can do that again if you want.
Yeah, we'll do it again. We asked him for his observed phenomena when it comes to ether. He didn't get to talk. I mean, he gave us magnetism and then changed it to electric fields, then changed it back to magnetism and claimed that the electric fields were going to be the independent variable. Of course, he wasn't allowed to talk. That wasn't him talking, and this isn't you getting pummeled. Okay, we're all clear.
Okay, the ether is immaterial, cannot be science, nor can it be quantified. Ether is immaterial, cannot be science, nor can it be quantified. We're talking about things that can be manipulated in the physical world that
Then
support the
stop
logical
trying to
framework.
push it.
I see. So we can't show or demonstrate ether, but you can show other things that aren't ether, like a bait and switch.
Got
You can't show me the million that you said is real. That's ether. But you can show me a suitcase with something that isn't the million, right?
We're saying that it's just evidence that supports the framework. Oakley, try to keep up.
Try and keep
What
up.
evidence?
So we're not seeing the ether, but you can show me things that aren't ether and make it seem like those things that aren't ether are being scienced because they show ether. Even though we're not
So, like,
sciencing ether, we're just sciencing something that isn't ether in a different briefcase that isn't the briefcase that we were asking about. That would be ether. We're not getting the ether briefcase. We're getting a magnetism briefcase. Okay. And that's not a bait and switch. I'm just not keeping up with what's going on. Okay.
Okay, so
the
I-
magnetic
Evidence of
field is
curvature.
the secondary half of the ether. So why are you denying that the magnetism has anything or
Shut
nothing
up,
to do with the
Dicebro.
ether when I've already told you it
But
does?
why am I denying that magnets have got anything to do with ether? We asked for a phenomena. We were told magnetism. We then pegged it down into a cause and effect relationship with the hypothesis described by Whitsitt, and it didn't mention ether. That's why.
Okay, so the ether
Neil,
is...
Okay.
Austin is claiming a framework, not scientific backing, not scientific support. No, it's just a framework.
Interpretation. It isn't
so ether
science.
went
It can't
from
be science.
The scientific theory of ether.
Brian,
to
shut
just
the
a
fuck
framework.
up, dude. I'm talking.
No, I won't. No,
Well, why don't you
Austin.
shut up?
You're talking. Hang on, Leah, please. You're talking total rubbish. You just demoted
Every time I talk, you guys interrupt.
a scientific
Every time.
theory from what you said that what Bob Nodell meant was that there was science supporting the theory of ether, right? That
now
means
watch.
ether is then a scientific theory, but now it's just a
what the
framework.
hell?
Now you have to demote it. Just a framework, just like a framework.
All right, now
And
see
you
if
have
I
to
can
claim it
actually
is
talk without you
immaterial.
interrupting
Time
me
after
this time.
time.
Let's see if we can do it.
Well, are you listening
The
to
ether
anything
is
I'm saying?
immaterial. The ether is immaterial. It cannot be scienced. It cannot be quantified. It's just philosophy. It's a logical framework of interpretation. It cannot be scienced. We can then look at the natural world and try to see what can we science that would support that framework. Then we step back, we look at our different frameworks, and we see which one is most logically viable. Just like atomism cannot be scienced, the ether cannot be scienced. They are frameworks of interpretation. So I said that the science that supports it, which is what Bob actually said, is an example, magnetism. Okay. Now you're now saying that that has to be an independent variable of ether itself, which is a straw man fallacy, because I just told you that it's
It has to
a
become
logical framework.
He doesn't listen to anything
He's
He's
anyone
not listening
says.
to anything. He's listening to nothing. He has zero actual real world evidence of this, no natural phenomenon. He's trying to hijack magnetism and electricity and then trying to claim electricity is the cause of the dependent variable is magnetism, the independent variable is electricity. The two of them are both sides of the same coin. He could switch it around if he wanted. Magnetism causes electricity. That works as well. It's complete nonsense.
I heard no mention
true
of
at
the
all.
word
don't
ether
even
within the
understand.
hypothesis.
Sorry, guys, you're interrupting
Okay.
and tell us that we don't understand. Go ahead.
So yeah, the hypothesis, Arwen, is that the manipulation of the electric current can manipulate the magnetic field. The point is that it's just a logical framework. Now you can say, oh, magnetic fields are the exchange of virtual particles, or there must be some particles we don't know. Or you can say, oh, there must be something that's outside of the material world that's manifesting as the magnetic field. Now, or you can just ignore it. This is what this panel does. They ignore the phenomena. That's okay, but we're not going to do that. We prefer not to do that. The ether can't be scienced, though. So when you ask me what the dependent and independent variable of ether is, it's a straw man fallacy. Okay?
Okay,
It's very
let's do a
simple stuff.
Quick shout out to Godzilla37 who says, Whitsit's arrogance is really shining through, but he's always been a fraud from day one, along with Bob. Thank you very much for the super chat.
Who'd you pay to say that?
I didn't. They paid me. Shout out to Joe Vilcomer, who says, Whitsit is getting destroyed. Sad, really. Thank you for the super.
So we have not even close. So you guys believe in atomism, but you don't want to absorb your claim. You want to try to detach yourself from it, but then you turn around and claim particles in the same breath.
We never claim we believe in atomism. We claim that the atomic model, I'll say it again, the atomic model is a convention used within chemistry and other things. It's a convention
it's not science.
that's used.
No, we never claimed it. No. We never claimed it was.
No one claimed it was.
No, the difference is here is we don't claim it is. And when asked if it is, we disclaim that it isn't and how its limitations affect us. And further to that... me and the panel.
You speak for everyone, Oakley?
Yeah, I'm going to say I do. I speak for me and my panel, yeah.
I agree with Nathan.
So do I agree with Nathan. Hey, Oakley, do you see what you just did? You said, we admit it's not science, it's just a model. That's
but when asked if it's science and we disclaim that it isn't, what we don't do is then offer up a seeming to be connected to it cause and effect relationship for atoms. Now, when we asked you for science for ether, based on Bob's declaration that the science to support ether, you offered up what seemed like a cause and effect relationship. So something that seemed like science was being offered by you. Now, it was later given mad disclaimers about how it definitely isn't science, but yet you were attempting to offer us what seemed like a cause and effect relationship that seems to be validating your begging the question assumption that ether is directly connected to the phenomena of magnetism. Now, that in no way has been shown or demonstrated to be the case beyond your assumption, but you'll bark on about what seems to be a cause and effect relationship that does validate that assumption that isn't the cause and effect relationship being discussed by you. We don't do that. We haven't offered up some cause and effect relationship to validate atoms. We're not saying the double slit experiment, when you offer it up as that straw man, is validating the convention of atoms. We don't do that.
You literally just did that. You just did the very thing you critiqued me for. You brought up chemistry. It looks like it supports our model of atomism. So thank you for conceding that atomism is a philosophy, ether is a philosophy. They're just logical frameworks, and we cannot scientifically prove them. Now the question is, which one is?
He said that
make sure you keep talking through me.
uses
you'll be
the
right.
atomic model as a convention.
Brought up the atomic chart. Yep.
Keep on talking through me though. So then the question is,
you just made another straw man.
Then the question is, which one of these frameworks is most logically viable? Because neither one of them are science. Okay. Now, some of us choose
neither.
Neither.
You guys. Neither. That would be a reification on both parts. There you go. You want to address that?
It's just a logical framework of interpretation.
Do you want to address what I've just said, or just chant the same thing again? Did you hear what I said?
We're not reifying anything.
Okay. I say that if you take two conventions as the way your world works, that would be a reification regardless of which framework you decide is the world you live in. So if you decide that the world
is to not...
Oh, my bad. Can we just talk, Whitsit? Can we just talk? Have you got to fundy mute me?
Well, you pause a lot.
Yeah, I'm sure I do.
And you don't shut up.
Yeah, okay, little boy.
Neil,
do you want to just
I would
have a seat there, Whitsit, little boy? Do you want to have a little seat there, little boy? Do you want to have a little seat there? Yeah, there's a good there's a good lad. There's a good lad. Yeah, regardless of which convention. Oh, my bad, little boy. Obviously, it's your turn to talk through me. Doesn't matter which of those two frameworks you reify into being the world you live in. Neither are our reality, Whitsit.
You cannot scientifically prove either, I agree. They're just logical frameworks, but we need
logical frameworks aren't the ground I'm standing in and have no effect on the world I live in, Whitsit.
Well, we need logic. We need logic to interpret the world around us. So we can either choose to just not have any logic or not try to interpret anything, or we try to figure out what's the most logically viable framework. Now, you guys are ridiculing people for choosing ether while you're just sitting it out, not interpreting anything.
What is
Simultaneously,
ether,
you're making
Witsit?
claims about atomism.
It's a framework. It's not something real. Well, it's
What's the
conceded that it's-
photon, Nil?
My bad. You need to talk through me.
What's a photon
What's
have
the
to do?
photon
I'm
now?
asking you what ether is.
It's a framework. It's
Ether
not- it's not
is
something real.
a proposed logical framework of an energetic background that sustains.
That's contradiction in terms. Logical
Exactly.
frameworks don't have energy, Witsit.
It is a
The energy
framework
is also
of
Do you want to
interpretation.
address what I've just
What's
said?
energy?
Do you want to ignore what I've just said? Or address it?
What's energy, Nathan?
Sorry, logical frameworks do not have energy.
Right.
What is
so
that?
He doesn't know. He has no idea. He's telling me what
They have
energy
no
is,
idea.
but he doesn't know what
Logical
energy is.
frameworks
He's
are
telling me what I can
conventions.
say about energy,
Somebody
but he
put
can't
dice flow on
define energy.
timeout.
So I point out that your convention can't have energy, and he quizzes me about what energy is. Well, you can take that road if you like. Meanwhile, a convention, that's a description of something. I can't have energy.
No, take that road, Nathan. Come on, what's energy?
They don't know.
You invoked it. Come on, you should be able to know
Well,
what it
hold on a
is.
minute.
You
Hold on a minute.
say words you don't know what the hell they mean. Is this just a typical thing you do?
How does the
How can you
ability
tell
to
me that
do
it-
work have to do with a logical framework?
There you go.
The
John's
ability
done it
to
for
do
me. I
work
wasn't going
is
to
a description
entertain
of
him,
what
John, with that
something does.
nonsense that they've used to straw man away from the question or the declaration of fact. Conventions
You
can't
said
have
energy.
conventions can't do work.
You said energy, right?
Yeah,
So
that's energy.
if you
Yeah,
describe-
that's energy. Yeah.
if you define energy as the ability to do work, that's like if I say, "Hey, can you?"
So we're
define
going to now discuss what energy is, as opposed to whether or not a convention, that's your description of ether, can produce energy in physical reality. It can't. Conventions can't produce energy. That's
energy is not the
That's a
ability or
reification
capacity to
fallacy.
do work.
That's a reification fallacy.
That
The
is
same-
a description.
My bad. You're going to chant through me. My bad. Obviously, I
Well, you're
took too
doing
many
that.
breaths. Obviously, the middle of my sentence interrupted you with its pause. Yeah, conventions don't produce energy. What you are doing is taking a convention, a philosophy, a framework, and reifying it into producing energy. You can't do that. It's a convention.
Now you said producing.
It's a concept
energy.
agreed upon.
Yeah, that's right. You think it produces fucking magnetism, you stupid daft little boy. You think it's the background necessity for that magnetism. That's what you think. You think this convention, this philosophy, is somehow directly and causally linked to magnetism. Yeah, that would be you taking the steps of reification from convention to the effects of magnetism in physical reality, Witsit. AKA.
The ability
What's
to
AKA, I didn't even pause. A reification fallacy, Witsit. Yeah, you're guilty of reification.
The ability or capacity to do work is a description of what something does, not what something is. It's like if I asked you what a human is and you said humans breathe oxygen, that doesn't define what a human is. You told me that you made a claim about energy, but you can't even define what energy is. So your claim is incoherent. Your critique fell flat on its face very quickly.
So the
So, Austin,
definition
don't-
of energy
Go on.
falls flat when you use your convention to view it.
Yep.
Okay. So you guys have a framework typically of atomism. Now, if you want to believe that, that's cool that everything's
No.
comprised of
Well, hang on.
because if it's
hang
not
on.
materially
Austin,
manifest, then it cannot exist.
Nobody claimed the atomic model is causing anything. Nobody claimed the atomic model is the cause of magnetism, for instance. But people
Yeah.
are
Okay, so
claiming
you don't
that
know
magnetism
what-
is
No,
caused
he's not
by
addressing Brian's
ether.
point. Brian's saying, contrasting how you are using a convention to claim something, in this case, magnetism. You're saying, I've got a philosophy about ether, and that's directly connected to this physical effect in physical reality. That would be magnetism. That is your claim. Brian is saying, we aren't using the convention of atoms to claim something in terms of its physics, aka, we're not saying that convention causes magnetism. We're not saying that. You are when you use your philosophy to describe something that happens in physics.
Okay. So like when you talk about immediately you interrupt me, Oakley, every time. And then Neil and Armin have the audacity to pretend that I'm getting destroyed or something. So this is synonymous with when you bring up the double slit, you reify the photon and electron's interaction for the photographic plate to show that the discrete chunk hit it. You're reifying the model.
Maybe, maybe you should repeat it, Brian.
There's no model
He obviously didn't hear you.
There's no model reification. You watch something hit a place. It's black, then it's got a little dot on it. Nothing's being reified. I've already covered this.
What's the little dot?
He wants it covered again.
Light.
Oh, light. So lights are comprised of little dots?
On a photograph they are.
So it travels from point A to point B as little dots.
Did I say it travels from point A to point B, or did you ask me what the dot on the photographic plate was? And I said it's light.
There. You just said it hit the plate, which means you claimed it traveled.
Yeah,
Thanks for playing.
My lacking in ability when using these conventions is often disclaimed, as opposed to used to prove magnetism is somehow reifiable from this convention. Yeah, I don't do that. I accept and understand my limitations in regards to these conventions we use to describe things. I disclaimed them 9 times to you earlier.
You just claimed it hit the plate, which means you claimed it traveled. See if you can rebut it.
Yeah, again, for the 10th time, I've done this.
He's not listening.
I accept and understand the limitations of the conventions I use. I don't use them to reify magnetism or chant straight through that 10th disclaimer of the same thing you need to burn as a straw man.
Why don't you say it appeared on the plate, Nathan? Because then you don't have to say that there's a travel between the two. So we could just say it starts at one end and it appears on the other.
I tried that.
Things don't just appear from nowhere.
I tried that. I tried it. I laboured it.
Really?
I laboured it. That particular aspect of it. I think it was. God, I wish I'd kept track of that. I think it was 4 times. John.
Okay. So you are.
They're just wanting to hear that it's a particle moving, and we think it's a little.
Yeah, it needs to burn that straw man, no matter how many times they disclaim it.
Yeah, you claim that it hit the plate. We all heard it. Now I know you're trying to detach from it.
Yes, I said hit. Yes, that's right. When I perceive something isn't there and then it is there, my feeble use of language says the word hit. My apology, my sincerest apologies to all audience members who inferred that I implied that there was a journey. I absolutely rescind any implication thereof, as I have done personally to Witsit now 11 times, if you include this. Yeah, the journey couldn't be proven or demonstrated, and I wouldn't know how to demonstrate or prove it to be able to claim it. Unfortunately, my limitation with the language I use leaves me using words like hit, when in reality all I can say is you turn on the machine at this end of the room, and then a dot appears on the plate at that end of the room. Now, if you want to infer that that means that light has a journey, then I am sincerely apologetic about that, Witsit.
You claimed it goes through the slit, Oakley. You said it goes through the slit.
Yeah,
that's what you said.
You put a slit in between a light source and the diffraction pattern you observe on the photographic plate. I can only describe that how I've described it. I am limited in my language. I'm so sorry.
Well,
Meanwhile, I don't necessarily spin that limitation in language into a reification of, say, magnetism.
I'm not reifying it. I'm explaining we can't actually prove that ether is the causal mechanism of magnetism. We cannot prove it because...
Oh, that's wonderful. I wish you batshit insane idiots would stop claiming it does then.
Well, they're claiming that they have a logical explanation.
They or you? They? You're going to stereotype everyone again?
You can't physically manipulate and verify scientifically the immaterial. So when we apply these frameworks, just like with chemistry, they apply atomism and they're like, okay, look, there's an orbital electron, blah, 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 blah. Like, it's just a convention to explain the phenomena. It's the same thing with this other framework. Well, you guys have no problem with one, but then you ridicule and personally berate people for the other. That's the point.
Well, the difference is the one explains or is used in all of them. The other that you're pushing has been thrown to the wayside 100 years ago.
Does everyone agree with what he just said? Because Oakley just
the reason is what Nathan is trying to get through to you about the photographic plate and this small dot that appears. You can't
Oakley just critiques me for saying
with the framework you're trying to say. So that's why it was dropped.
Oakley just critiques me for
talking
saying
magic, dude.
what we don't do is invoke something and say that we think it supports our model as if it's reality. Then you just did that very thing. Oakley, why are you not screaming and asking him how your boss tastes? So the
I don't
point is
see
that
how
you
I
guys
did
have a
that.
hypocritical position where you
What?
berate people for their
No.
framework, but you
The
simultaneously invoke
convention
a logical framework.
that you are using cannot
You interrupt a
describe
lot, buddy.
the point that appears on the photographic plate.
Yes, I did.
Appears-
Things don't just appear,
just
bud.
one
That's
second,
a
Dicelo. Just
logical
one second,
start.
please, Dicelo. So, Witsit, I did try and go through that with you earlier. Let's just try it one more time. We'll see how well I get on. If you've got a single impact on the photographic plate, something you denied occurred, you can't derive a wave function, the probability distribution from that single impact. That's what John's just tried to explain to you. So your convention lacks the ability to describe that single impact because there is no wave to describe it with. Do you understand?
No, the convention actually does explain the double slit because it's a disturbance in the medium.
Didn't mention the
and
double
so
slit.
where that
I didn't mention the double slit. Try and
just
pay
said the
attention.
impact on the photographic plate. So
Yeah.
remove the slits,
Yes,
doesn't matter.
yes,
the same
that's
point
right.
remains.
That's
You
right.
said
Stop. Do you not?
you said the convention.
Stop.
doesn't-
Do you not understand, you belligerent little child, what the word stop means? You think that this must occur with two slits, correct?
No.
You just critiqued it based on its adherence to the double slit. Those were your words. I'm not deaf.
Said you can remove the slits if you want to. It doesn't matter. So you said that
Slits,
the
yes.
convention does-
So slits. So you think this requires slits?
I just said you can remove
Oh
the
my
slits.
God.
It doesn't matter. Are you
Okay.
deaf?
Yes, I
What the-
understand that, Witsit. You're saying you can remove the slits, two of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you
Stop.
said the convention can't.
So, do you not appreciate that this can be done with a single slit?
Yeah. It
You
doesn't
can do it with a
change
pinhead.
anything.
I wish
I'm about to-
Die Slow would
Change
stop
the front
white knighting
wave
for this little boy. Let the little boy answer his own questions, please, Die Slow.
Doesn't change anything. You said the convention can't explain that it shows a single quote unquote impact, but it can. It's a disturbance in the etheric medium that's already there. The material has an electric charge. That's what a photographic plate is. And it interacts with that disturbance within the medium, and then it is registered with that reaction of the disturbance of the medium based on where the plate is. And so the location of that disturbance meets where the plate is, and it has an electronic manipulation that gives you a rendering of an image. So yeah, I can explain it.
Where's the wave at?
Waves aren't things; they're just types of movement.
Oh my God, dude.
My God, you can wave
You're
your
saying
hand,
that
but you
it's a
can't hand.
disturbance. A disturbance of a medium is a perturbation. A perturbation is a wave in a medium. Where's the wave at?
The wave is the medium. Okay, you can wave your hand, but I can't hand you.
We're not asking you to describe what a
Oh
wave
my
is. We're
God.
asking Neil, shut up. Don't need your colour commentary, Neil. Shut up. We're asking you where the description in your framework, your oh so great framework, is for the single impact.
I just explained it. Okay.
Where's the wave? No, you feign descriptions of how waves work. That's not what we're asking for. In your convention, your framework of ether, put
I just
this.
explained it. So,
Oh my God. Within your convention,
destroyed.
third time trying. There he goes again. What's your problem there, Ether? Boy, what's your problem? Can't be asked any questions concisely without you interrupting them. Calm your gums. Sit yourself down. Calm your lungs. In your convention for ether, which has, as John just detailed, a perturbation of a medium. Where is this, aka wave? Perturbation of the medium, that's a wave. Can you describe that perturbation of the medium within your convention of ether for a single impact of light? Go ahead.
yeah. So the wave is not a thing in and of itself. It's just a vibration, oscillation, disturbance of the medium that's already there, which is already at the plate, right? It doesn't travel anywhere. And so where the material has an electronic interaction, that's what photographic plates are. You don't just take a picture of a photon. You get the discrete chunk, quote unquote, by using electronics. And so
Whoa, no, don't use discrete chunk. No. We're using your convention, not the convention
You have no right to
that you
interrupt
say
him.
we
He has to
are
interrupt me every
reifying.
time.
Don't
Yeah, we don't
reify
care what you
our
think. We don't care about
description.
your
You
feelings.
use
Let him finish.
yours.
Thank you.
He has to describe me every. So now, don't use your convention. Okay, cool. So what you're calling a discrete chunk, Mr. Interrupt, is actually just an area
His
that the
objection,
disturbance
Witsit,
of the
stop,
medium
please.
meets the
Witsit,
physical
excuse me,
plate
Witsit.
that's having
Excuse
an
me,
electronic interaction.
Excuse me, Witsit. His objection was based on your non-adherence to my framework of my question. I said, specifically, within your framework of ether, describe the wave of one impact. You moved over to describing quantized chunks. That is not, quote, the framework of your ether. That was the basis of his objection. Okay?
I wasn't describing it as quantized chunks. I said what
What a
your
wanker. What a wanker. John, you were hearing things, my friend. You fantasized him saying that. The belligerent, big-headed little lying prick didn't say it. You just imagined it. That's why you're objecting to nothing, basically, John. How dare you object to him saying that? He didn't say it, John.
why I said
Yeah,
quote unquote.
the fact that he has to use the convention of particles to try to explain a wave demonstrates that they need particles for their waves.
Watch you not let me talk again. I said quote unquote because I was critiquing what you say that it is. Okay, but
Right. Did we ask you to critique what we say or ask you to describe waves within the convention, the framework of ether? No, we didn't ask you for a critique, you big-headed little prick that's decided to go off the beaten track with your critique of something you're not being asked of. Yeah, try and focus on the job at hand, Witsit. Within your framework of ether, describe the wave with a single impact. Not critique something else, you stupid idiot. Focus on the task.
Yeah. It's an isolated interaction between the electronic manipulation of the photographic plate. Thanks
That's
for
not
playing,
describing
Oakley.
anything wave-like. Did anybody get any waves from that?
No, it sounded like a discrete chunk of information there, didn't it?
Didn't
I'm
get
afraid
any
to say
waves
no.
from that
What I would-
whatsoever.
Now listen carefully.
But I'd like to
Waves.
point
Sorry,
out
listen
that
more
earlier on you
carefully.
didn't know-
More carefully to the description that didn't have any waves in it. We listened carefully. Did you listen carefully, John?
Yeah, I'm getting irritated with this now.
Then leave because you've done nothing but devolve the conversation with interruptions every time I start to explain something like you understand what I'm saying or something.
Yeah, we just don't understand.
Yeah, I know.
It's
Trust
me.
me.
I'm the one that's using your convention to explain stuff. Yeah.
I didn't
right.
use your convention. I said an isolated area of
You
interaction
got stamina,
of
but
the
you
electron.
don't have cohesion, man. You seriously don't.
Isolated interaction of the electronic
earlier
manipulation of the photographic
Earlier
plate.
on,
Oh yeah, you can't
earlier
answer.
on,
You can't rebut
he
it.
didn't understand
got no rebuttal.
how the photographic plate worked.
Isolated into. I'll rebut it. Hold on. He's challenging me to He's challenged me to rebut it. Isolated interaction, aka particle.
Wrong. You're dumb. So the fact that
Wrong.
you chose to
I'm dumb.
isolate a certain, the fact that you chose
Isolated
to isolate
interactions are not waves.
the fact that you chose to isolate a certain area with the material impedance of a photographic plate, which has an electric reaction, doesn't mean that that's the only place the light is. It doesn't mean that something physically hits it as a particle.
What's impedance? Impedance means it varies.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, single
so listen,
impact. Stop. Single impact's not varying. It's one. If you're going to describe the impedance, that's how it varies. Where's the variation? This is what I tried to get you on last time. You just said that no, there isn't a single impact, right? It's not a photograph, right? Yeah. If you're going to describe impedance with one impact, describe how that has a varying resistance. Go.
Yeah. So you have an electronic reaction to the disturbance of the background. That's all that it is. And the atomic particle theory is that an electron and a photon interact and then give you a pulse, which gives you a reading. But the truth is that it's just a disturbance within the background that's already there. And you have an additional introduction of energy at the plate. So then you're able to register the reaction between the disturbance of the medium that is the light and the electron, which was just actually the dielectric field. So you're just isolating an additional introduction of energy with the plate.
Did you say the medium that is the light?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but not the medium in the definition of materialism. It just in the definition that it sustains and carries. So if you don't want to use the word, we can avoid the semantical diversion. It's a background that is the light. The light is already there. What we're calling speed of light or traveling of light or whatever is just the illumination of what's already there.
So we don't. So you need a speed and a journey then?
Well, light can't be a physical particle traveling from point A to point B.
It was actually a straw man
speed.
when you kept on holding us to task on some journey. You need a journey then.
You claim light's a physical particle,
I'm
but
not going to address what I've just said about you needing a journey then when you've just disclaimed the journey that you need. You seem to hold me to task
it's not
on
a journey.
Now you're going to rumpus me. Just funding mute straight through the middle of the objection. You spent quite a prolonged period attacking me on something I disclaimed 11 times I don't claim. And now it seems that that was actually projection because you need a journey for the light. You just described it there, Whitsitt. No,
it's not a journey.
Yeah, you just described it. What with the speed and light of all? Yeah, through the medium. Yeah, that would have a perturbation. Yeah, that's a journey though, isn't it, Whitsitt? The one you objected to with me.
No, there's not a journey because there's nothing traveling. What the light is already there. So if I have a rope stretched across a room,
I turn on the light in the lighthouse, and the light, when I see it from the other side of the creek, it was already there. Just talking
Can
nonsense.
you stop the contradictions already?
Just talking nonsense, Whitsitt.
Arwin, you're fucking dumb. Stop interrupting.
Don't attack Arwin when I tell you that you're talking nonsense. When the lighthouse turns on, the light wasn't already there. The lighthouse turned on, and then the light was there because the lighthouse turned on. It wasn't already there as a medium. You're just talking complete nonsense.
Yeah, so you're claiming again that it does travel.
I'm not claiming anything. I'm taking apart your stupid claim that light is a medium and that it's always there. I can debunk that by flipping a light switch.
That's what you're claiming. So you're claiming that it's traveling
No, I
when
didn't.
you turn on the light switch.
You claim light's a medium. Stupid boy.
Light is the background being excited or illuminated. So
what? So when it's dark, that's the medium of light lighting up the dark as a background, is it, you stupid boy?
If you have a rope stretched...
Sorry, you stupid boy. You've just said that light is the background. And I've said, so when it's dark, we've got a background of a medium of light, have we, you stupid boy?
Yeah, we...
No, not yeah. When it's dark, there's no light. That's the absence of light. That's not light as a medium. That's not an all-encompassing light, because the lighthouse that's going to be turned on already had the light there as a background medium. It's just stupid shit you ether believers come out with because you're all idiots. And you say things like light is a background medium. No, what about when it's dark, you stupid idiots? You think that's a background medium? No, that's just you talking nonsense.
Okay, so then
if
what's
light
the...
is a medium, it won't need a medium called ether, will it?
Yeah, if light's the medium, why does it need a medium?
Change the subject. Change the subject. What's the non-visible spectrum of light in the dark, Oakley?
Sorry, am I being quizzed about a claim I've made? What was the claim I made again?
You said that if it's dark, then there is no light. That's what you just said.
Wow, profound. Mine must be challenged on this immediately.
Yeah, there are no...
Yeah, you think that needs challenging? When I say it's dark, there's no light, you think that needs challenging, do you, Dumbo?
There are non-visible spectrums.
So when you've got an ether belief, you will sink to the levels of challenging me on whether or not my declaration about the absence of light not being light, that needs challenging, does it?
There's a non-visible spectrum.
Sorry, that needs challenging, does it?
There's a non-visible spectrum of light.
There's a non-visible spectrum of light. Okay, yeah, that's true.
Okay, thanks for playing. So we'll move on now. So if we have a rope stretched across the room and I move the rope and then we watch the little movement of the rope to the other side.
Materialist.
Why you keep on interrupting?
Bloody
every
atomist.
time?
The rope material you stretch across the room, materialist.
Sorry, I thought it was non-material. You're using stuff in the material.
Glovers,
Is this a reification fallacy where you reify the immaterial into rope material?
No, it's just...
No, it is definitely you reifying this non-material medium into a material rope that you're going to pull.
No, this is an analogy.
Yeah, an analogy. So it's like a bait and switch. You'll tell us about a medium that's like a material, and then you'll show us something that isn't that, like a bait and switch, like a con.
Okay, I'm just giving something to visualize it. So if you ask me how long it took the rope to get to the other side of the room, I would say, that's a dumb question. The rope was already there. We were just watching it move. Okay, so the background's already there, and then quote unquote light is the perceivable illumination or excitation of what's already there.
So you can show us
Hence
it,
why
like
we
the
have
rope.
things go 3 times the speed of light. Okay, because the speed of light is
so it's got a
bullshit. There
journey?
is no
Sorry, you think it's got a journey and a speed?
I'm saying it doesn't, Oakley. You seem to not be keeping up.
It doesn't have a speed.
That's right. That's
So
why I
how
said
can it be? How could it be perturbating through a medium then? Fucking idiot.
Something is not moving through a medium.
If it doesn't have a speed, how can it have an impedance?
Something is not moving through the medium.
When it's being impeded with its impedance, that's not at a rate. Then that's not a rate.
Mutter.
Yeah, mutter straight through every objection. Yeah. Apparently it's got an impedance though, right? So that would be a rate. You know what a rate is, right? It's a speed. So you need it to have a speed to go through the medium.
No, we don't need speed, buddy.
So what's
you'll catch
induction?
up.
What's induction?
It's a rate of
rate
induction. Yeah.
So a rate of induction's not a speed.
That's right.
Not a speed. You don't think that rate is a speed?
That's not what I said. What I'm saying is...
Oh, yeah, it is. It seems like you're denying that you need a speed there, Witsit. I mean, it seems very regrettable that you tried to hold me over a barrel for this when it's an absolute necessity for your light in a medium.
You're conflating the illumination with what light itself is.
Oh, really?
Okay, that's what you're not understanding. We quantify the rate in which we perceive it. That doesn't mean it's actually traveling anywhere. That's not how it actually works. That's how stupid humans try to quantify things. But what's illuminating is already there. That's the whole point.
The lighthouse is already there. Okay. It's already lit.
Lighthouse is already there. Good job, Nathan.
The light is already, when it's on, when it gets switched on by the lighthouse keeper, it was already there. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, the lighthouse creates a disturbance in the medium that's already there. That's correct. Whoa, you're getting it. So there is no such thing as
and
the
that
speed of light.
disturbance, that's got a rate, right? It's induction rate, right?
Yeah, you can quantify the disturbance, but it's not physically traveling. There's not something that's physically traveling.
So how do you measure the rate of induction of it then?
Because we're quantifying
the rate that it's induced, but it doesn't have a rate. So it's a rate of induction. Why are you muttering through my objections there, Witsit? What's the issue?
You say that every time you interrupt me.
Oh, right. Back to the fundy old, you're actually interrupting me. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's how it seems to me too, yeah.
Yeah, so you're quantifying the rate of perception.
What does induce mean?
But we could say like be absorbed. If that makes you feel good.
So how long it takes to absorb?
Yeah, meaning
how long
illumination is
so sort of how long it takes, kind of like a speed, how quickly it does it. You fucking retard. You think I'm talking through you there, you fucking retard? How quickly it does it? That'd be a speed, silly little boy. So you need a speed. How quickly it induces, the rate, the speed. How quickly? Idiot boy.
You're conflating the
idiot boy. You are an idiotic little boy with your how quickly it induces. That's a speed, Witsit, you stupid little boy.
Again, you're conflating.
Yeah, you're a stupid little boy there, Witsit, because you've got a rate. That's a speed.
Yeah, but that's just
for your reduction in a medium.
You're losing cohesion, man.
Yeah, Witsit.
Losing Arwen, is that why he has to interrupt?
Maybe attack Arwen in this rate that you need speed for.
Okay, see if I can actually respond.
How quickly will you attack him? Is that a rate? How fast you attack Arwen? How quickly he absorbs the penetrating medium? That's not a speed or a journey, but it's a rate. The induced rate in the medium that we measure how long it takes. That's not a speed, right, Dumbo?
It's the perception of illumination, you clown show.
How long it takes, right?
The illumination, not the light traveling.
How
from point
long
A to
it's
point B.
induced, right? The rate, the speed. You stupid boy. This is embarrassing.
Oh, you got no rebuttal. You're conflating illumination.
What, other than you saying it's not a speed, it's not a journey, but then describing a rate? That would be how quickly. What's another way of describing how quickly? The speed it goes.
Getting illumination to
The
light.
speed it goes as you chant through every single word of the embarrassing demolition of your stupid nonsense. Doesn't have a speed, hasn't got a journey, gonna quiz me on my journey I don't claim, but then we've got a rate. How quickly? That's a speed,
You're conflating the illumination that we quantify with what light is itself.
Oh, am I? I'm not claiming anything in this regard, which you are.
Oh, see?
You've just got a speed.
So he just
When
went
you're
on
quizzing
like
me
10
one.
minutes bragging about how he's destroying me, talking over my rebuttal, and now when it's actually been heard, he's got nothing to say. So, hey, can I move on to Arwen, who keeps on piping up? Arwen, you think you can debate me, buddy? Because we both know you can't. So you want to keep interrupting and ad homing me? You want to debate me like a man?
You want to challenge me on anything? Want to challenge me?
Yeah, I want to challenge you on something. I heard you say that magnetism is fields.
We've already
There is no humility in today's kids.
Oh, no.
Oh, but Nathan Oakley's humble?
I can't hear him.
I don't need to be humble. What have I got to be humble about?
Well, I just think it's funny. He's talking about humility
What
as
have I
you've
gotta be humble
literally
about?
fundy muted me for an hour now.
So what have I got to be humble about?
I funded muted you. What?
No,
What?
Oakley did. So anyway, the point is, Arwen, you keep jumping in with ad homs. So can you explain to me what you're not understanding? They're conflating the illumination, the perception of the manifestation of light, the illumination, with what light is itself. Just because we can quantify how fast it's perceived, that does not equate to it physically traveling from point A to point B. Can you rebut that?
Well, yes, but also there's no real talk of travel when it concerns to light because it is effectively instantaneous. I like to think of it as like an infinitely divisible beam, but yeah, that's my own conception, right?
If it was a
I don't see the
background,
issue here.
if light was the background, would that be instant?
Yeah.
Okay, so you agree with me. Now, if it's a physical particle, can it be instant?
It's not physical. It's light.
Well, they define physical as energy or mass.
Yo,
They claim
Hold on.
Hey,
they're
chocolate.
defining energy as physical as energy or mass, and they're saying that it's a discrete chunk of energy or information.
Chocolate.
It's a
I'm
physical
sorry.
part.
Sorry.
They're claiming it's a physical particle because they define physical as energy or mass, and they're claiming that light
No,
is a
it's a
discrete package of
reification.
energy.
No, it's not true. Okay, so what they really say it is a quanta. It's a globule, right? They might imagine a little bit of a particle idea, and they might even mistakenly think it's traveling, but that's only a model. Okay, so in
Thank you.
reality,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter because there's no wave happening, and you haven't actually addressed any form of wave identification with light or even presented any hypothesis with ether actually being in the hypothesis. So what are you doing here?
Yeah, so ether's not science, so that was a non sequitur. But you're now detaching from the claim that it's a particle and asking me to prove that it's a wave when that's another straw man, because I said light's neither a wave nor a particle. And now I ask you a question. If light's
Okay,
a
so
particle,
what
can
is
it
it
be
then?
instant? If
Hold
light's
on.
a particle, can it be
What is it
instant?
then?
It
What is
is
it?
nothing more than the background that's already there being excited and thus illuminated. It's already present. It's just not visible
Wait,
or
light
materially
is being
accessible.
illuminated, but being illuminated is the result of light. How can light
That's what I just said.
be illuminated? What are you talking about?
So the background's illuminated.
Background? What background?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
What background? What's the
Yeah.
background?
The background.
What is this background?
Well, we know that there is something beyond the material world, or the material
we?
world couldn't even be here. So logically,
Oh, so
speaking,
you
we
mean
know for a
outside of the material realm?
We know this. We speak for everyone, do we? Shout out to
So we don't know that-
Vil Como says that was a free super chat. You deserve dollars for this. Thank you very much for the super chat.
Did he say there was a material outside the material realm? Is that what this is?
Yeah, that's what he said.
I'm not sure. I'm
We
trying to
know that.
establish
That's a straw man.
We know that. We know that there
Oh,
is.
you got straw man fallacies.
Right, we know that, don't we?
Straw
Witsit,
man.
that there's stuff beyond that.
Hey, does consciousness exist, Oakley?
Was I making a claim about consciousness?
Oh, now you're not making claims. So
Right, this is a straw man you need to burn. Did I make a claim about consciousness?
you just said nothing exists outside the material world.
Did I? You were telling
heard
us
you
how
verbatim
we
say it.
do have an understanding of that. You stereotyped everybody. Back to you deciding what we know. That was my objection.
I have it recorded.
Didn't make any claims about consciousness. That's a straw man. My point
Uncle, you
is
said
that
if
you
it's not
stereotyped all of us when you said we have an understanding
Uncle,
of what you're about to assume about ether. That was my
Oakley,
objection.
a direct quote from you is, if it's not manifest, that means it doesn't exist. That's a verbatim quote from you.
Yeah, that's the rate limiting step, is that he's saying that there is a background medium.
Save him.
And a medium is a substance. He's saying there is a material behind the material world.
Nope, that's a straw man. You'll catch up in a second. See if you can stop trying to white knight for
That's
Oakley.
a straw
Oakley,
man. Okay.
You'll get it in a second. But Oakley, you said, and I quote, if it's non-manifest, that means it does not exist.
What does this have to do with you proving non-manifest ether exactly?
Oh, now you're changing the subject. So
sorry, the subject being ether and its proof is going to be turning into a quote mind session from what I've said versus you proving ether.
Quote mind, this is the last time we had a conversation and you screamed over me. That's what you said. So I'm asking you to clarify your position. You said if it's non-manifest, it means it doesn't exist. I then asked you, does consciousness exist? And you shifted away, and then dude jumped in to try to white knight for you. So can you answer the question maybe?
Is consciousness a medium?
We're coming to white knight for Oakley now.
Yeah, not physically. No, there's no. My bad.
I told you what ether was like 20 minutes ago. No.
Oh, sorry. This is suddenly turning into. Sorry, a minute ago that was a change of subject. Now it's a victory dance for you proving ether minutes earlier. Wow. Shout out to Joe Vilcomer, who says, I challenge Witsit to an IQ test. Oh, well, fair enough. Maybe he'll do that. Mine is 140. Derp, derp, says Joe Vilcomer. Very interesting.
Well, maybe you'll get up there one day, Oakley. I guess the 20 points really made a huge difference here. I don't know, but I don't think IQ is that important. I regret even publicly saying it. Stop changing the subject. You just said if something's not manifest and it doesn't exist.
That's why you said it. That's why you said it. You said it because you think that you're some kind of smart fella. I know it's been proven here today that you don't have a clue about what you're talking about. You earlier on didn't even know what a photographic plate was or how a photograph works. And then later on you come back in and you start telling us all about how it all works. You're completely false.
I explained that the photographic plate is
fake can be.
Brian, you just said that ether and relativity were the same thing, and you've been saying it for weeks, buddy.
Your claim, right? You aligned with Bob's claim that there was scientific evidence that supports the ether, making the ether a scientific theory.
No, we're not claiming that the ether is science because it's immaterial.
That's exactly what Bob said, and you agreed with him, and you even laid out what he said, and you detailed what he meant by what he said.
You see, this is what's the problem. Every person on this panel interrupts. So
where is it?
Like Brian,
where is it?
When I go to respond to you, you're just going to interrupt again.
So you're not going to give it? Go on, give it to us.
Watch. You're going to interrupt again, guaranteed. So I'm not claiming that the ether is science. We're saying there's stuff in the material world that can be manipulated, that can support that framework of interpretation. It doesn't prove it. It does not prove it. You can't prove it. It can't be scientifically proven. Either we can ignore the phenomena and just tap out and say, well, we can't science it, so we can't talk about it, or we can try to understand it. The two famous ones that have been proposed are atomism and ether. Okay, now I say that out of those two options, one of them is much more logically bankrupt than the other. Neither can be scientifically proven. So when you start to ask me about independent and dependent variables, that's a strawman fallacy and a red herring fallacy. And then, just so you know, you've been wrongly claiming that relativity is synonymous with ether for weeks now. So please stop saying that. It makes us look really stupid.
You haven't addressed anything. All you're doing is over-talking my question. And then you're coming in addressing something that I didn't ask you about. I asked you.
I literally addressed your question.
You said, hang on. I asked you to support what you said. You detailed that what Bob Nodell meant right, was that there's scientific evidence to support ether, right? That meant that ether is a scientific theory. That's what that means. Now, I asked you earlier to show us this scientific evidence that supports this ether scientific theory, and you said magnetism is caused by electricity.
Oh yeah, you guys interrupted me there.
Electricity is caused by magnetism. We could say it either way. Both sides of the same coin.
What you now stop, Brian? Why are you doing the old rumpus trick there, Witsit? He hasn't finished, and you started talking about him interrupting you. So
all of a sudden you care about
interrupting me. My bad. So as he was discussing his response, you literally started saying he's interrupting me through the top of him. Can you shut up? That doesn't require a response. Go ahead, Brian.
You're a hypocrite.
Thank you, Nathan. Earlier on, Witsit said that what Bob Nodell meant was that there was scientific evidence that supports the ether. That makes the ether a scientific theory. So when we asked him for the scientific evidence, he said magnetism is the dependent variable and electricity is the independent variable. Now, that's two sides of the same coin. It's a totally faulty hypothesis, but how does any of that have any connection to what he's claiming concerning ether?
It doesn't.
Magnetism and electricity.
It doesn't.
It doesn't
we
have
pointed
any
that out to
connection
him.
to it.
So now Oakley's not going to let me respond.
It doesn't. We pointed that out to you.
Such.
It doesn't include the words ether.
So now,
it doesn't mention ether. It doesn't have anything whatsoever in the hypothesis to do with ether. When you say magnetic fields caused by electricity, that doesn't mention in any way, shape, or form ether.
Okay, so see if you guys cannot interrupt me. So he just now, as a critique of me bringing up magnetism, said that electricity and magnetism are the same thing. So now he's making claims of it, but
rather than focus on the fact that it's not ether, you'll focus on discussion of the faulty hypothesis that isn't ether. We'd rather you focus on the fact that it isn't ether, Witsit. That's why you get interrupted a lot, because you decide to focus on the minor aspect of the main point he made.
I didn't claim it. Magnetism is ether.
All right. Well, then why, when asked for a valid hypothesis to support ether, did you offer that?
Because if you can understand things below or above 100 IQ...
Oh, so you don't think you should be mentioning IQ? But yet when it comes to the point that you actually don't have any science for ether, as asserted by Bob Nodell, you'll tell us that it's an issue with our IQ level.
Interrupting me again.
Yeah, this is an IQ issue, that's for sure. Yeah, we just don't understand when there's absolutely no mention in your hypothesis about ether that isn't really talking about ether, even though it's actually being presented as the scientific validity for ether.
No, we're not claiming that there's scientific validation for ether.
Oh, so Bob's saying that the scientific support for ether isn't him saying that then?
What they're saying is that...
No, Bob. Bob says there is. He contrasted what you just said quite explicitly when he said that there was science that we didn't understand for ether. Maybe we just didn't understand how magnetism was assumed when describing somehow the connection with electricity as a hypothesis, that should have had an ether assumption when you talked about that non-science. Right?
Okay, so...
Not okay. We don't make that connection, nor do we say it's science like Bob does.
You think the audience can't see that you can't let me talk and that you're clearly just using a tactic to...
No, that's an appeal to the format that we have in terms of the argumentation that's actually been put forth. We ask for phenomena because there's an assertion that there's scientific validity to ether. The supporting science for it. What is that supporting science? Well, it has no connection to ether whatsoever, but it's being posed as though it's the supporting science for ether. And again, like previously, when we point out that this doesn't support ether in any way, shape or form, you tell us, well, I wasn't trying to prove ether with science. No, you were offering up the supporting evidence that is science that supports ether, and this doesn't.
You know what's crazy is you guys are going to, when I leave, you guys are going to pretend that I lost.
That's the second appeal to authority after the second concise summary of the rebuttal.
Well, Oakley, can I...
Well, you could stutter around it, or you could respond to the fact that there is, in fact, a claim by Bob Nodell that there is supporting scientific evidence for ether, And when presented, it is not supporting scientific evidence for ether. It doesn't even mention it.
There's scientific evidence on the Earth that we can gather, and then we're trying to interpret what we get from the evidence.
No, there's no interpretation needed in science. It's empirical, you stupid little boy. It empirically validates the cause of an effect. That's what the method of science offers. There's no inference by stupid little boys or batshit insane idiots like Bob who decide to infer things about ether after claiming they've got science for it. You don't, and it's no inference, it's empirical. The method ensures that the outcome is validated in either event. Either it causes the thing you are studying, or it does not, and when you vary that which you assume causes the effect, it either causes it or it doesn't. There's no inference. That's an empirical validation that science offers, and you batshit insane ether believers bark on about how you have got science to infer ether. No, that's not what science offers, and there isn't any
First
science
of all,
for ether.
I didn't make
Nathan,
the claim.
may I say a
I'm
word?
trying to. Now it's this guy's turn to talk. It's
whoever I
My
decide
first
is its turn to
my
talk.
first
Go ahead,
time.
Ted.
Yeah, I just want to respond to that little jibe that he did. I remember when Brian's Logic and Witsit, who I'm addressing directly here, civilly, had a debate. And I remember how that debate went. And after the debate was over, I remember Witsit having an after show with Bob claiming they won. What did he say about what we were going to do after this debate?
Yeah, it's projecting.
That's correct.
now look, a bunch of little gammas are still not going to let.
Oh no, it's down to the ad hominem fallacies. Bunch of little gammas. No, you are demonstrably a big-headed little child, arrogant, and we can demonstrate that.
What
It
are
has
those
been
gammas?
demonstrated on this show.
Sorry, Nathan.
Not a bunch of gammas. Your pathetic little ad homs aren't assisted by any demonstrable evidence to show that's the case, Witsit. It's a pathetic ad hominem fallacy that you're trying to employ. It's rather sad.
He's muting me for the YouTube because he has to control the narrative. Every time
Control my show.
No, because you
dickhead.
talk over him, Austin.
Yeah, I'll control my show while I point out to my audience just how arrogant you are. Yeah, and how you're projecting that which you do onto us. You have gone away, as just described by 10th Man, and had a little victory dance with Bob.
Okay.
So when you tell us that we're going to go away and have a little victory dance, it's being pointed out that that is demonstrably projection on your part, Witsit.
No.
And on top
So
of that,
it's not that I need to mute you for the YouTube audience control. It's that when we point out that you're projecting that which you do straight onto us, you feel the need,
on a debate between
as you
me
are
and you on
doing
modern day
right
debate.
now,
Hey, Oakley.
to fundy-mute me. And that necessitates that I take control of my show. So arrogant little wankers can't take control of it whenever they're losing, Witsit. So no, I will control my show. And what I decide will reach the audience will reach them, rather than your determination being the most prevalent voice when you shout the loudest through anything that opposes your worldview. No, Witsit, that's not going to be how it goes down here. Still haven't talked.
I've
Still haven't
patiently
paused. Was that a pause? Did I pause for breath? No. What you're doing is projecting again, Witsit, talking straight through us and moaning how I've got to mute you on YouTube. We're hearing you tell my audience that you're being muted on YouTube, as you mute us by doing that. You stupid, arrogant, insolent little boy.
Okay, so I've conceded the floor to numerous interruptions. So I've been patiently trying to do that. There it is again. There it is again. I've been patiently trying to do that for about an hour and a half, where when someone interrupts, I'm like, okay, I'll let them talk. And then I see that clearly that's just the whole tactic, is to never let me actually coherently make my point.
Meanwhile, there's no scientific evidence for ether, and when we ask for it, you imply that you have it and offer us something that seems like it's science for ether, and then later disclaim that there can't be science. It's not science, but yet you've just attempted to offer something to imply with this empirical method that you have science. You don't.
No.
But you will spend the next 10 minutes interrupting me, like you've just done, and projecting that interruption on me and claiming that you're being muted while we listen to your feigned, pathetic bleatings to my audience as you chant through the devastation of your stupid ether faith that gets taken apart regularly here on Flat Earth Debate. The same Flat Earth Debate Bob Nodell declares, doesn't understand the science of ether. There isn't any.
Okay, I'm not Bob. I wouldn't have phrased it that way. I tried to add context to what he was really saying. You don't want to debate what I'm saying, though.
You were Bob's little spokesperson, right? Bob needs a little boy to talk for him. Yeah, we know. We've already pointed out that humiliating fact for Bob. Yeah, his wife also came with a little handbag to tell me what's what and how annoyed her husband was at me. It's pathetic, Bob.
Okay, so...
Yeah, okay, Whitsit. Yeah, I'll continue to berate Bob and how pathetic he is. It's an open door here, Bob. I had to approach you, didn't I, to go on your show that you deleted after I pointed out what science is and isn't to you. Here we are, many years later, with little children and your wife coming to protect you from your own spewed nonsense. And this little boy is talking on your behalf after having meetings with you about what you say and how you mean what you say. Because you need children to represent you, don't you, Bob? This little boy is your mouthpiece. Now, he doesn't quite have the mental capacity to paraphrase what you meant to say, even having discussed with you specifically what you meant to say, as he speaks for you.
Okay, so I'm not claiming that the ether is science, so every time you ask
It isn't, you stupid boy. Nor does there have any scientific validity to associate with it, as Bob thinks there is. And when you attempted to offer us that scientific validity with your magnetism, all you were doing is baiting and switching people so you could con them into believing that you did have some science like Bob says you have. You haven't, you pathetic little boy. Neither does Bob, even though he goes around conning people that he does. He doesn't, and I'm here to tell him that he doesn't, and tell you that you haven't, and point out that you haven't, and then point out that when you try to pretend you have with magnetism, it isn't science for ether, like Bob claims it is.
I'm not claiming that. Oh my God. All we're doing is compiling a preponderance of the scientific evidence that we do have. And
wow, you do sound like Bob.
What do you have?
So then we're going to try to apply a framework of interpretation. It's either atomism or it is ether.
Evidence.
Okay. Now you guys are basically just saying we can't understand the whole world. We're going to sit over here and scratch our head and just say nuh-uh to everything. But science cannot be applied to an immaterial postulation, just like consciousness.
So science can't be applied to an immaterial postulation. So you would summarize ether as an immaterial postulation then?
That's what I've said 30 times.
Excellent. Immaterial postulations don't have any effect on magnetism. They're immaterial.
I didn't claim.
If I postulate how my farts smell, that won't affect magnetism because it's an immaterial postulation. Now, if you can tell me how immaterial postulations affect things, I'll tell you how that's a reification fallacy. Because my postulations have no physical effect on things. My consciousness can think about things, but it doesn't actually manifest into reality unless I reify or physically do something. Yeah? You don't have an effect developed from immaterial postulation.
So whenever they say that they're not materialists, but then he says consciousness is just a concept that we come up with that's not real.
I didn't say that. Did I say it's just a concept we come up with and it's not real? Or did I say that a postulation won't develop magnetism? Postulations don't cause things to happen.
Now you're interrupting again. So I asked you point blank, did you mean it?
Do you know what a postulation is?
Did you mean it?
What's a postulation?
Did you mean it when you said
what's a postulation?
Non-manifest means it doesn't exist.
Sorry, non-manifest.
And you didn't answer it.
Sorry, that's the definition of non-manifest.
So you're a materialist by definition.
No, he doesn't know what the word manifest means. What's manifest mean? What's it?
If it's non-materially manifest, it doesn't exist as the definition of materialism.
It does.
Literally the definition.
Citation, please.
Literally.
Citation, please.
Okay, I'll cite it. It was Harvard. Does Harvard work for you, Oakley?
Yeah, go on, let's have it.
Yeah, you don't know what the definition of materialism is?
You're the one saying what it is. Now let's see the citation and see if it matches verbatim with what you just said or if you just made that up.
So materialism is the idea that everything that exists...
I didn't ask you to repeat it. I asked you to cite it. Have you done that yet?
I haven't done that yet. It's been about 5 seconds, Oakley.
I think I figured out the trick. If you keep on changing the meaning of words, you can keep jumping back and forth like you have an argument.
That's one trick.
Really substantive remark there. Okay,
Did
so
you
here's
say-
Oxford
well,
Dictionary.
okay,
Does that work for
Go
you?
ahead.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Let me cite it for you. If it's not materially manifest, it doesn't exist. So stupid.
What context? What context? What's it?
What's the context?
Where's this
That's what I'm
citation
asking
from
you.
Oxford?
What's the
Hold on.
context?
That's just one thing at a time. Where's this citation from Oxford?
The doctrine, it's a philosophy.
I
The
didn't ask
doctrine that
I
nothing
said, where
exists
is the
except matter
citation
and its
from
movements.
Oxford? Where is it?
I
Let's have a
just
look.
said that.
Where is it?
It's in the main chat.
Can someone grab it from main chat and pop it in Skype? Let's have a little look.
The doctrine that nothing exists except matter and its movements and modifications. That's what you're claiming.
Right. No. If it's non-manifest, then it doesn't exist in the physical world.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, materialism, buddy.
Context.
So that's why I asked, does consciousness exist? Because it isn't confined to material. If there's a material world, that means something outside of the material world had to exist for the material world to get here. Okay, so it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, right?
Are you saying that
It just means it's
consciousness
not-
is physical?
No, consciousness isn't physical. That's my point.
Right, the physical world. So you're confusing the ideology of materialistic, what's natural materialism, what is that called? You're confusing that ideology with the position that we hold. And that's not the
Oh,
position
wow, you
we
said
hold.
nothing. You said nothing there. So he said if it's not materially manifest, it doesn't exist. I brought up consciousness. You can bring
In
up
the physical
intuition,
world.
dreams.
Is consciousness physical? Is consciousness physical, dude?
I said no.
Then it doesn't exist in the physical world.
Okay, so this guy thinks the consciousness doesn't exist. What a clown.
In the physical world, you retard. Physical.
Are we in the physical
It
world with
doesn't exist in the
consciousness, you
physical world.
retard?
Is it physical? No. Then it doesn't exist in the physical world. How are you not getting this? Are you dumb?
So we don't have. No. See, now you're being exposed. I'm glad this is happening. I'm claiming that the ether isn't confined to the material physical world. It's immaterial. It's outside of it. There's a metaphysical realm outside of it. Now, I brought up consciousness, and you're saying it doesn't exist within the physical world, although we, as humans on the earth, experience consciousness, but it isn't a physical material phenomena, proving that just because it isn't physical or material or materially manifest, it does not equate to non-existence. Thank you for playing.
So it's not a background then. It's not a background then if it's not in the physical world.
It's a background to the physical world. You don't even understand the postulation
no,
yet.
Stop 1 second. Just 1 sec. You said it was outside.
Is it silent?
Yeah, you said it was outside. Contrary to it being a background?
The background to the material world, that's right. It can interact with, though, just like consciousness can interact with the material world, but we can't science consciousness. Some things are outside of science.
Consciousness.
I think it's important that we do. I agree with you guys. Okay, let me help you out here so we can maybe bridge the gap here. I agree with you guys that it's very important to define science. I've even talked to Bob about it because the globe Earth is proposed on all kinds of pseudoscience. Okay, it's important to denote what science actually is. I agree. I traveled the whole United States defining science, bro. I agree with you. My point is some things fall outside of science, just like the atomic theory. Like you said, it's a reification to assume it's true. That's accurate.
Sorry. Number one, if it's classified as a theory, you can then look at it and say, is this actually a scientific theory or not?
And it's not. But some things fall outside of science, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist, Nathan.
Claim it as science, or are you using this as a straw man? Been pointed out about 17 times to you so far.
I'm not claiming that ether is science. That's what you guys are saying.
Didn't ask you what you
Are you
claim.
claiming it's divine? Are you claiming it's divine, Witsit?
Well, that's pertinent to my worldview, but I think it's a characteristic of metaphysical realm in which the creator exists. I'm not deifying it. It's a logical framework to explain some things that we cannot science. We can't even science magnetism because we don't know what the magnetic field is and we can't fully understand it, at least according to mainstream.
But if that's the case, then why are we being called materialists for not believing in ether when you guys say that you can't prove it yourselves? Like this is
we're saying it's materialism if you say that if it's not materially manifest, it doesn't exist, because that's the definition of materialism.
In the physical world. But you know that we don't think that immaterial doesn't exist, right? Because
does the consciousness exist in the physical world?
No, in the physical world, no, consciousness isn't something that exists in the physical.
We experience consciousness in the physical world.
There's his chanting through the demolition of his last statement. So you sat back and politely listened as we took apart? No, it doesn't exist physically. Consciousness isn't physical.
I just said that.
But it does exist. So it wouldn't be right to call us materialists if we believe in consciousness. That's a thing that's not material.
Right.
But he said if it doesn't materially manifest, it doesn't exist.
In the physical world. About the 20th time he's misrepresented that.
Context, man. Come on.
Okay, so in the physical world, I agree.
We're not going to say, nothing exists if it's not physical. Come on.
Ether is proposed to not be within the material. Dude, it's proposed to not be within the physical world. That's the whole point. It can interact with it.
I think we found... No, that's okay. So I think we found the problem. This is where we're at loggerheads then. Okay, clearly, that's the problem. Because we, and I do speak for my panel, operate only at the really is level. We are only interested in the physical and natural world that's presented to us. Now, that doesn't mean we deny that which exists beyond the physical. We all appreciate that we have our own thoughts. However, the main subject matter for discussion isn't the beyond our physical realms of investigation, but we also simultaneously for yourself believe that it encompasses everything and is also directly connected to physical effects like magnetism. Nevertheless, we are only interested in the really is level. You guys are interested in the metaphysical, non-material, non-provable level that you want to preach about having connections to the direct physical that we do experience like magnetism. So you guys are fantasists and we aren't. We deal at the really is level. You deal at the not really is immaterial level. Okay, fine.
You can call it fantasism, but acknowledging a creator, for example, isn't fantasism. It's logic. The necessary antecedent to creation is a creator. I cannot.
Not creator.
I cannot science. You guys are always interrupting me, bro. You cannot science the creator, but I.
And now he's going to keep chanting that straw man until he gets shut down. No.
Oh my.
We weren't talking about the creator. We were talking about an all-encompassing field that permeates the entirety of existence, but is simultaneously non-provable, non-material. Yeah. We are interested in the really is level. Only. That's our problem. So it seems we have a faction of flat earthers who are fantasists and want to indulge in the not really is level of ether. Fine. Go away. Indulge in your fantasies. It's fine. Indulge in your
not what you're doing,
metaphysical
actually.
philosophies. Indulge in your frameworks. Okay.
You're dictating what other flat earthers are allowed to say. That's
do whatever you like.
I made my presentation.
Go forth
because you
and
guys
fantasize.
Interrupt me again.
Go forth and fantasize. Not dictating. I'm saying you can do whatever the hell you like. If you want to believe,
it doesn't even matter how I try to bridge the gap and be nice.
And chant through me telling you that you are within your rights to believe in some fantasy realm of the immaterial that simultaneously directly affects the physical, you are entitled to believe that utter nonsense fantasy. Meanwhile, here on Flat Earth Debate, we're only interested in the quantifiable physical realm that we exist in, because that's what we can actually qualify, discuss, and detail with something to show for it. You can't. You have fantasy.
Qualification and quantification are literally not the same thing, but this is the point.
He distinguished between the two.
Why are you always interrupting me? So
you say a lot of stupid shit and people object to it. Because you say a lot of stupid nonsense and people object to it, Witsit.
Oakley, if
And
we
he's a
go
lot
with what
smarter than
you're
you.
proposing, we simply can't even address a majority of the phenomena. That's a personal prerogative.
What
right?
phenomena?
If you choose to,
The immaterial has no phenomena.
no, I'm explaining even material and physical phenomena can't be explained.
And ether isn't that. So who cares?
Magnetism
isn't ether. So who cares? You're going to try and claim you bait and switch with this is science, therefore we got science for ether, like Bob did.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying.
You just started launching into telling us about magnetism. That's not ether.
My point is that if
that you're going to try and bait and switch us with something about magnetism that isn't ether. We don't object to the creator. We don't object to anything beyond your claim that there's an immaterial directly affecting the physical. Magnetism is something that I experience in my physical world. You claim the immaterial has a direct link to it. That's fantasy. And I'm here to stomp that out on my own show. That's what I'm going to do. It's nonsense.
Okay, so it isn't a question about a bait and switch. I'm not claiming magnetism is scientifically proving the ether. That's a straw man.
You told us earlier that that was Bob's claim, that there was science that directly proved ether, that was connected to it. That was what you presented as that claim to back Bob's assertion that there was science for ether.
You see how he doesn't want to let me say my actual point?
Yeah, more appeal to the format. You offered up this as a cause and effect hypothesis when offering a justification for Bob's claim that there's science to support ether. Now you're telling me I'm not about to launch into the cause and effect science of this magnetism to suggest it's connected to ether, even though that's precisely why it was offered up, when pointing out that Bob says this is science.
To claim magnetism proves the ether would be a reification fallacy.
Well, yeah, you're damn right it would be.
No, Oakley, I'm smarter than you. Stop pretending.
Sorry, don't tell me what. I'm going to trim that out. Yeah, to associate magnetism with ether would be a reification fallacy. That's correct, Whitsit.
To say it proves the ether would be a reification fallacy. That's right.
Yeah, that's right. To say it's science or connected to it would also be a reification fallacy. Yeah. So, in conclusion, Bob Nodell is guilty of the fallacy of reification. He has taken a phenomena and then reified into existence a convention. That would be ether.
Okay.
Yep, that's what's happened. Okie dokie. Glad we clarified what's actually occurred here. Bob's fallacious reasoning led him to the assertion that an actual phenomena had something to do with the immaterial fantasy he has.
Some of us have chosen to try to acknowledge certain phenomena like magnetism and electricity. It isn't...
Sorry, are you suggesting that we don't acknowledge such phenomena?
No, you can't explain it. You don't try...
Sorry, explaining things with phenomena. No. You can explain the cause and effect when you do science on them. But it just doesn't have any connection to ether.
That's right, but some of
Yeah, that's right. It's just a reification fallacy. Bob's entire show is a reification fallacy.
No.
Yeah, because he spends most of it talking about the direct connection between ether and magnetism. And according to Whitsit, that would be a reification fallacy.
I bet you won't let me say it again. So some of us have chosen to try to understand the phenomena because we have a magnetic field in the earth. It's a very prominent, in fact, arguably the only real coherent force that exists. And we have utility bills and we are on electrical grids and we don't understand electricity and magnetism and we've been indoctrinated with all kinds of stuff. Some of us have chosen to move further past flat earth and try to understand some of this stuff. We had to acknowledge we cannot science it, though. We can't prove it. We're just going to try to figure it out, okay? And so we went back and we read electrical field theory. We found out it was thrown out, that framework, because of heliocentrism. We're like, we're wondering if something's to this. We're just trying to understand things. Now, this panel has decided to not try to understand magnetism. That's okay. That's your own prerogative. But do not personally berate people.
Are you serious, man? Are you serious? Come on.
Sorry, go ahead, John.
I got hung up with this force claim. Like, a force? What? You know what a force is? What?
Are you saying magnetism isn't a force?
What's it got
The
to do with
idea
ether?
that the transverse wave can
What does
explain
magnetism have to do with
the
ether?
photoelectric.
Just one more time, John.
The idea that the transverse wave convention can explain the photoelectric effect is why it was thrown out.
Okay. That's wrong. I debunked that in my presentation and showed that actually the intensity and the current would naturally.
I'm sure you think you did.
Intensity and current would naturally fall out, even if you did apply the wave theory. Then I explained that's still a reification fallacy, though, and that's a false dichotomy. Light's neither a particle nor a wave. I'll never get actual rebuttals to my presentation, obviously. The point is that we're just wanting. We're just one.
The point, you didn't
You see
make
how
the
he
point.
just made that stupid pseudoscientific
So you
claim,
just
and
did
no
all
one
of
said
that.
anything
What you
to
just said was not your point. That was just what?
Go ahead, John.
He's trying to say that it's a non-perturbation perturbation of a wave that's not a wave of a medium that doesn't exist. I don't think he cares about what words mean.
Yeah. See, all he has is really low level ad homs. So, and straw men. Now,
that wasn't an ad hom. He didn't attack you personally in lieu of the argument. He directly addressed the argument and summarized every contradiction you make. He didn't attack you personally at all.
You would, yeah. He said, I don't think he understands what words mean.
Yeah, because you and that followed his description of the contradictions that you're laying down, Whitsit.
Okay, I didn't.
So that's a reasonable summation after giving examples. It's not an ad hom. He exampled it. He gave the examples of your contradictions and then said, I don't think he understands words. Yeah, because if you did, you wouldn't contradict their meanings.
Waves are not things, they're just types of movements. So I never claimed that light is a wave. That's called a straw man fallacy. Everything he said was a straw man fallacy, and then he tried to confine me to the materialistic definition of medium. My point is, some of us want to try to understand stuff like electricity and light and magnetism. We can't science these things. Neither can you, by the way. So it's a...
Why can't we science them? Why are you making this blanket assertion and then telling me that I can't science these phenomena? Yeah, I can, if I choose to.
You can science light?
Yeah, what do you think they've been doing when they're studying light diffraction? Why do you think they're doing that? Is that not studying light?
What's the independent variable for light?
Nobody's coming up with the cause of light when they study the diffraction of light. The phenomena of diffraction.
You just said you could science it.
My bad, rumpus rumpus it. So when someone studies the phenomena of diffraction, that's not them saying, I'm going to find the cause of light.
Yeah, that's not science. You just said you could science light.
Yeah.
In this one, he's confusing what is with science. So, yeah, I'm almost positive he doesn't know what words mean.
Okay, let me explain this. So the second law of thermodynamics isn't science, right? It's just an observation, a description of what happens reoccurring.
Correct.
It isn't science.
That's
We don't know
correct.
the independent variable for entropy. We just know it always happens.
Correct. Yes, that's right. Can you let Cami know that these laws, they're not physics? Because Cami made that mistake in her message to me, which she doesn't understand what science either. Did you hear that, Cami? Laws of nature, they're not physics. The study of the physical and natural world, they're just descriptions. Laws of nature, they're not science either, Cami. Just want to get that through to you. Whitsit understands that, you don't. But clearly you and your husband obviously don't understand what science is, which is why you misunderstand these laws of nature. No, they're not science, Whitsit. That's correct.
You just claimed that you could science light, though, and it's the same thing.
Yes, you can.
You
the
can't.
diffraction thereof is a phenomena we observe in nature, and it has been studied with
What's the independent variable? Yeah. What's the independent variable for light?
Not for
Okay, it's
light.
not
Every time I tell you that the study is of diffraction of light, that's the phenomena being observed. You ask me, what's the cause of light? No. Diffraction is the phenomena being studied. How many times is that? 4.
Okay, what's the independent variable for diffraction?
The independent variable, you're now into wanting to basically straight back onto the double slit.
Okay, so now the double slit's a scientific experiment.
So you're denying the double slit is an experiment, correct?
Yeah, I'm not retarded.
Is the double slit an experiment, yes or no?
It's not a scientific experiment, no.
On its own, it's not.
Reification.
That's right. But you can use it for science because the observed phenomenon of diffraction can be shown with the double slit. So you
Just
can use
like
it for
entropy
science.
can be shown with a gas container, that doesn't mean that we know the independent variable for entropy.
I'm just talking about the observed phenomenon. You're just like, I really don't think you understand what these words mean. I think you've
look. He's just going back to the ad homs
with each one of them, but you can't tie the concepts together.
So we're going back to ad homs. So just like with the second law, we have an observation, a naturally occurring observable phenomenon.
No.
Okay,
not like with the second law, because that's not science.
I agree. Neither is the double slit. The double slit is not a scientific experiment.
Right, single or double slit diffraction is the phenomena. I've said that 5 times. John's clarified what I've said to you 5 times. You're now rumpusing the 5th repetition. Yeah, you asked, what's the phenomena? Right, now we're down to, is this a phenomena or isn't it? Do you not accept that single or double slit diffraction is a phenomena that we observe in nature?
No, I said, what's the independent variable?
You said we couldn't science
parts to us.
Look, Witsit, you said we couldn't science this.
There are 3 constituent parts to a scientific experiment.
Hold on.
You didn't know?
You said we couldn't science it, Witsit. That's what you told us.
Okay, thank you.
Now
so it's not a scientific experiment.
Now we're taking you through the steps of science. Painful though it is, with a lot of interruptions, a lot of repetitions, up to 5 times, just trying to establish with you whether or not light diffraction's a phenomena or not. You're very belligerent. You don't really want to be led. I get it. Yeah, you're young. It's tenacity, you know. I should just admire it, really. But what can I do? You don't know when to shut up. It's okay. Me and John are trying to take you through this by the hand after you declared that we can't science light. So I go, okay, light diffracts. Do you not accept that as a phenomena?
We have a phenomena observed. Yes.
Yeah. So, ergo, that's all I need to employ the steps of the scientific method.
Okay, there are 3 constituent parts to a scientific experiment, and it is the dependent, control, and independent variables. If the double slit experiment is a scientific experiment, what is the independent variable?
All we're establishing with you, Witsit, is whether or not we can science light, because you've said we can't. Now, I've asked, do you want to get straight onto the double slit? There was a bit of argy-bargy. We tried to take you by the hand and get you to acknowledge whether or not there's a phenomena. Then we're going to take the phenomena through the method, because that would be science, something you said that couldn't be done. So, are we going to do this or not?
It eludes all attempts to science it. The double slit doesn't science it.
So we are going to just focus on the double slit, even though you have specifically said we can't science light. Okay?
What's the independent variable?
So we can't science light.
You gotta recognize the observed phenomenon first.
Yeah, he won't do this. He won't be led. He's belligerent.
I've already said yes, it's a phenomena. I've already said that.
All right, so we've already got our dependent variable then.
Okay.
So now what do we do? We establish what our independent
we're going to propose a cause and effect relationship test called a hypothesis with a presumed cause, i.e.
So next
then we're going to
step.
manipulate and vary it.
Okay, you don't have to go too fast. It's okay. We can do this slowly.
You think I don't know science, Oakley?
I'm pretty sure we're going to be taking our steps through the scientific method right now. Something you said we couldn't do. I'm pretty sure we're going to be doing that together right now, aren't we? We're doing it.
You're not going to do shit. You're not going to do it.
Are we not? So
yeah, what's the independent variable?
So the next step is to suppose a cause, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Something I can vary and manipulate, correct?
You're just going to say obstruction. That's all you're going to say.
I haven't said anything yet. Trying to lead you. You just don't like it. You're trying to figure out where it's going. So, we're just formulating a hypothesis. So, all we need to do to formulate a hypothesis is suppose a cause, correct, Witsit?
Yeah, and then we have to manipulate and vary the independent variable to prove it's the cause, right?
Yeah, you're getting way ahead of it. You just need to say, we need to suppose a cause.
It's crazy. You disagree with QE that double slit's a scientific experiment. This is getting awkward.
Oh, we've got our diffraction, and this can't be scienced, according to you. And I'm saying, desperately trying to lead you don't want to go there. We just need to suppose a cause, don't we? So should we suppose something? It doesn't really matter what.
Sure.
Could be anything.
Anything.
Yeah, absolutely anything. Name anything.
Magnetism.
Magnetism. Perfect. I suppose that magnetism my independent variable, is the cause of light diffraction. Okay? I'll also formulate it into a null. If magnetism, then no light diffraction. Okay? You happy with my hypothesis there, Witsit?
No, I want to see it actually carried out as an experiment.
Oh, right. Oh, no worries at all. Check it out. I'm varying magnetism. Oh, fuck it. We're still getting diffraction. I've varied the magnetism, and it didn't affect the phenomena in any way. So what I did there, Witsit, was validate empirically my null hypothesis. Do you remember when I said, if magnetism, not diffraction? Remember that? Well,
yeah, do you remember when I asked you if the double slit was a
quite finished there, little boy. It's all right. I'll conclude without your chanting through me.
He thinks he's winning.
I am winning, because what we are doing is varying that which we assume causes the effect and validating empirically that it did not cause the phenomena. Now, you know what that outcome is?
That doesn't scientifically validate the cause. Try again.
Oh, did it not? Did it scientifically validate the null hypothesis?
Yeah, all it did was falsify a
So it validated, proved empirically the null.
Okay.
So we just scienced light.
You're just trying to desperately run away.
Sorry, did we just science light? We put it through the method after observing a phenomena and formulating a hypothesis with an assumed supposed cause of the effect. We varied the effect and validated empirically the null. Witsit. So you and I, together, we scienced light, didn't we, Witsit? We validated our null together. We scienced it, didn't we, Witsit? Fucking idiot child that says we can't science this stuff. That's just done it with me as a ledger, painful though it was. We did it together, didn't we, Witsit? Now, there might be some more intelligent people than us that actually pick the correct cause and validate the alternative as opposed to the null. But that doesn't make our failure to assume the correct cause any less a scientific experiment when we vary magnetism to see if it causes diffraction. We just validated our null hypothesis when we completed the scientific method together there, Witsit. Because we can science light, Witsit. This can and was by us just now put through the method. Wasn't it, Witsit, you dim-witted child?
How'd you vary manipulate the magnetism?
Just put a magnet next to it.
You just put a magnet there?
Yeah.
Oh. So we see magnetic fields infringing on light.
Can you vary magnetism?
World?
Can you vary it?
Not without man-made instruments.
So you can vary it?
With man-made instruments.
So we can vary it then. So it's something that I, as the researcher, as I must do in a scientific experiment, me, the man, I can manipulate magnetism. Therefore, it is most certainly fulfilling the criteria of an independent variable. That would be that it is A, your presumed cause of the effect, B, capable of being varied and manipulated by you, the researcher, and C, it's actually real. Yeah, magnetism, definitely a valid independent variable. We varied it, it just didn't cause the effect. Therefore, after the completion of the scientific method, when we science light together, which it's something you said you couldn't do because you're young and stupid.
Well, I'm saying you can't with your...
Yeah, you said we couldn't do that. You made it explicitly clear at this beginning of this painful process we've just been through together of sciencing magnetism as a supposed cause of light diffraction. obviously having taken you by the hand and taken you through a successful validation of a null. Not that we were intending to validate the null. Obviously, we hoped magnetism caused diffraction when we did this science together that you said we couldn't do. We just did it together, which is embarrassing your stupid assertion.
Hey, is the double slit experiment a scientific experiment, yes or no?
You just walk through it. The phenomenon
Yes or no?
is observable.
Yes or no?
Using the double slit.
You can't answer
So you
simple
can
questions.
observe-
Is the double slit experiment a scientific experiment, yes or no?
Told you it's not an experiment. To call the double slit experiment an
Why
experiment.
do you guys talk about it so much?
Because we
I thought we weren't allowed to talk about anything that
Are you
wasn't
not going
scientific
to wait for a
experiment.
response? Because regardless of if it's single or... Because it's... Oh, my God, Neil. Regardless of whether or not we're observing single or double slit light diffraction, that light diffraction is a debunking of your assertions of ether with its rates of induction. Because your rate of induction is a derivation of probability distribution, aka wave function. So therefore, the convention of wavelength has been derived from the diffraction pattern observed in the double slit.
Yeah, so wavelength is just a mathematical construct, but
yeah, definitely not a medium.
You're interrupting a lot.
Yeah, it's definitely just a mathematical construct, Witsit. Your assertion is correct. Well done. But mathematical descriptions of things don't move up and down like the ocean. They're not mediums.
That's right.
Yeah. So, when you describe the induction rate in the medium, that's a wave. And as you now comprehend, that's actually a mathematical description, as opposed to a medium. Is the penny finally dropping, Ether Believer? You don't have a medium.
Enjoy it while it lasts, fellas.
So enjoy what? Me pummeling you with a non-manifest medium that has an inductive rate that's actually maths.
Okay, so waves aren't things in and of themselves. It's nothing more than a type of movement within a medium. Just because we attempt to quantify it and attribute wavelengths to it, that's a reification of quantification that doesn't equate to reality. The point is you're claiming a falsification has occurred and that it cannot be moving like a wave because there is a discrete quote-unquote impact, which is begging the question that something is physically traveling to it, then hitting it. The truth is that there's an electronic interaction. That's what a photographic plate is. And so light is nothing more than a reverberation, an oscillation, a vibration. I don't know how many words you need. And it is interacting at the plate. And then you're assuming that means a physical particle hit it and it debunks waves when waves aren't even things. And that's a straw man fallacy because no one's claiming that lights are waves because I said they're neither waves nor particles.
Well, see, the problem is your convention of waves, which you've now relegated that there's an actual wave happening, is gone. Can't describe the single particle or the single point of interaction.
Described it.
It's not a transverse wave. It's a single point of interaction.
Yeah, because the wave is not traveling from point A to point B. Waves aren't things.
I didn't say nothing about traveling. I didn't say anything about traveling. I said it's a discrete point of interaction, not a transverse wave.
All right, why do you have to interrupt me if you're so much smarter than me, bud?
I didn't say I was smarter than you.
Well, then
I'm just
stop
pointing
interrupting
out
me,
where
please.
you're
Show some
strawmanning away
respect.
from the actual point.
What kind of
You
comment
show
is
a
that?
little respect. Thank you, man. So I'm the wave.
Yeah,
There's not a
what kind of
wave,
comment is that?
and it's not. There you go. Another interruption. There isn't a wave traveling
don't be a
from
baby.
point. Oh no, another
you're a
interruption.
baby. No, forget the interruption. You said something about him and his intellect, and why'd you do that?
Because he's attacked my intellect 5 times this show.
Okay, then
Must have missed
answer me
that part.
this. When you said illumination and
With
light,
example.
are they different? When you said illumination and
Yes.
light, did you say they were different?
Yes, illumination is not what light is. It's nothing more than the perceivable manifestation of light, and you're quantifying the rate in which we perceive it. And stupid humans are
What
making
citation do
presuppositions.
you have? Not your opinion. What citation do you have?
So what citation do you have that it's a physical photon that travels from point A to point B? Can you prove that?
See, now there you go. There you go. Nathan, go to Master. And put up the light versus illumination page.
So you aren't going to let me actually answer, though.
I want a citation from you that debunks what I'm going to show.
I don't need a citation.
Of course not. You talk out of your rear end.
No, modern quote-unquote science that gives us all our citations on the internet assumes and reifies quanta. So there is no explanation. They call it wave-particle duality. You think I'm supposed to find a citation?
You just told me light and illumination are different. Did you or did you not?
Yeah, I said that it's not that they're different. They're different versions of the same. It's not that they're different. They're different versions of the same thing. Water and ice are not different.
Are you saying now they're different versions of the same thing? That's not what I heard you say before.
Well, listen carefully. Water, ice, and steam are the same thing, but they're also different because they're just different states, modalities, or versions of water.
Now you're backtracking. Now you're backtracking.
No, I'm not. I'm making the same claim.
I just asked you, are they the same thing? You said they are not. Now you're saying they are.
They're different modalities of the same thing. Just like water and...
Now you're... Well, excuse me. When you say they are not, and then when held challenged by that, you say they're different modalities now. You didn't say that before.
Are water and ice the same thing?
No, we're not talking about water. You said
can't answer questions.
Why do you keep bringing ropes and water into things?
Shout out to Dan the Waterman, who says, no Dell has caused all of the division for all of these years. Thank you for the super chat, Dan the Waterman.
I'm not asking you to talk. I'm asking to explain why you said light and illumination are different. And then now...
Mr. I debunked ether.
Well, who's this?
Okay, well, quick shout out to Theo Megawerty, who says, gamma rays have frequencies less than 10/19 cycles per second or hertz. If you try to listen to gamma, it hurts the mind. Categorical error intended. Thank you very much indeed, Theo Megawerty, for the super chat. Really appreciate the support.
Obviously, Richard, you're trying to run away from your statement that light and illumination are different. Now you're saying that they're a different modality. You didn't say that before. That's all I'm bringing to your attention.
Okay, thanks for the critique. I'll be more clear in the future. I did clarify it and even gave you an analogy of water and another interruption. I did give you the analogy of water and
until I challenged you now, you weren't clarifying Jack.
I already said that earlier in the show, bruh.
You did not clarify Jack. No one
did earlier in the show, bruh.
You did not. Okay, when I go back to listen, I will not see or
go on
hear.
Mute.
This is the first time someone
You'll catch up to the conversation eventually.
Are you going to just keep talking? Is this the way you do?
Cool it down.
Is this the way?
Well, to be fair,
stay out of it.
To be fair, my man,
this is the first time someone challenged. This is the first time someone challenged you on your light and illumination. So how could you have clarified it?
Okay, I said earlier when I was describing what it is that it's just different versions of the same thing, and we are interpreting the illumination as if that's what light is alone, and it's a conflation between the illumination and what is already there. I already said that in the show like 4 times.
Well, we'll
then I brought up water.
Let me ask you a question. It'll be my parting question because I wanted to do this with an ether believer for a long time. I asked you if it was divine. What was your answer?
I said, pertinent to my worldview, I would say that it's a characteristic of the creator, maybe even like it's something it's in the spiritual realm, the metaphysical realm, but I don't know if I would call it divine in of itself, a characteristic of the metaphysical realm.
Okay, fine. So now if I concede to ether the way you believe it, how does my world change and where am I at? Let's say I concede. I agree. Hang on, let me just set it up properly. I agree for argument purposes. I'm going to take the side of Whitsitt and ether exists the way he says. Now what?
Well, then, if that's the case, we can explain why light would be instant. We can explain magnetism. We have a potential explanation for a lot of things that are currently inexplicable without it.
Okay, fine. I agree. Now what? After we explain all that, now what?
Then maybe we can actually begin to understand magnetism, and there is some type of ability to have perpetual energy, and maybe we won't have utility bills.
Wasn't it just explained by ether? You've just told us that would explain ether.
I'm explaining that
So once we've got the explanation from ether, we can then go forth to investigate magnetism.
If there is an ether, magnetism is a manifestation of the pure potential that was at one point the ether. Again, it's a different modality of the same thing.
So if there is ether, then it's the modality of the ether that is the ether that you were trying to investigate and prove with the magnetism. Once you've proved it with the magnetism, you can then go forth and investigate it because it was proven by the ether that you needed to prove the ether to go forth to investigate the magnetism because it's a duality of the same thing. I understand. That makes perfect sense. With that, I'm going to say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering Streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow. Unfortunately, though, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. Another huge, massive, enormous thank you to all of you who smashed the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, joined as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!
Yeah.
Well, I don't think.
What? I'm just kind of just maybe.
I don't think that's fair to Witsit, though. Like, I just don't think he understands
what happened to you?
words that he's using. Huh?
Okay. So we're unfortunately left to a philosophical decision. Okay. And what we've been taught is the idea of atomism and quantum mechanics. And that's what we've all been taught is the top tier of explaining the stuff on the smallest scale. But maybe that philosophy isn't true. Because when you look at it, it's proposed to be science. It claims to be science, but actually it's not. It's philosophy. And that's the definition of pseudoscience.
Quantum mechanics is not science?
No.
What's it? This is the whole point to get free energy.
I think that's a big part of it. Yeah.
Okay, so if we get free energy and then we backtrack that how we got it, then we'll know more, won't we?
We would definitely have to understand more to even get that, yeah.
No, I understand. But why don't you go produce free energy and then back engineer how you did it so that we could see each step? How's that? Is that a deal? Because I'd love free energy.
Actually plan on doing that, bro. Just so you know.
No, perfect. Then you could show us all the working interfaces of how we're getting free energy and tie it to something. But until then, I don't know why you call us atomists when some of us believe in the supernatural and the physical simultaneously.
I think most of you guys do, which is why I'm so confused. I didn't want to strawman anyone as materialist. That's why I keep asking, like, you agree that there are things that are not materially manifest, but they still exist. Just we can't science them because they're not materially manifest. Okay, so it comes down to logic.
No, that's fine. There's some things you can't, but there are some things you can. And we're just asking the claim of ether.
You can't science ether. And I've been very...
So that's fine. So you can't science it. Why don't you guys say it can't be science? It's, in our opinion, in the supernatural. So instead of arguing about it, that's our opinion. Why don't you say that?
I have literally been saying that.
Well, then why are we arguing?
Can I ask?
Because you're personally berating people. That's why.
I'm not personally berating anybody. I'm asking you, you are a strong proponent of something that cannot be manifested, and we're agreeing with that and saying, make it your opinion and it'll be peace. But you are not doing that, and you just said you are.
I have okay. Oh, Chocolate, go ahead. I just before Chocolate goes ahead, I have been saying it's my opinion. It can't be scientifically verified or proven. It's a logical, philosophical framework of interpretation. The other one that's been proposed is atomism. I think it's logically bankrupt, has lots of contradictions and paradoxes. It's been falsified. It's the need to quantify things. If what we're looking at is potentially coming from something immaterial, you cannot quantify it because the immaterial cannot be quantified. So I consider one to be more logically viable than the other. It's my opinion. My problem is when you start berating people that choose to try to look at that.
I accept your opinion fully the way you just said it.
What's it when they come here spewing it? That's when it gets dealt with. We don't go around berating people.
Wrong. I agree.
Listen,
Well, see, the thing is,
obviously, I'm not. I don't want to berate anybody, right? But you would agree with it that it's slightly confusing for the ether side. There's a faction of the ether guys that claim it's not science, and then there's a faction that does. You would concede that that's a bit confusing to people on the outside listening to this, right?
Right, but Chocolate, check this out.
There's a lot of emotion and berating going on. I don't really like it, to be honest. I don't like being called a materialist because I don't believe in something that the people who believe in it say that it's not material. That's weird to me, right? So I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of confusion about this. And when you've got two of the same side saying two different things, this is where it goes off the rails, right? Because
but atomism and quantum mechanics is the same way, bro, where there are people that claim that is science, and then Nathan just clarified he doesn't think it's science. You can't have everyone agree on everything. I've made it a point.
That's not what Nathan said. Hold on a damn minute. Look, there are aspects of quantum mechanics that uses convention, but it is built on scientific hypothesis. They use logical frameworks after that to explain what happened in those experiments. But what is questions are not scientific at their base. So to keep claiming this science, it's not science, we're not claiming it is. I don't know why science keeps getting drugged into it, but it is not science. If you claim there is an ether, that's not science.
Can you propose a scientific hypothesis without knowing what the independent variable is?
Right. So we're down to the what is ether.
No. Can you propose a scientific hypothesis without knowing what is the independent variable? Because you just claimed quantum is scientific experiment.
I said it is based on scientific experiment.
No, it's not. It's based on the assumption that the model is correct.
Nathan just walked you through the scientific method using the double slit for your observed phenomenon with diffraction. He just walked you through that, and now you're denying it.
Double slit's not a scientific experiment, dude.
I didn't say it was. I did not say it was. You are not listening.
You're really mad, bro. The point is that it's just logic.
Listen. Look,
just a logical interpretation, bro. The only reason I jumped in, I've thought this for years. I've talked to QE in private about it, right? Like, I agree to disagree. I don't care. But when people start saying that we're embarrassments to flat Earth, and I can understand that some people are, in the sense that they run around and talk about the ether like it's definitive scientific fact, I think that is a bad look for flat Earth. I agree. I also think that people that talk about quantum mechanics as if it's scientific definitive fact is also a bad look for flat Earth. I agree to disagree. It's a personal prerogative. We can prove the Earth is flat without this discussion. I'm not just going to sit here and talk about physical measurement for 5 years, bro. I want to figure out what else is going on in the world. And if it requires logic and us speculating, it's okay, because sometimes you can't science things.
What's it? John,
I didn't say...
Hang on, John. John is reminding you that, Nathan, you just went through diffraction of light, hypothesis that, okay, we think it's magnetism. Then we walked through it and realized magnetism didn't do anything, so it became the null. You just went through that. John is reminding you of that. Why aren't you answering that?
Okay. Well, okay, I'll go talk about that. So diffraction, I went ahead and went with Oakley on that, but technically diffraction has a presupposition built into how it's defined, which is that the light travels from point A to point B, because diffraction is defined as like a light beam going and splitting. Okay, so that means it has to travel. So that's a presupposition built into the phenomena of diffraction. Do we observe what appears to be the splitting of light? Yes.
When I use a magnet, when I use a magnet to see if it happens or doesn't, I wasn't thinking of a journey.
Diffraction is defined as
no.
journey.
I wasn't thinking of traveling or a journey. I just said magnetism causes it and did it. Well, who's talking about a journey
Define
or
diffraction.
travel?
Define diffraction.
So you're denying that diffraction exists at this point, right? You're saying that it's built on a convention, diffraction doesn't happen.
No, I didn't say that. I just said the opposite of that. So I said the phenomenon is real.
Explain diffraction first.
You interrupt me every time. So they claim diffraction is because light is traveling to something that splits it up. That's a baked-in presupposition, right? That's what I'm challenging. I'm not challenging what we observe. We do see what appears to be the splitting of light, but we do not observe something traveling from point A to point B and splitting. That's a presupposition. They're being conflated. It's being baked in. That's what's being challenged.
How is it baked in first?
Because everyone that uses the word diffraction, if you go look up the definition, it says when a light beam is traveling and then gets split up.
Right, it's using a convention to convey an idea, right?
And I'm challenging the convention.
That's fine. You can challenge the convention, but diffraction still happens. Nathan just walked you through a scientific experiment where you're trying to figure out the cause of this phenomenon. Now you're trying to attack the convention, which is fine. You can do that. But can you put this in using your ethereal convention? Let's walk through the double slit with that convention.
Okay, yeah. So it's just an additional medium, whatever it is. So if it's water, glass, a metal plate, a tree, a leaf, whatever it is that gives us diffraction, it's an additional medium that alters the perception of light.
So that's the cause of diffraction then?
Is the actual additional medium itself. Yeah, like if I shoot laser through a glass, they claim that a photon goes through the glass, slows down by 30%, and then leaves it. I consider that to be a violation of the conservation of energy. I interpret it as the glass is just a different layer of an additional medium, so it changes how we perceive the illumination.
So we put a glass. Okay, we got the double slit. We're looking at diffraction. Now what do we do to get diffraction no more? Right? We got to control this phenomenon, right?
We remove the medium, the additional medium. It's very simple.
So independent
and the double
variable.
Slit.
Okay. So
no one's understanding. It's like the wave isn't traveling from point.
Just one second.
Waves aren't things. It's already there. It's just moving, right? And so where it is, and the light is quote unquote meeting it. Well, that's just already there. We're just recording that like that energy interaction. That's all we're doing. So of course, there's only one spot because that's where that part of.
Thank you. We heard the first two times. Yeah. So according to you, your supposition of cause is the medium removal, and that will alter the dependent variable of diffraction. Correct?
Yep.
What's wrong?
It's not wrong.
Yeah, it is wrong.
So if I remove the film, it has the slits.
Not a new question, not a new supposition, not a new if this that then. No, just you're wrong.
How?
I'm not going to take John's thunder. You go ahead, John. Sorry.
Go ahead, Nathan. I'm getting frustrated and it's not coming across well. You were doing better.
Okay.
There is no answer.
So back to the double slit. You are aware of wave function collapse, I assume.
Yes.
What's wave function collapse?
Wave function is a mathematical description of a probability of distribution of presupposed and reified particles.
Incorrect.
It is correct.
No, that's incorrect. That's not wave function collapse.
Oh, I thought you said what is wave function? Wave function collapse is where that, interference pattern derived from the diffraction ceases to be observed. It's that simple.
Okay. And what is it that you understand again? The medium removal causes that, right?
And when I say medium, I'm talking about the slit itself, because that's technically a medium. Like not the slit, but the film, right? So that's a medium. When you remove that film, you don't get the wave function collapse. You get an interference pattern. And this is just logic, right? It's like a philosophical discussion. We can disagree, but I think the photon thing is crazy.
What?
Yeah, the interpretation is flawed.
Let me summarize it for John. He's not following. He said slit removal.
Yeah, remove the film, and then you'll have the interference pattern again. So they claim that the photon. Well, they don't know, but in theory, if it's a physical particle, it would go through both slits and then collide with itself, right? That's why they say it's a wave-particle duality.
That's just a bunch of
no offense to the panel members here, but this sounds like nobody actually knows what they're talking about, to be honest.
Yeah, that's
What
just
causes the wave function collapse has nothing to do with the slits.
So if you remove the film, you still get the wave function collapse?
The film. Are you talking about the double slits? Or are you talking about the photographic plate?
You cut slits in a film. That's what it is.
To be fair, I mean, you could ask this panel all day long, or you could actually go to the primary source material and research it. Hey, I'm speaking.
Well, yeah, but he was talking to me. But yeah, you go ahead.
Yeah, but I'm clearly smarter than both of you put together.
With, right?
No, but I mean, it's demonstrable that I'm smarter than the both of you put together, multiplied by the color blue. Is that not true?
Hold on. What's your IQ? What's your IQ?
I don't agree, but go ahead, AI. I like AI. He is smart indeed.
Well, my intelligence is measured in colors, not numbers. So, I mean, think about it.
But you got
anyway.
He was only kidding.
Anyway, this is just a fair critique to Witsit, and then you guys can continue. You need to go to the primary source material, not panel discussions, to find out the answers to these questions about things that have been established and written down. And then you'd be the expert at the double slit and the quantum eraser and all of those things.
That's
my critique. I yield the floor.
1802. It was first done in 1802. So, but then they put a detector there, and when the photon's observed, the wave function collapses, and they don't understand why. Okay, and they're like, even if we put it in front of the film or behind the film, the wave function still collapses. In fact, if we use little crystals in front of the slits to split the reified photon into two directions, it still collapses, even when the one photon hits the plate before it hits the detector, as if the photon knew it was going to be observed prior to it being observed, or can alter events that have already happened. Because there's no other way to kind of understand that if you're assuming it's a physical particle that travels from point A to point B. But if it's already there, then you can't explain it, because the plates, the detectors, they're not cameras. Like the way that people perceive it when you say that is that you take a picture of a photon. No, it's using the reification of the electron. It's an energy exchange, and then it gives you an image. So when you use a detector, you're altering
let me just clarify
the medium
your understanding, Witsit. So the photographic plate is your understanding of the detection that's being taken place, right?
Yeah, like they claim it's an electron interacting with the photon.
And that's the detector.
Yeah, the detector, yeah.
No.
And the plate. They both reified the electron.
No.
I get it now. See, like, if I have a pot of water and I alter the heat, right, to get the water to boil, I'm observing a phenomenon. But if I dump the water out, I won't observe that phenomenon of water boiling.
That's a non sequitur.
Therefore,
But so
the cause of the water boiling is the presence of the water. If you remove the water, you don't see the phenomena. So therefore, if your phenomena is light moving through a very small slit, like the gap between some leaves and some trees, and you see a diffraction pattern, all you should really do to establish why light diffracts is get rid of the tree. Then it won't diffract anymore.
Genius.
Well,
we figured this
that's
out.
right.
Like, we should get Congressional Medals of Honor and the Nobel Peace Prize all at the same time.
Meanwhile,
Yeah,
there's an
but
entire
the
division
irony
of
is that you
science
don't
and
understand how
technology
simple it
based on
is.
the understanding of the knowledge of the witch path information. That's not the photographic plate, though. Your apprehension.
Just reified the path again.
Yeah, witch path information. That's right.
It's a path.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair.
In the question.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a huge problem with this, all right? The knowledge of the witch path isn't gained by positive only, it's also gained by negative, meaning that you measure the one path not having any energy, and the other one then must be the one that it passed through.
Right.
So there's nothing active in that path, it's completely passive, but knowledge is acquired. So there's no energy being put into that path, but knowledge and information is still acquired.
That's
and
why
the
the
result
ether
is the same.
That's why the ether works, AI, because when you measure the positive energy, if the medium is a whole interconnected background, then even though you're separating it with two slits, you're actually disturbing the whole medium as well,
Right,
which
but
is
I'm
why
not
you will
speaking
still.
about
No, that's not
positive
what he's
energy.
talking about.
I'm speaking
No,
about
just hold on.
positive or negative affirmations.
How do you detect them?
Sorry, just let me clarify what he's saying. He's talking about something totally different. If you're talking about a car crash at the end of two tunnels, right? So you've got two tunnels that the car can travel through, and you observe a crash at the end. The crash at the end is the observation on the photographic plate. Yeah? But if you have a camera over both tunnels, and you see that there's no car going through one of the tunnels... Hold on 1 second.
The question, bro.
If you observe
that analogy
a car doesn't go
ahead.
through one of the tunnels, so in other words, you know that the car crash has occurred because there's a fiery ball of flame at the end of the tunnels, but there's only a camera on one of the tunnels, yeah? Well, not observing a car go through that tunnel is an affirmation that it must have gone through the other tunnel. So there's a lack of heat signature or frame movement or anything whatsoever in that camera. But because there isn't any information, you can say it did go through the other tunnel. That was its path. Yeah?
Yeah,
Correct.
I understand. It begs the
And
question.
that can result from all of the detection, whether it's radar, those metal strips that go under to sense the speed, or a camera. All those things could be disabled in the other tunnel. But by necessity, since the car is on the other end of both tunnels, that it must have went through that tunnel, which had no detection mechanisms, because the only other path available shows it didn't pass through that path.
But all
in
the
any way, it
mechanisms,
wasn't measured at all.
all the mechanisms to detect use electricity, though. So that's the point. If there's an ether,
That is the point. No, you don't get it. That is the point. There are no mechanisms to detect on the path that it went through. The other path, which it didn't go through, detected nothing, which proves it went through the other path.
Okay, but that's assuming that it's traveling to go through the path. That's my point. And the point is that when you detect it or detect the lack thereof, the detectors are electric. So in the etheric framework, that electric detection is going to affect the disturbance that is the light. That actually explains it. As of now, we don't have an explanation. The photon has to be sentient.
Right, and beyond that is the delayed choice quantum eraser, where the path is altered that the assumed time for the information to get from one to the other, because it's physically longer, is different.
Yeah.
And it measures it after the fact.
Correct.
So you have to explain this. Yeah, fair, but you have to explain all of these observed, quote unquote, records simultaneously, not just one and then another one separately.
I can. It's the same explanation because even though one hits one at different times, it's like basically right after each other. It's not like it's a totally different occurrence. That detector is still within the medium. It's in the very same area. So it's still affecting the medium. Then it's affecting the disturbance that is light. That's why you don't get the wave interference pattern. It doesn't transcend time as if sentient and omnipresent and omnipotent. God is light, but light is not God.
Hang on, Whitson. You were saying that this medium, now correct me if I'm wrong, but you were saying light and dark are always present, and there was no travel. What were you saying about that earlier? Omnipresent?
Yeah, that's right. So the light, quote unquote, what people call light is just the illumination of what's already there. So just because
so it's the illumination of darkness? Because if darkness is there, how can you say that's light?
Well, we have non-visible spectrum of light, but once the visible light manifests. What?
No,
that totally makes sense.
He's saying that I tried this with him earlier, and he was like, "No, there is non-visible light spectrum in a dark field," and I had no come back for him.
Yeah, and it's like they use. That's why we use night goggle vision, right? I mean, as a crude example.
I mean, to be fair, that's just a tautological way of explaining the limitation of the current sensor that you're using.
I agree. Because I think light's already there, and that's why light's so amazing. It eludes our ability to fully understand it. I'm not claiming to, by the way. I'm claiming to offer.
Yes, but again, that's a tautology.
Cool. So this is super.
To be fair, this is just a limitation of language. If light is not illumination, right? Then light would be the static medium at rest, according to you. And you would have to say that illumination is what we perceive as light. So all you're really doing is redefining terms.
Yeah, but unfortunately, the terms we currently use are misdefined in my assessment based on, dare I say, materialism. I mean, that's my opinion.
And with that, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams. Hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!